rituals, that the Pope is always a human being that happened to be Pope by the grace of the Holy Spirit, which is what Catholics believe. And so you will see that. And then after that, every day there will be a general congregation that is a meeting of all the cardinals. We are taught, we always think that general congregations take place before the conclave to prepare the conclave, which is true. But there are also general congregations day by day to make these very, very specific and pragmatic decisions.
Yes. So you mentioned Jorge Maria Bergoglio, as he was known before he was made Pope, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires at the time, the first from South America, from Latin America, the first Jesuit Pope. So much of his legacy to discuss and so much of those influences that informed his papacy, and we will be discussing that today and over the days to come. I'm wondering, just as I let you go for now, I hope we can have further conversations, Andre, because you've helped us to understand these ancient rites, which are so fascinating and which we'll see on global display over these next few days. But as you covered him as long as you did and watched this very unique Pope on the world stage, what are your thoughts on his passing and the mark that he has left?
Well, I'm gonna be a little, it will be weird what I say, but I was expecting that he was passing away pretty soon, but just because I saw him having this huge activity this last week, and I knew from sources I had in the hospital that, you know, if he was going to break the environment, the secure environment for his health, that, you know, the possibilities for him to die were higher because the health conditions were a little compromised from that point of view. So I was kind of expecting it somehow. About his legacy, well, it's kind of very early to make a sort of historic statement. I will say this, that this Pope actually grasped somehow the spirit of the world. So he was a Pope that was very much heard. I do remember his speeches, and that was what astonished me the most. I was there when he started speaking at the United Nations, when he started speaking at the Council of Europe, you know, and he was totally at ease. He was a Pope that had a very, very much political idea and was able to explain it. And that's something that will stay. I mean, his statements, his speeches, these are things that we will discuss about in the future years. Because he was very much at ease. I remember that first time I saw him in a podium, it was like, yeah, that's his place. He feels very well there. And that's something we will discuss after his death, I guess.
We will discuss in depth. Just before I let you go, because I just want to come back to what you said at the beginning of that last answer, that you were not surprised at his death because of how active he was. Is there any information, did he verbalize that he really wanted to be present in this Holy Week, and particularly on Easter Sunday, feeling that perhaps his own death was imminent, and really make an effort to take part in that?
There are no statements about that. I don't know if he spoke to his inner circle, but I have no access to that. That was just my feeling. But you know, when you live here and you live the Pope every day, there are feelings that you can have. And as far as you know, I do remember this. Once in South America, the Pope was very much like almost fainting by the fatigue. And then he heard the people. And then he woke up out of the blue and felt well to be with the crowd. So when I saw him doing that, despite all the situations, I understood that he wanted to be with his crowd. I always thought that he wanted to die with his crowd, but because I felt that was his persona very much. So no public statements, just a feeling.
Just a feeling. But in keeping with his humility and his humanity, and as you say, wanting to be a Pope of and for the people. Andrea, I thank you so much for this conversation. It's been so helpful in so many ways, and we will, I'm sure, speak again very soon. A journalist and Vatican analyst with Catholic News Agency, that is Andrea Gagliarducci. And again, as we look live at the crowd assembled, you can see them to the left, but mostly our focus there, that very balcony yesterday, as he delivered an Easter blessing to the faithful faithful, and then for a time in an open Pope-mobile, traveled among the masses for one final time. As far as messages and reaction, as Andrea was mentioning, the official word going out to heads of state, Pierre Poilievre here in this country has just reacted, and here is his statement in full. I offer my deepest condolences to all Catholics on the passing of Pope Francis. His humility, compassion, and steadfast faith had a profound impact on millions of Canadians and others around the world from every faith background. We remember especially his historic penitential pilgrimage to Canada, where he sought to begin a process of reconciliation by the Church with his apology, quote, for the evil committed by so many Christians against the Indigenous peoples. And then the statement from Pierre Poilievre continues, we join in thankful prayer with the Catholic faithful for his legacy of humble service and his message of love that will continue to inspire a world in need of hope. So that reaction, the first from Canada and again from Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, as we look at the Vatican once again. The White House reaction is at the moment very brief. It is rest in peace, Pope Francis. And we think, of course, of the very tense relations that go back to 2016 between Pope Francis and the current president, Donald Trump, when he questioned back in that first administration whether Donald Trump was even a Christian. And then certainly right through until his latest days, he was critical of the White House for its deportation and migration policies. And these are images from just yesterday, as J.D. Vance, the vice president, met with him, a brief meeting, we understand, and the substance of which hasn't been made public yet. But perhaps those very policies were discussed, and the Pope perhaps let the Vice President know his thoughts. We certainly had them made very clear over the 10 years plus that he was the Pope of the Catholic Church. I want to bring you some more reaction. Willem Marks is with us, and he's in our London bureau today. Willem, I'm glad to have you here to share this extensive coverage. The death of Pope Francis, 7:35 a.m. local time in Rome, and the reaction at word being distributed to heads of state. What are we hearing so far from European leaders?
Well, let's start with the King Charles and his wife Camilla, who, of course, were in Rome not so long ago this month, meeting, amongst others, with Pope Francis. They and the royal family have issued a statement in the last hour or so saying that he would be remembered for his compassion, his concern for the unity of the Church, and the world he served with such devotion would mourn his passing. The President of the European Commission, that's the executive branch of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, said that Francis had inspired millions with his humility and love for those less fortunate, and that his legacy would guide people to a more just, peaceful and compassionate world. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, himself a staunch Catholic, has praised Francis's commitment to peace and social justice in a statement that he posted to social media, as has his counterpart, the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda, who described Francis's simplicity and said the Pope considered that mercy was the answer to the modern world's challenges, a reference to many times his involvement with public statements on the world stage. Friedrich Merz, he's the forthcoming Chancellor in Germany, in a statement from Berlin saying that Francis's tireless commitment to society's weakest members would be central to the way that he was remembered. That has been a common theme from many of the statements that world leaders have released. And the French President, Emmanuel Macron, saying that he had worked, Francis that is, had worked on the side of the world's most fragile, bringing hope and joy to the poorest. Marianne.
Willem, thank you very much. We'll come back to you for more coverage and more reaction at the death of Pope Francis. And again, as we look live at St. Peter's Square and we see the Vatican, and we will be focused very much on that square and on the faithful who have gathered already and will continue to grow. That crowd will be millions strong, certainly hundreds of thousands over the course of the next day through the funeral service and then for the conclave and the process by which they will choose the successor to Pope Francis. As I mentioned, the first of the Jesuit priests to become Pope, the first from Latin America. The official statement from the Camerlengo, again, the Chamberlain who is keeping control over things during this time where there is no Pope, sede vacante, as you're going to be hearing that phrase, the vacant seat in between the papacies. But the statement from the Vatican came at 9:45 local time that at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His whole life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. And you'll hear more about that as far as the Pope's legacy in this report from Chris Brown.
For Canadians, and especially Indigenous Canadians, Pope Francis may be remembered most for this trip to Alberta in the summer of 2022. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against Indigenous peoples, he said, delivering an historic apology for the damage inflicted by church-run residential schools and the evils of colonialism. The emotional moment, long sought by residential school survivors, would be one of the progressive Pope's crowning achievements.
I think from the moment he stepped out on the balcony, we knew that the tectonic plates had shifted.
Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, the first pope ever from the Americas and the first from outside Europe in nearly 1,300 years, carried immense expectations from many demanding change and a more modern institution.
I began to just be fascinated.
Tina Beattie is a theologian and a former professor of Catholic studies in London.
He's lived as humbly as it's possible for a pope to live. And he's put to shame some of the grandiose lifestyles of some of the men in the Vatican. So all in all, that first night was euphoric. Euphoria, of course, doesn't last.
Francis would win accolades for his tough talk condemning sexual abuse in the church. He held summits, met survivors, and made apologies. His messages to gay people also sounded remarkably conciliatory for an institution so resistant to change. He told reporters traveling with him on a flight, "If a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge?" Francis used his profile to try to make the world pay attention to the plight of migrants in the Mediterranean, the persecution of Rohingya Muslims, and to heal the deep wounds of civil war in African nations such as South Sudan. But victims of sexual abuse complained Francis's words weren't backed by actions, that abusers continued to be protected.
I think he failed to grasp the real savage problem of the abuse crisis.
As for women, Tina Beattie says Francis saw them in a maternal way, not as equals to men, with too few women appointed to powerful jobs in the church.
But when I hear and read what he says about women, I think, but you haven't listened. You haven't heard anything.
For the first time in history, Francis had to share the Vatican with his predecessor, Emeritus Pope Benedict, who resigned, but whose conservative views clashed with Francis's.
That contributed, of course, to the culture wars and to the sort of schisms that opened up in the church. So I think he made the best of what he must have seen was a very awkward situation.
Francis attempted to create a more inclusive Catholic Church and broaden its appeal, but he also triggered fierce internal debates. His achievements will now either be consolidated or overturned by his successor. Chris Brown, CBC News, London.
Chris, thank you very much. Many reflecting on the fact that he appointed so many who will choose in that conclave his successor. And the thinking was at the time that he very much wanted to shape that decision to continue very much in his footsteps. Now, the death of Pope Francis sets in motion a series of events that reflect centuries of tradition and culminate in that papal conclave, the election of a new pope. So we will be watching very closely this scene as the cardinals from all around the world gather, those who are under the age of 80, to vote. Let's just go over some of the details that we learned from Andrea moments ago. First, A senior Vatican official confirms the death of the Pope. We have already seen this happen today, that confirmation coming from the Camerlengo. Once his death is confirmed, the Pope's signet ring, the fisherman's ring, is destroyed or defaced. That's what he used to seal documents and letters, and that signals the end of his papacy. Then we're into 9 days of mourning. The Novendiale, as it's officially known, an ancient Roman custom. His body will be blessed. It will be exhibited, not on any sort of special raised platform, but in a coffin for public viewing in St. Peter's Basilica. He will lie in state. There will be daily prayer services and masses to be held at St. Peter's Basilica and, of course, in Catholic churches all around the world. Let's just come back because we're going to go through a timeline of all of these, showing you some pictures just from this past weekend. And here is this scene, which really we will be coming back to just yesterday. 88-year-old Pope Francis being wheeled out onto the balcony to greet the faithful. And you think about March of 2013 when he emerged, he suddenly in the conclave had become the favorite, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, and he emerged on that balcony and said basically, good evening, and welcomed himself and accepted the papacy, told his fellow cardinals he would not forget the poor at that time. And of course, that was one of the defining aspects of his legacy. Marianne is joining us as we look at how people around the world will be reflecting and mourning. There are 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. And if you're joining us at 6:40 Eastern Time, you may well be one of those and one of those waking to this sad news. So let's look at the next steps and what happens next in the Catholic world.
Well, as that mourning is just beginning, and we're seeing that reflected in those crowds there in St. Peter's Square at the Vatican, there are, of course, people waiting for the details on the funeral. Pope Francis has chosen a much simpler funeral with much simpler funeral rites, but it is expected to still happen outside of the Basilica of St. Peter. As you heard Heather going through that timeline there, it will be up to the cardinal electors to decide when the Pope's coffin will be taken into St. Peter's Basilica for that public viewing. We know that those days of mourning expected to last 9 days. It is up to the cardinal to decide the date of the funeral and the date of the Pope's burial. But it is normally held up to 6 days after the Pope's death. What is different here is, unlike many of Pope Francis's predecessors, he will not be laid to rest in the crypt of St. Peter's Basilica. Instead, he will be the first Pope buried outside of the Vatican since 1903. He has chosen instead to be buried in Rome's St. Mary Major Basilica. That is a church that he visited just a few weeks ago, earlier this month, as you can see there. And so that is where his funeral will be taking place, Heather. Very different, because we haven't seen that happen in more than 100 years.
And then, again, these steps, these ancient rites and rituals, we will see, well, so many of them are actually held in utmost secrecy, so we won't see them. But we will see some of it. And how will the actual conclave begin in the process of choosing the Pope who will succeed Pope Francis?
Yeah, and that doesn't begin until between 15 and 20 days after Pope Francis's death. A lot of secrecy and a lot of it taking place behind closed doors, specifically at the Vatican Sistine Chapel. So let's go through what this will look like in the most simplest terms. Cardinals are confined to the Vatican for the duration of the conclave. These are cardinals who are under the age of 80 who are eligible to take part in this secret ballot. A majority is needed of at least 2/3 plus 1 in order to elect a new pope. And this could take several rounds. It could take several days. But once the conclave does elect a new pope, all of the papers are then burned. They use a special chemical that will burn white and create white smoke. Once that white smoke emerges from the chapel chimney, that means a new pope has been elected. As we've been covering in previous years, if you see black smoke, that means there is an inconclusive vote. But again, if there is white smoke, the Dean of the College of Cardinals will then announce that they have a pope. That will happen from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, and then the new pope will emerge to give his blessing. This is still many, many days from now, Heather. Of course, right now the focus is on the mourning and what will happen with the funeral. but it will be quite a process once that all happens between 15 and 20 days from now.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Again, the timeline we will focus on as these key moments at the death of a pope are observed and memorialized and shared with the world. In the spring of 2022, Pope Francis made history when he apologized for the Catholic Church's role in Canada's residential school system. Megan was talking about that just a few minutes ago, and Chris Brown in his report as well. He traveled to Canada to take part in what he called a penitential pilgrimage and visited Alberta, Quebec, and Nunavut at the time to meet with First Nations and Métis people, residential school survivors, and their families. In Maskwacis, in Alberta, Pope Francis asked for forgiveness, and the quote at that time was for the wrong done by so many Christians to the Indigenous peoples. When he returned home to Rome, the Pope said in describing the residential school system, he was in fact describing a genocide. So that is part of the connection to our country and our history, and part of the story that we will be exploring in some additional detail over these days to come. I want to bring in Father Darren Diaz, who is with me, and he is the Executive Director of the Toronto School of Theology. Father, welcome to our program. I'm very pleased to have you with me for these next few minutes, although I'm sure very sad circumstances for you. What is your overall reaction to waking up this morning to word of the death of the Pope?
Yeah, it was, somewhat surprising, and yet obviously he was quite elderly and frail, and he had suffered a major health setback. So probably it shouldn't have been such a surprise, but in the past few days we saw him participate in some of the Easter services. He didn't preside or lead or preach them, but he was present. When we saw him yesterday, he no longer had the nasal tube, so he didn't look great, but it looked like he maybe was making a slow recovery. So it was surprising and sad news this morning.
In terms of where, once you absorbed the news, where first did your mind go in terms of the impact of Pope Francis on your church?
Well, I felt really grateful for his, 12 years of leadership. I think that not only for the church, for drawing attention to the poor and the marginal as he did in such powerful and symbolic ways, I thought that was one thing I was very grateful for. I also thought about, I think as a previous guest said, his visit to Canada, really an unprecedented visit to apologize for the residential schools and the Catholic Church's involvement in them. I thought that was a very significant moment that I was grateful for as a Canadian. I also think that about the world that we live in right now, and places like Gaza and Ukraine and Haiti and Sudan, it's such there's so much violence and strife in the world, and I thought Pope Francis was really a great voice in the geopolitical world that we live in, and I'm grateful for that voice. But also I thought, well, who will sort of be that voice in these difficult times?
Father Diaz, I have to say that was exactly one of my first thoughts. In this time of such anger and division, hatred in so many cases, and violence and bloodshed, here was a man who, for all people, Catholic or not, represented, it seemed to me, hope and a unifying force. And that is lost at a time when, he was a beacon for so many. That's a void.
I think that's right. I think that and I wonder if that's something the cardinals will have to think about, is the role that the Pope can play, especially in the way that Pope Francis did in the political and the geopolitical situation, such as it is a real sort of a gift to everyone. It's not just leadership for the Catholic Church. It's sort of something that lots of leaders of nations, but also people in their difficulties can look to that type of person.
That global influence, maybe we can talk about that a little bit with you, because he certainly sought to improve relations between the Catholic Church and Muslim clerics, between leaders all around the world, even China at the time, in terms of, not reunification, but outreach. How important was Pope Francis, do you think?
I think he was very important in several ways. I think, as you mentioned, with connecting to the Muslim world, in his encyclical Fratelli Tutti, he sort of taught about the human fraternity, the fact that all people are brothers and sisters. He looked at human relations as being that thing that makes us who we are. I think that in terms of the environment, he drew a great deal of attention in two of his major documents. The first one, Laudato Si, to the environmental crisis and to the fact that these have ramifications for the planet, but also for those who are on the margins. It's often those who are poor and who don't have access that are most affected by environmental devastation. So I think that globally, he didn't just talk, he really drew attention to some of these really pressing issues in the exercise of his teaching office as Pope. So he didn't just teach doctrinally for Roman Catholics. Some of his teachings really went beyond the Catholic world to think about how the world could be.
And again, I guess in terms of outreach to the poor and to migrants, that was also part of that as well. It was beyond the Catholic world. I'd like to ask you about something was certainly touched the Catholic world deeply, and that is he became Pope right at a very dark time in terms of the clerical sexual abuse scandal. And there were so many who were hoping that he would deal with it full on, and I think we're disappointed. And he acknowledged mistakes early on in terms of his handling of all of that. But what do you think, in terms of where did he leave the issue in terms of helping the victims, in terms of solving the issue? How much of an impact do you think he had overall?
I think at the time that he became Pope, certainly this was and remains a very serious and deep crisis in the Church. I do think some of the legislation that internal to the Church, that he enacted was very important because the result of that legislation was that there was greater accountability for bishops. Previously, it seemed that there was less accountability, but now bishops were accountable to one another and to the Pope in a way that they had not been before. So I think while it's still a major issue for the Church, what Francis contributed to resolving the issue was a greater sense of transparency and accountability, not just for priests, but for bishops who were often seen as part of the cover-ups of these scandals.
And in terms then of people who were hoping for him on this issue and so much more, on same-sex marriage, on blessings of same-sex couples, on things of those nature, and on the whole issue of sexual issues within the Church, there were many who had hoped that he would be this transformational figure and there would be so much change. So for progressives, as I understand it anyway, there was a level of disappointment that he didn't move to that degree. But he was in fierce discussion and there was fierce resentment on the most conservative wings and branch of the Catholic Church. So can you just speak about sort of that dichotomy in that both one had wanted so much and then one, in some ways, I don't know, didn't want or even feared where he was leading?
I think what Francis contributes to the hot button issues of our time is that he opened them up for discussion and debate. The synodal process that he championed in these recent years was one of the Church listening, when I say the Church, I mean people listen to one another, bishops and lay people, a lot of talking going on. And I think that that was a new step because some of these hot button issues were not discussed previously. So I think what Francis brought really positively to these, and I know people will be disappointed in one way or the other sometimes, but what he brought was the capacity of the Church to speak about difficult issues sort of without freaking out about them, right? You can talk about them. And I think that's a first and important step. I think the other thing that's really important, and it is part of the ministry of the Pope, it's part of his main job, and that's the unity of the Church. So, some people, maybe they said, well, Francis should do this or Francis should do that. But also Francis had to keep in mind that he had to keep the Church united. He had to keep people in the Church and invested in the Church. And that's a difficult thing to do when there's people are really invested in one position or the other. So I do think that probably explains some of the way that he maneuvered around these issues, was that he wasn't only thinking about the issue itself, but he also had to think about how that issue might affect the unity of the Church. Could this result in schism, for example?
Yes.
And as I said, the main role of the Pope is the ministry of unity. And so that's something that Francis always had to keep in mind.
But now this Pope is no longer with us, and the Church now looks to the future. So as you said, he was personally a unifying force, but given those divisions within the Church and that his papacy in some ways exposed, he may well have chosen those who will elect and choose his successor. But what do you think the future will be? Will the conservative elements regain their authority, or will will his path be followed? What do you think the future looks like?
It's hard to say what the future looks like because you never know what will happen in a conclave.
Right.
Certainly, the Pope has appointed the vast majority of cardinal electors. So those cardinals who are under 80 and eligible to elect the next Pope, he has appointed the majority of them. That's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is Francis didn't appoint the usual suspects as cardinals. There's people who come from different ministries and different backgrounds. There's people who come from the so-called left and the so-called right. There are people who are from across the world. There's many more Asian and African and Latin American cardinal electors. So that will also flavor the next conclave. So it will be hard to predict, to say who will be the next Pope and will they be another Francis. I mean, I think the short answer is no, Francis is unique. Each Pope is unique and brings a certain set of gifts and skills with him. So it won't be another Francis. But I do think that the next Pope will still be concerned around the unity of the Church and the communion of the bishops. So I think that's probably for sure. But as I said, with the different types of cardinal electors that Pope Francis has appointed, I don't think we can hazard a guess very easily.
No, we will. The world will be taken by surprise when the ultimate successor steps out on that balcony whenever the conclave comes to its conclusion and we see the white smoke. Let me ask you, Father, I know you had the opportunity to meet the Pope personally, and I'm wondering if you could share that moment and your impressions of all of that, any conversation you had, or what struck you from that encounter.
I met him very briefly. He received a group of theologians in December to address the question of the future of theology. And this was around the time of the consistory where he named the most recent batch of cardinals. And at this weekend, that weekend he had fallen, and he had a bruise on his under his neck, around his chin. So it was quite visible that he had fallen and that he was a bit swollen. But that weekend, he had, presided the consistory, and then the mass, I think, on the Sunday, and then he met with these theologians on the Monday. So I was amazed at the fact that he had this bad fall, that he had kept that grueling schedule, and that he met a big group of theologians, and we all shook his hand individually. So he sat there with a smile on his face and received us with such grace and charm. I was amazed at his stamina, that he was able to do that.
That's beautiful memory. And Ken, in conclusion, I so appreciate your thoughts and explanations, but when we were speaking to you on our network, it was at the time of the Pope's visit to Canada and that apology and the whole emphasis on residential schools and the legacy of the Church in this country. And we all learned as Canadians about the doctrine of discovery, and I think you were pretty helpful in our understanding of that the justification for colonial powers to seize Indigenous lands, the doctrine of discovery. So can you just reflect back on that moment when he did come to Canada in 2022, the words he said, and what the impact of that has been?
That's a good question, because I think that when I think about the visit, I think about it as a moment in what is hopefully a journey of healing and reconciliation amongst Roman Catholic settlers, but also other settlers and Indigenous communities. I think about actually in coming to the CBC studio, Negon Sinclair, who your network knows very well.
Yes.
He was also part of that, the group of commentators. And from that visit, as we were both commentating from different places in the country on the Pope's visit, we became friends. So after that, we've met several times. When he comes to Toronto, he stays at our community. And so when I think about the Pope's visit, I think of how myself as a Roman Catholic, as a priest, as a religious, as a settler, how that was an occasion to become friends with this great guy, Negan Sinclair, who is so important in Indigenous thought and in reconciliation movements in Canada. So for me, there was like a personal connection, even through the CBC, on Pope Francis's visit, and I hope that Pope Francis's visit sort of sparked those types of relationships, sparked those types of conversations, such that his visit wasn't the end of a process, but as he said a few times, it was sort of the beginning of a pilgrimage for him, and a pilgrimage that he left for the church in Canada to continue. So I think that it had some positive effects. There's still much to be done, but I think following that visit, we saw a shift in the way the church understood its place in the reconciliation movement in Canada.
Father, thank you very much for the time today. I hope we can have further conversations in the days to come leading up to the funeral and, of course, the conclave. Many important issues to discuss with you, but I very much appreciate these initial thoughts and conversations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I was sort of really shocked because I was here yesterday at Mass and I saw the Pope and he looked just so fragile. I'm really shocked, and there's a sort of inquiet buzz now around here.
And I'm here for Easter, and I find it very significant that the Pope has died during Easter, or the Easter weekend. I'm from Argentina, the Pope is Argentinian, so, you know, it has quite a bit of significance for us. It's a moment of a bit of sadness, and at the same time, thankfulness and celebration of life.
Sadness and gratitude as part of the first reaction this morning to the world-breaking news. Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. I'm Heather Hiscox. You're watching CBC Morning Live, and we have comprehensive coverage of the story for you this morning. Let's return to live pictures of St. Peter's Square. There are thousands of people who have gathered this morning, very much a continuation of Holy Week commemorations. It is Easter Monday. So many were there in that square for Easter Sunday, the holiest of days in the Christian calendar. And they are back now to pay tribute to Pope Francis, to reflect on his life, his leadership, and his legacy. He was a monumental figure in the Church's history, a modern head of the Catholic Church who emphasized change. And news of the death confirmed early this morning by the Church's Camerlingo. This is Cardinal Kevin Farrell.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco.
Now, that is in Italian, so let me tell you what the translation is, the message from the Vatican at word of the Pope's death. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his Church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. With immense gratitude for his example as a true disciple of the Lord Jesus, we commend the soul of Pope Francis to the infinite merciful love of the one and triune God. That is the three. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Pope Francis appeared in public just yesterday at Easter Sunday Mass, and he blessed the thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. Covering that then and covering the story with us, and I'm so glad to have her as part of our special coverage. She has been there through so many moments, the Pope's selection, the Pope's many illnesses, and Megan Williams in St. Peter's Square at the hours after his death. Megan, just let's go over the information we have to this hour, and again, the scene where you are surrounded by mourners today.
That's right, Heather. I'm in front of St. Peter's Square, where, as you mentioned yesterday, the Pope came out and spoke to the crowds. His voice was extremely weak. He hardly had enough energy to raise one weight below, but he made the effort on Easter Sunday. He said, Buona Pasqua, happy Easter. And then he got in his open Pope-mobile and moved through the crowds who were absolutely thrilled and delighted to the very end with the people, which was so important for him. And you know, when you read the statement from Cardinal Farrell about the Bishop of Rome dying, of course, popes are the Bishop of Rome as well as being the head of the Catholic Church. But I think Francis took that title especially to heart. I mean, he's not Italian. He never spent any time at the Vatican before he was elected Pope, which was very unusual because most popes have had some sort of contact with the Vatican before they're elected. He didn't. And yet when he came to Rome, he stressed the fact that he was the Bishop of Rome. He almost didn't like the title of being the head of the Catholic Church. Of course, he was, and he took that seriously. But he felt extremely close to the city, and talking to people, Romans, even the taxi driver on the way here, you know, she just said, it feels like we've lost one of our own. He felt like he was part of the city. And outpouring of grief, of course, from around the world as well. But I don't think we can stress enough just how much this Pope, Pope Francis from South America, of course, Italian roots, but nonetheless from South America, meant to the people of Rome.
Probably from that first time he stepped out to the balcony as Pope and said, Buonasera, good evening, and welcomed them and announced his own arrival on the scene as he was selected in that conclave. Megan, we're with you many times over the course of the morning, and I'd like to talk about a couple of different things with you each conversation in terms of this legacy of 12 years plus as Pope. I was mentioning with my guest last hour how he was chosen Pope right at some of the worst moments for the Church in terms of the clerical sexual abuse scandal and the crisis. How did he handle it? And where is the Church as a result of how he's handled it? Because it certainly is something that we talk about and think about, but he did have an impact there. And what do you think was his greatest sort of impact, I guess is the word. Yes.
Yeah, I think he has a mixed legacy on that issue. It's interesting, you know, these groups that are trying to keep the issue of clerical sex abuse at the forefront of the Church's attention this morning. Sent out their condolences for the death of Pope Francis, but also continued to criticize how he dealt with that issue. I think he was, you know, like a lot of popes, frankly, and a lot of people still in the Vatican hierarchy, he was very slow to understand just how important this issue continues to be. He made missteps along the way. He did do some positive things in 2019. At the end of that year, he had a global meeting of bishops who came in from, you know, all corners of the earth, and he stressed with them after this several-day meeting that there would be zero tolerance. That actually never happened. I mean, he passed some laws that made it punishable within the Vatican to cover up crimes, which of course was a major part of the problem. He also set up a commission, which included a survivor, an Irish nun, and clerics as well, but that never really worked very well. And a lot of people quit that commission in dismay and disappointment. They felt they were still being stonewalled by Vatican higher up. So I really think the most fair assessment of Pope Francis on sex abuse is that it was a mixed legacy.
And I'm curious, there are numerous aspects of his legacy I'd like to explore with you, but one, I've just been struck, we've been sharing some of the world reaction, Megan, and the White House statement I mean, there may be more to come from Joe Biden, the former president. They had a close relationship. But from the Donald Trump White House, it's just very much a rest in peace, a very short statement thus far. Their relationship, acrimonious, the Pope's position on migrants and deportations. He made it very well known. And J.D. Vance, as we've talked about, just visited the Pope this past weekend. And I'm not sure, maybe you know, whether he delivered again his message criticizing the White House for its stance on that issue particularly. Does it strike you as being, less than fulsome, the statement so far? And let's talk about a little bit his position on that issue and how President Trump might have viewed it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's a less than fulsome statement of condolence. I mean, it's no secret that Pope Francis and U.S. President Donald Trump could not be more different, especially on issues that deal with the world's most vulnerable and migrants. I mean, the Trump government, even during his first mandate, the first thing that Pope Francis spoke out against was don't build walls. And that was a direct message to Donald Trump, who got elected with the promise to build the wall between Mexico and the United States. And with this, the second Trump administration, the Pope called the migrant crackdown, the immigration crackdown in the United States, a disgrace. And when J.D. Vance, who is a Catholic convert, he converted in 2019, when he tried to use Christian theology to justify the crackdown on migrants, Pope Francis didn't respond directly to Vance, but he just said, that you cannot use Christian theology to justify criminalizing migration, people trying to escape poverty. And so he you could say clashed. I mean, they weren't direct clashes. And of course, when J.D. Vance came to Rome a few days ago, he did not get an audience with the Pope. He got an audience with the Secretary of State, Pietro Parolin, and it was clear from the Vatican statement that they were not on the same page. They said they discussed the issue of migration and other things. The only thing they shared a position on was the issue of persecution of Christians and standing up for that. But in terms of the issue of migration and anything that has to do with social justice, these are two camps that are in direct opposition. And J.D. Vance did meet the Pope yesterday, but it was really a photo op. I mean, he came in, the Vatican gave J.D. Vance some Christmas chocolate eggs for his kids. They said a few words, but the Pope is not doing well, and that was sort of the reason that they gave for the Pope not to meet with J.D. Vance. But Pope Benedict met with Joe Biden when he was vice president. They actually sat down and talked. So J.D. Vance didn't get that opportunity. Many people were watching if the Pope would completely snub him. But in the end, J.D. Vance got his photograph with the Pope, but it certainly was not a sit-down meeting. And I watched the video of that afterwards, and the Pope was just very tired. It was just a nod and on to the next.
Megan, thank you. That's so interesting. As you've been reporting, I just received, and the world did, a bulletin from the Office of Liturgical Celebrations. And this is, maybe you can help us understand, this is what's going to happen next. It is the Camerlengo, Kevin Farrell. I'm sorry, I mispronounced his name earlier. So Kevin Farrell, who's the clerk, who's presiding over things in this period between popes. He will preside over, this is what the statement says, the rite of the certification of death and the laying of the body in the coffin. And in attendance will be the Camerlengo, family members of Pope Francis, and also some other officials taking part at 7:45 p.m. local time. So this is perhaps the next thing that we watch for today, now that his death has been announced to the world. Can you just give us a little bit of insight as to that particular rite?
That's right. I mean, usually that Right is with an open coffin. I know that Pope Francis has requested a closed coffin, and I know that he wants to be buried not in St. Peter's Basilica, where most popes are buried, but in Santa Maria Maggiore, which is another one of four Vatican basilicas in Rome. It's dedicated to the Christian figure of Mary. And the Pope will eventually be buried there. He felt an affinity to that church. It's where he always went and prayed when he returned from a trip. He was there recently to pray. So they'll have this ritual today, and then the funeral should be within 4 to 6 days, and then 2 or 3 weeks after that, the conclave will begin. And of course, cardinals around the world will be getting ready to obviously come to the funeral and pour into Rome and start the politicking, behind the scenes politicking to get into position for the next conclave.
If that's not started already, quietly, tacitly, even though while he was alive. 2 Canadian cardinals taking part in that, and yes, we'll discuss all of these things to come. But Megan, for now, I'm just going to pause our conversation there. I'll be back to you in just a few minutes. We'll talk further about the legacy of Pope Francis. If you're just joining us at 7:13 Eastern Time, Pope Francis passed away this morning at 7:35 a.m. in Rome, local time, and now the world is absorbing that and reflecting on his papacy. He was well known certainly for compassion, for humility and humanity, for his focus on the poor and downtrodden, on global unity. Chris Brown this morning takes a closer look at that legacy.
For Canadians, and especially Indigenous Canadians, Pope Francis may be remembered most for this trip to Alberta in the summer of 2022. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against Indigenous peoples, he said, delivering an historic apology for the damage inflicted by church-run residential schools and the evils of colonialism. The emotional moment, long sought by residential school survivors, would be one of the progressive Pope's crowning achievements.
I think from the moment he stepped out on the balcony, we knew that the tectonic plates had shifted.
Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, the first pope ever from the Americas and the first from outside Europe in nearly 1,300 years, carried immense expectations from many demanding change and a more modern institution.
I began to just be fascinated.
Tina Beattie is a theologian and a former professor of Catholic Studies in London.
He's lived as humbly as it's possible for a pope to live. And he's put to shame some of the grandiose lifestyles of some of the men in the Vatican. So all in all, that first night was euphoric. Euphoria, of course, doesn't last.
Francis would win accolades for his tough talk condemning sexual abuse in the church. He held summits, met survivors, and made apologies. His messages to gay people also sounded remarkably conciliatory for an institution so resistant to change. He told reporters traveling with him on a flight, "If a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge?" Francis used his profile to try to make the world pay attention to the plight of migrants in the Mediterranean, the persecution of Rohingya Muslims, and to heal the deep wounds of civil war in African nations such as South Sudan. But victims of sexual abuse complained Francis's words weren't backed by actions, that abusers continued to be protected.
I think he failed to grasp the real savage problem of the abuse crisis.
As for women, Tina Beattie says Francis saw them in a maternal way, not as equals to men, with too few women appointed to powerful jobs in the church.
But when I hear and read what he says about women, I think, but you haven't listened. You haven't heard anything.
For the first time in history, Francis had to share the Vatican with his predecessor, Emeritus Pope Benedict, who resigned, but whose conservative views clashed with Francis's.
That contributed, of course, to the culture wars and to the sort of schisms that opened up in the church. So I think he made the best of what he must have seen was a very awkward situation.
Francis attempted to create a more inclusive Catholic Church and broaden its appeal, but he also triggered fierce internal debates. His achievements will now either be consolidated or overturned by his successor. Chris Brown, CBC News, London.
Chris, thank you very much. Again, we return to the live images of St. Peter's Square and of the faithful who have gathered. And what they're telling reporters in many cases is, although certainly people saw how ill the Pope was, they're shocked at his passing just hours after he was among them yesterday from that balcony delivering an Easter blessing, and even in the Pope-mobile among them for one final time. And they are remembering the messages he shared, the quotes that he taught them, the lessons that they learned in terms of embracing the values of the church as he saw them. And let's talk further about that now with David Gibson, who's the director for the Center on Religion and Culture at Fordham University. He's in New York City this morning. David, welcome to our program. I'm delighted to have you here for part of our special coverage today.
Great to be here. Thank you.
David, let's begin. You were listening to Chris Brown as he brought really a brief synopsis. There is so much more we can talk about, more than a decade of Pope Francis and his papacy. But in terms of waking this morning to word of the Pope's passing, what is your first thought and reflection?
Well, it's a sense of gratitude, really, for all that he brought. I mean, I was there in St. Peter's Square in March 2013, 12 years ago, when he was elected, and we had no idea who was going to come out. I had been there when Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, was elected in 2005, and you're like, oh, what is this going to bring? And nobody really knew who Jorge Mario Bergoglio was, the first Pope from the Southern Hemisphere. He was Archbishop of Buenos Aires in Argentina, the first Pope to take the name of Francis. What did that mean? The first Jesuit Pope. Nobody really knew, but from that very moment, he just got out on the balcony, he said, Buonasera. and he didn't have the usual trappings, the grand sort of trappings of a Pope that when they come out to greet the crowd for the first time. And that kind of human sense that people spoke of him as a pastor rather than as a pope, as kind of this monarchical figure. And I think that is really what he brought to the church and brought to the world. And that's really what I'm grateful for and am missing this morning.
When he appeared on that balcony, I mean, we learned subsequently that when his fellow cardinals sent him out to the world then as Pope Francis, they said, don't forget the poor, I believe was one of the things that in an embrace one of the cardinals said to him. And he certainly never did. How much, in terms of those around the world who are less fortunate and the poor, and we've talked a little bit about migrants. His first trip was to Lampedusa to talk about the migrant crisis, as a matter of fact. How much was that really central to him all through his papacy?
It was central, and it really, from the very beginning, that was Brazilian Cardinal Claudio Hummus, and Pope Francis told that wonderful story to us in the media. He had a meeting with us we were covering the conclave, and he had these prepared remarks. I remember he had these remarks that were prepared by Vatican officials to read to the media. This was the day after his election. And he looked at them and he put it aside and he said, hey, maybe you want to know why I called myself Francis. And he told the story in the conclave when he realized he was going to be elected. And Cardinal Hummus embraced him and said, don't forget about the poor. Don't forget about the poor. And that's why he decided to call himself after Francis of Assisi. It was a really moving story. And he didn't. He never forgot about the poor, the migrants, those who are suffering, who are marginalized. And that goes for LGBTQ people, anybody who's outside the church. This is a gospel mandate, as he sees it. The parable of the Good Samaritan is really the organizing principle of his pontificate. But it's also his view that reality is seen from the peripheries, from the margins, from those who are suffering, better than it is from the center, from the corridors of power. And so he said that's why he always went out. He went out in the streets of Rome and to the margins of the world, because he said that's where the gospel lives, not here in Rome in the Curia.
So when you talk about the Pope and his view and the counterbalance to those in the corridors of power, it's not lost on anyone. We've already had a couple of discussions about it. His passing at a time of really such crisis in so many aspects of global politics in the world. How do you see it?
Well, I wrote an op-ed for the New York Times last month on the 12th anniversary of his election as Pope, and kind of made him a counterpoint to the age of Trumpism, which is very much, again, he was a pastor, preached the gospel, brought so much humility, so much humanity, but he was also a great champion of democracy, of freedom of speech, of against nationalism, against populism, against all this strongman kind of talk that is represented by Donald Trump most obviously, and so many other leaders around the world. It's a bit of an irony. The Catholic Church was never really known as the champion of these democracy and open debate up until a half a century ago. But he really hit on that hard. And remember, this death followed his near critical hospital stay for double pneumonia, which really weakened him and eventually killed him here. But a few days before he went into the hospital in February, he sent a very strong letter to the U.S. bishops that was a message to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, who he just met with yesterday, briefly in a photo op. And it was saying, look, that which begins in force ends badly. And it was a letter not only on behalf of migrants and immigrants and the poor, but also saying on behalf of the rule of law. And that's a really counter witness to so much of the political climate and dynamics that are prevailing today.
A person held in high regard globally by non-Catholics, which is why we're talking about it, one of the reasons we're talking about it in such depth, because he was a person of significance to those who are not Catholic as well for those kinds of actions and views and policies which he made known during the time he was Pope. Did you meet him personally, David?
A couple of times, just personally, and I was over there dozens of times during this pontificate, at these various synods, these global assemblies he had. Again, he made this a very much more dialogical church. These meetings of global meetings of bishops, which would be held every couple of years to discuss issues, he revolutionized those. I remember in 2018, he had young people, students, in the room where it used to be only bishops. He had women voting in the room where it used to be only the votes of bishops. So he was an extraordinary person. He was very warm. And that kind of style, I think, is really what is the hallmark of this papacy, but it will be hard to reproduce.
And what you
Who is the next Francis?
Well,
yeah,
that's a good
what
question. We can look. I'm not part of this story at all, except I want to bring in, I don't think you can hear it, but I had the opportunity to meet him at one of his Wednesday addresses. And I brought some pictures in because I'm not Catholic. But just the warmth and that moment of connection and communication, and the word from him, pray for me, which we heard throughout his papacy, but that sort of the compassion you could feel and you know, just emanating from the man, you would have had occasion to experience yourself on a couple of occasions.
Yes, very much so. And that was what you felt is what so many others felt. And I have to say, there is significant opposition to Pope Francis, especially among conservatives and wealthy and influential conservatives here in North America. That storyline often dominated very much of the past 12 years. But when you look, in a sense, he was a prophet without honor in his own country. He was well regarded by so many, especially those who appreciated his message against climate change. He was a prophet against global warming and on migrants and refugees and all these other issues. And technology, very much so.
So when you talked about the synod and you talked about having young people and you talked about having women there, this openness, this willingness to talk and begin discussions, the decentralization of the church, at least the process toward that, those are some of the things that earned him enemies within the conservative elements of the church, aren't they? So where do you think, I mean, in some ways, didn't move progressively enough, but at the same time too much for those conservative elements. Where do you think he fell short, David?
Well, I think he was very careful not to make universal decisions that could be undone. The Romans have been living with popes for a couple thousand years. They're very pragmatic about popes, and they have a saying that that which a pope can do, another pope can undo. If he had just unilaterally made too many decisions regarding women and other things, that could have prompted a backlash. He was very savvy. He wanted to open the doors. He wanted to start processes that his successor would have to walk through. It was a fine line because you have to be careful. You don't want to, split the church. You don't want a conservative backlash. You don't want to get a Trumpian pope. But on women, he could have gone further. I think some of your other commentators and some of your reports have noted that. Sex abuse, he was miles better than any of his predecessors, but the bar was so low. There is still so much to do on sexual abuse, especially globally. In North America, he's done a lot, and the North American churches have done a lot, but certainly sex abuse, his successor, whoever comes in, is going to have to be much more proactive and put firm policies in place that will be cement it, and also be valid around the world.
Yes. So look, if you would, for one final question this time, David, to that future. We've been talking this morning about how Pope Francis named many of the cardinals, the majority of the cardinals, who will choose his successor at the conclave to come. Will the Catholic Church continue to move in Pope Francis's direction? What is your vision?
That's the question, and that's the question they're going to be debating over the next 2 to 3 weeks before they head into the Sistine Chapel. It's really, you have to realize, again, North America, we're 5, 6, 7% of the entire 1.4 billion member Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is a church of the Southern Hemisphere at this point, Asia, Africa, Latin America. What do those cardinals want to see? And who is Pope Francis? If you want somebody who can continue that legacy, do you pick someone from the Southern Hemisphere? Or do you pick an insider, maybe an Italian or European, who knows how the Vatican runs? The important thing you have to realize is the Pope is the Bishop of Rome. He's got to speak Italian. He's got to operate the church from this Italian context. Who can do that? Or do you want to have somebody who kind of goes back, pulls up the drawbridges, and gets us back to a kind of institutional, monarchical fortress Catholicism? I don't think it'll go there, but can you have a Pope Francis who's not as outspoken and charismatic and warm as this Pope was?
David, thank you so much. I've enjoyed this tremendously, and you brought such insight to our viewers this morning. David Gibson, and please come back, and we'll continue this conversation because we have the funeral to come, the conclave ahead, and many critical decisions in the near future. David Gibson joining us from Fordham University. And again, as we look at the live pictures of the Vatican this morning, where we're going to develop so much of our attention today and through the days to come, want to bring you a little bit more reaction. Willem Marks is in our London bureau, and he is following the European leaders in their reaction. Word went out. We heard a couple of hours ago, Willem, that the Vatican had officially notified world leaders and heads of state. What are they now saying?
I want to start here in the UK, where King Charles and the royal family have issued a pretty lengthy statement in which the King said that Francis would be remembered for his compassion, his concern for the unity of the Church, and for his tireless commitment to the common causes of all people of faith and to those of goodwill who work for the benefit of others. Through his work, he went on to say in this statement, and care for both people and planet, he profoundly touched the lives of so many. Charles said that he and his wife Camilla had been greatly moved to have been able to visit Pope Francis in Rome earlier this month, and they sent their most heartfelt condolences and profound sympathy to the church he served with such resolve, and to the countless people around the world who, inspired by his life, will be mourning the devastating loss of this faithful follower of Jesus Christ. Also paying tribute here in the UK, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, in a statement saying he was joining millions around the world in grieving the death. He praised the Pope's leadership of the Church as courageous and said it came from a place of deep humility. Pope Francis was a pope for the poor, he wrote, the downtrodden and the forgotten. He was close to the realities of human fragility, meeting Christians around the world facing war, famine, persecution, and poverty. On that context, of course, we've also got a statement from Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, a country, of course, racked by war, where millions celebrated Orthodox Easter just yesterday. He's posted a photo of himself shaking hands with Pope Francis, praising the pontiff as someone who knew how to give hope, ease suffering through prayer, and foster unity. As Zelensky wrote, he prayed for peace in Ukraine and for Ukrainians. We grieve together with Catholics and all Christians who look to Pope Francis for spiritual support. Now, Francis met with Zelensky a number of occasions. Ukrainians, though, have slightly mixed feelings about him, of course. He condemned the Russian invasion in 2022 pretty strongly, calling it a negation of God's dream. But just worth pointing out, he angered Ukrainians that same year. You may remember he told a Swiss broadcaster that Ukraine should have the courage of the white flag and negotiate with Russia to end the war. In the context of what's going on there at the moment, really important to note the role that the Pope played in trying to advocate for peace.
Willem, thank you. Please continue to gather some of that world reaction, because it is very much a day of sorrow around the world. And again, looking at the Vatican, it is particularly sorrowful in Argentina. I want to show you, first of all, looking live at the Vatican right now, but just last week when we were in Montreal, Terry Mosier, Aislinn from the Gazette, the great editorial cartoonist, joining us with thoughts on the federal election in this country. But already this morning, Terry has posted this, the flag of Argentina lowered. As Willem was saying, the very first pope to come from Argentina. He was the Archbishop of Buenos Aires when he was named pope. And the Argentinian president, it's not an extensive statement. We'll see as we take a look live. We have some live pictures as well coming in from Buenos Aires, saying deeply regrets the passing of the first Argentinian pope. Not just first Argentinian, first Latin American, first South American, first Jesuit priest as well. And we'll talk about that because that very much informed his papacy and his thinking. But in terms of the close connection, the pride of Argentinians at having their Archbishop chosen as Pope in 2013. He was never able to return as Pope to his home country, but there will be celebrations and commemorations and masses, certainly, that we'll want to tell you about in the days to come. Now, dignitaries and faith leaders at home are sharing their condolences online, and Marianne is bringing some of that reaction to us this morning.
That's right. We're looking out for reaction, first from the major party leaders here in Canada. And so far this morning, we've heard from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He took to social media this morning, writing specifically on X a short message. This is what it says in part: I offer my deepest condolences to all Catholics on the passing of Pope Francis. His humility, compassion, and steadfast faith had a profound impact on millions of Canadians and others around the world from every faith background. We've also heard from Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Ray, also taking to X this morning, saying the news of the death of Pope Francis comes after his last public appearances at St. Peter's on Easter Sunday. He spoke of the dignity and humanity of all people, including migrants and all those displaced by violence. May he rest in peace, and his example and determination inspire us all. We also heard from the Archdiocese of Montreal this morning, saying Pope Francis was called home to the Lord at the age of 88, passing away at Casa Santa Marta in the Vatican. Rest in peace, Pope Francis.
The White House also sent out a statement, and it is notable in its brevity for now, Marianne. Rest in peace, Pope Francis.
That's right, a short message, a much longer one, though, posted from Vice President J.D. Vance. He was, of course, at the Vatican yesterday, meeting with Pope Francis just for a few minutes on Easter Sunday. Photos of his meeting were circulated yesterday. Pope Francis also giving Vance Easter eggs for his children. But you see his statement that he posted there online this morning saying, "I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days, of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul." Of course, both have clashed in the past, including earlier this year when Pope Francis criticized the deportation plans of the United States. But this morning, those kind words posted on social media. And of course, we will be monitoring for more reaction, not only here in Canada, but also the United States.
Marianne, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And again, if you have recollections, that would be probably a beautiful tribute too. So Morning Live at CBC.ca. If you have any thoughts you'd like to share with us today. At the breaking news, Pope Francis dying early this morning, just hours after appearing at that balcony you can see there at the Vatican and greeting the faithful and even traveling briefly among them in his open Pope-mobile, passing away at 7:35 in the morning in Rome in his chambers. Pope Francis, known for his humility and his humanity. And I spoke about that earlier this morning with a Vatican analyst and journalist, Andrea Gagliarducci. He actually made plans for his own funeral service and simplified the rites. And we talked about that earlier this morning in terms of what we are going to see play out in the days to come.
In the past funerals, the Pope is buried in the 3 coffins. 3 different wooden coffins. It's a way to preserve the body of the Pope. Pope Francis made the decision that he's going to be buried in just 1 coffin, not 3. So there will be the sealing of just 1 coffin. And then there is a change for the exposition of the body. The body of the Pope will be exposed. So the faithful will be able to come to the St. Peter's Basilica and to pay homage to the dead Pope, as usual. Generally, he was put in a deathbed so that everybody could see. Pope Francis wanted him to be put in the coffin, so there will be an open coffin, and people will pay homage from the open coffin, not in the deathbed. So it will not be out of the coffin; it will be inside the coffin already, and that's the big major change. The second change is that generally, the declaration of death, the ritual, is made in the place where the Pope died. Generally the Apostolic Palace, but the Pope was not living in the Apostolic Palace. We know he was living in Domo Sante Marte. So the Pope made a provision that his body after the death was going to be brought to the chapel of Domo Sante Marte. And in the chapel, the ritual is going to take place, which that's why we're going to have the ritual in the afternoon and not right away after the death, like it was supposed to happen, because we need time to bring the Pope, the corpse of the Pope, from his room in Santa Marta, that is apartment 201, which means 2nd floor, to the chapel that is on the ground floor. So it takes some time to make the organization. As I said, sometimes some things are just very pragmatic. And these are the major changes. I mean, the ritual of the funeral will be pretty much the same. It is said that, you know, the litanies, that is the acclamation of saints, were cut, but in fact I read the Ordo, the order of the funerals, and it seems to be pretty much the same, not so much changed. It will be the funeral of a Pope, with the difference that the Pope will be exposed in a coffin, but then the coffin will be sealed when the funeral starts, and we will have the gospel in the top of the coffin during the funeral, like we saw in John Paul II funeral, but also Benedict XVI, although he was not Pope in action when he died, and the rest will be that thing. So we're just waiting to set the date for the funeral. I think not before tonight, because cardinals need to check in how much time cardinals from all over the world will be able to come. All the cardinals are summoned now, which means that cardinals that are living in Rome have an advantage. But for example, the cardinal from Tonga takes a lot of time to get here. So we'll see. I guess funeral between Friday and Saturday.
So we will find out maybe today when that funeral will actually take place. And what else should we be watching for specifically today, Andrea?
Well, the ritual of the beginning of the vacancy will have a video, and so the Holy See Press Office will deliver the video after it's done. It's not live. I don't think it's live. Will be live, but it will be delivered. So once you have the video, you will see all the ritual. It's very, very, I would say, evocative somehow, because, you know, it's always the Pope's death. And then it's interesting because in the ritual, you call the Pope with his name of baptism, not Francis anymore, but Jorge, because once the Pope is dead, he gets back to his humanity. So he's no longer Pope. And everything in the ritual of the funerals of the Holy See says that, you know, the Pope is Pope until he's alive, and then he's always a human being, and that's important. And that's something I think Pope Francis liked, the fact that there is this kind of specific innuendo in the rituals that the Pope is always a human being that happened to be Pope by the grace of the Holy Spirit, which is what Catholics believe. And so you will see that. And then after that, every day there will be a general congregation that is a meeting of all the cardinals. We are taught, we always think that general congregations take place before the conclave to prepare the conclave, which is true. But there are also general congregations day by day to make these very, very specific and pragmatic decisions.
That is journalist Andrea Gagliarducci. As I spoke to him from Rome earlier this morning, these are live pictures from St. Peter's Square as the mourners gather and will. Their numbers will only swell leading up to the funeral to come and to the conclave to choose a successor. Now, we were looking at steps, and in the interim between that conversation and now, we did get a notice from the Camerlengo, the Chamberlain who is overseeing the operation of the church right now. His name is Kevin Farrell. And he will preside over the rite of the certification of death and the laying of the body in the coffin, that simplified coffin that Pope Francis himself has chosen. He will be there along with the Dean of the College, various family members of Pope Francis, as well as other Vatican City state officials. And that is happening in the Santa Maria Chamber, 7:45 p.m. local time tonight. That is the next event in this day of mourning. And as we look, let's shift our view live as we move from the Vatican to where it began. These are live pictures of Buenos Aires, and Jorge Mario Bergoglio was born there. December 17th, 1936, he was born in the Flores neighborhood of Buenos Aires. He was ordained a Jesuit priest there in 1969, and he was the Archbishop of Buenos Aires when he was named Pope Francis in 2013. You're going to meet someone who knew him through many stages of that life and became a good friend as well. Dr. Nelson Castro is with me. He's a journalist who covered him. He's a doctor with tremendous insight into his health, but also, as I mentioned, a close friend. And he is in Buenos Aires this morning. Sir, I thank you for being my guest. And first of all, my condolences, not just as a Catholic perhaps, but at the loss of a friend. Can you just express how you're feeling this morning, sir?
Well, thank you very much. My pleasure talking to you. I am really moved. I'm shocked by the news, even though it was not a big surprise for me because I was keeping track of his health, which was really very, very weak. And as a miracle, he could survive. I mean, the severe lung disease and infection that he had. And when I saw him at the balcony in the Vatican Palace, well, I was impressed saying, well, what an extraordinary capacity for recovery. But, well, this could be a possibility, and finally, unfortunately, happened. So I'm really very shocked and moved by that.
I would like to spend some time talking about his health and the fact that he was just so remarkably able to be out and exerting some of his, taking part, exercising some of his powers on the most holy day for him. But I'd be rare to have a friend of the Pope on a program without beginning there. So tell me a little bit about how you got to know him and the man you got to know.
Well, it was incredible because, of course, I knew him as an Archbishop from Buenos Aires, but being here, I had few and far away contacts with him. So I was surprised when, after his first travel to Rio de Janeiro, you remember, for the World Youth Reunion, which I had to cover, he sent me a letter to my home saying that he had seen me. I had the chance to interview him, and that he was glad to have seen me there. Well, and since then, he started to keep with me an incredible exchange of letters. And once, back in 2017, while I was covering one of the meeting of Scholars Occurrentis, an organization of which he felt really very, very proud, being in the public audience, on Wednesday, he came to greet me, saying to me, well, I told him that, so you have to write a book on the health of the popes, starting with me, and I will talk to you about that. And I was shocked and surprised that he had made that decision, which finally he concluded, making him the first pope who ever spoke so clearly about his health.
So interesting, and I'm just thinking how much you'll treasure those letters. You would have before, but certainly now they'll be so meaningful for you to keep those letters from Pope Francis. Why do you think he wanted to talk so openly? This is another first. We talk about first Jesuit, first from Buenos Aires, but why was he so open in terms of his own health for the world to know?
I asked him the same question. He gave me formal answer saying, well, I trust you, so you are an honest journalist and all that stuff. But I think, deeply speaking, that he wanted to send a message for the whole church, for the whole world, and also for the hierarchy of the church, presenting he himself as a humble person, so suffering from the same diseases, going through the same illnesses that each of us know. So that's a deep message, and also in a way to try to desacralize the image of the Pope, presented himself as a simple human being.
Which is just one of the defining aspects of his legacy, the humility and the humanity, as I keep referring to. So when you watched those weeks when he was in Gemelli Hospital and was being treated first for bronchitis and then the double pneumonia and then the liver involvement, were you privy to information as to how he really was at that time, Dr. Castro?
Yeah, I had very good information about that. So talking to the medical sources at the Gemelli Hospital, and really his condition was very, very serious and severe. And if you remember, when Dr. Alfieri talked about that in the press conference the day before the Pope's discharge, he talked about that, He unveiled that secrecy, saying that in 2 occasions the Pope was about to die. So I had that information. The situation was really, really dramatic, and it was painful because he should have been admitted at the Policlinic of Gemelli at least 3 weeks before the day he did it, because he was suffering from that bronchitis. And the lungs are its weakest location, body location. So he should have been transferred to the hospital earlier on. Unfortunately, he refused to do that, and that had, in the end, a lethal consequence on his health.
That's interesting. I had read at the time, people said he was his own worst enemy. He had so many papal duties which he wanted to fulfill, and people were telling him to seek medical attention, but he wanted to carry on with his work with the people and didn't go to hospital early enough. Can I just ask, too, did you understand from that time in hospital, one of the things that was so striking was doctors after the fact said they almost decided to stop treatment. He was so ill, they could have gone one way or the other, stop treatment or really do a very aggressive treatment, which was what they ended up doing. But what it was like at that critical moment in terms of deciding which way to go in treatment?
Yeah, so it was a terrible moment, a terrific moment, I should say. In which Pope Francis ate Massimiliano Strapetti, had a key role in order to convince him that there was a chance in case he accepted a severe treatment, an aggressive treatment. So in the end, he accepted that. Doctors went through that treatment, even though they were not so sure whether they could achieve a success. But finally, the Pope's extraordinary resistance allowed the treatment in a way to be successful. So everybody was astonished to see the way he recovered from that, because of course I had information when he started that, he thought that the chances really were very, very, very few.
As you say, that extraordinary resistance, because we saw him leave, and that was a surprise and a welcome one to so many. And then to see him on this past weekend, as you did, through the Holy Week, through Maundy, Thursday, active there in the prison, and then Good Friday and Saturday again, and then the blessing and in the Pope-mobile yesterday. What was your reaction watching him, although obviously weakened and in his wheelchair, but that he was able to do that? What were your thoughts?
Well, I was really shocked. Even though I knew that he was going to do that, I was really impressed. But it's interesting the way things happen, no? Let me tell you, I don't know why, the gut feeling that that was going to be his farewell. So imagine when I woke up early today, getting the news that he has passed away. No, so don't ask me why, but I had that feeling that was a kind of farewell.
You know, I was speaking earlier this morning with a journalist from Rome, and he said the very same thing. He had no information or no corroboration, but it was his feeling watching him, and obviously, compromised, but still wanting to take part in the holiest of days with his people one more time, that he felt that it would be one of, if not the last moments that we saw him. And you had a similar feeling. Do you have any information that that was his intention, really wanting to be part of the Easter ceremonies because it might be his last?
No, he was totally convinced that he was going to recover fully from his disease, and he had important plans ahead. And all he wanted to do yesterday was reaffirm his authority as the Pope, sending the message to the world that he was still in power. Franciscus was a man not only of a huge spiritual power, but also he was a man of power.
Yes, global figure indeed. A few more questions. You mentioned the fact that he didn't seek medical treatment before the bronchitis became significant. You called it lethal. That was a lethal decision. Would we have any idea why he passed away at 7:35 this morning, local time? Do you have any information? Might it been, did his lungs just cease or things fail ultimately? What do you think might have been?
Oh, I think, according to the information I have, right now, he had a cardiac arrest, no? So that was the main problem, because, I mean, he's recovering, I insist upon that, according to this information, and of course, surely there are going to be new developments on this, but I mean, he was sleeping, so without any complication, and seems to be that it happened, a cardiac arrest, and nothing could be done.
And so we look back and remember, and I have a couple of more questions, and thank you for being so generous with your time. We have about 4 minutes left together. I'm grateful for that time. Can you tell me what Pope Francis meant to the people of Argentina?
Well, he loved Argentina. He loved Argentine people, but unfortunately, he didn't come. That will remain one of the mysterious things of his papacy. And I asked him twice about that, And I remember one of his answers. He told me, Nelson, I was in Argentina during 76 years of my life. Now my duties are with the world. So I let you know that phrase that he told me back in 2021, the penultimate time that I saw him.
The penultimate. The ultimate was in 2022, as I understand it. Yeah. What can you share with us about that?
Yeah, he talked to me about his first gut operation, and he gave me all the details about that. And he was so well, and his recovery had been so spectacular that he kept smiling at me during the whole long 50-minute interview. So, and of course, he had told me before his admission to the hospital that once he would be discharged, he wanted to invite me to visit him at Rome in order to speak about his new development concerning his health. Unfortunately, that will never occur.
He spoke often and wrote often about hope. And I'm wondering if he ever shared any thoughts on hope for himself. Did he share, given how many medical conditions he had and how serious they were at various times in his life, what did he think about death and the end of life for himself?
Yeah, so I asked him in my book during that interview, about death. And he told me, I'm not afraid of death. I am afraid about pain. And I asked him that the last line of the interview, how he imagined his death. And he answered, as a pope or as a emeritus bishop from Rome, but here in Rome.
Dr. Castro, thank you for this time and for your thoughts and reflections and information. I've appreciated being with you today.
My pleasure.
And again,
have a very good day.
Thank you, and condolences at the loss of someone you knew personally, but so many admired around the world. Again, the live picture looking out at the Vatican at St. Peter's Square, the reaction continuing to come in this morning. Egypt's Coptic Orthodox Church, again, he was very much involved in outreach and bringing relationships between the Catholic Church and other religions, mourning the passing of Pope Francis, saying he was a true example of Christian humility. That brief statement as we continue to bring you special coverage, the death of Pope Francis.
And I was sort of really shocked because I was here yesterday at Mass and I saw the Pope and he looked just so fragile. I'm really shocked, and there's a sort of inquiet buzz now around here.
And I'm here for Easter, and I find it very significant that the Pope has died during Easter. Or the Easter weekend. I'm from Argentina. The Pope is Argentinian, so it has quite a bit of significance for us. It's a moment of a bit of sadness and at the same time thankfulness and celebration of life.
Sadness, gratitude, a celebration of a magnificent life. As you look live at pictures of St. Peter's Square, you're hearing some reaction into our newsroom this morning at the major breaking news. Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. Good morning I'm Heather Hiscox, and you are watching special extended coverage here on CBC Morning Live. Let's return to the live pictures of St. Peter's Square, and there are thousands of people who have gathered this morning. It is Easter Monday, and they are paying tribute to the head of that church, to Pope Francis. Mourners reflect on the Pope's life, his leadership, and his legacy. Pope Francis became a monumental figure in the Church's history, a modern head. Reform, change, those were some of his hallmarks in the Catholic Church. News of his death confirmed early this morning by the Camerlengo, the Chamberlain of the Church. His name is Cardinal Kevin Farrell.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco.
The statement continues, but it's all in Italian, so let me bring you some of the details as it was written from the Vatican. And you heard the profound sadness, certainly. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. With immense gratitude for his example as a true disciple of the Lord Jesus, we commend the soul of Pope Francis to the infinite, merciful love of the one and triune God. That is the Vatican statement, and it mentions many of the traits that the faithful were drawn to as he appeared in public just yesterday at Easter Sunday Mass. He didn't lead the entire Mass, but he delivered a very brief blessing to the thousands of people in that square.
Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sancti.
You can hear how weak his voice was as he greeted those celebrating and then traveled for a few minutes in the Pope-mobile, drawing cheers and applause from the people who had thronged to that Mass. Now, these are scenes also from yesterday with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. The Pope has previously very publicly disagreed with the United States immigration policies, Donald Trump's deportation focus, the hardline focus on mass deportations, and has been very critical. A brief photo opportunity with the Vice President yesterday. In terms of reaction, in the 2 hours that we have been on the air, it has been coming in, and we've been sharing it with you. Here is some. Now, we, in our country, take you back to the spring of 2022, when Pope Francis made history and apologized for the Catholic Church and the role in Canada's residential school system. He traveled to Canada later in that year and called it a penitential pilgrimage. He visited Alberta, Quebec, Nunavut, and we have the first reaction now to the Pope's death from the Assembly of First Nations. This is the National Chief of the AFN, Cindy Woodhouse-Nepenak. She posted this message to Facebook this morning. She says Pope Francis apologized to First Nations people despite strong resistance. And in her post, she thanks him for that apology and for his life's work on earth. Megan Williams is leading our coverage. She's been with us through the morning from St. Peter's Square, where thousands are gathered. And Megan, I will get you to talk about that scene, but I think it's just appropriate to begin because we just had that Assembly of First Nations statement. Again, thank you for the apology. Thank you for the Pope's life's work. But you covered when Canadians arrived there at the Vatican to seek the Pope's apology then, and then, of course, that was followed by his landmark trip to Canada. So hearing the AFN pay tribute for that, why don't we begin there with the importance of that trip and where it figures in his legacy?
Well, I think that this is one of the most important events in his legacy. One of the most significant is the fact that the leader of the Catholic Church, for the first time, the first leader, got the whole issue of colonialism. He understood the incredibly damaging, painful, traumatizing impact that it had and continues to have today. And I remember when that delegation came. I remember when the Pope took the time to meet with some of those representatives individually and listen. I mean, he listened. He was a listening Pope. And those delegations went away confident that he had understood why they were pushing for an apology, and he offered right away to go. And he went a few months later. He went in the summer of 2022, as you mentioned, the penitential pilgrimage, traveled to different places in Canada, and taking the time to hear from people in those Indigenous communities, again, about what just the devastating impact of the residential schools in particular, but also the role of the Catholic Church in colonialism. So, I don't think we can understate the importance of the Pope doing that trip. I remember talking to various Vatican contacts here at the time who were saying, there were a lot of people, the higher ups at the Vatican, who didn't want him to do that trip. He wasn't well. He'd had some serious health problems. He'd canceled other international trips, yet he stuck to that one. And I think that is a highlight of his legacy.
Megan, just if you would just pause with me for just a moment. I want to come back and talk about the scene as you're seeing it this morning. But since we're talking about this, I do want to bring in further Canadian assessment of the Pope's passing. I just want to bring in a couple of reaction social media posts. Donald Trump, the White House did that very cursory rest in peace. He has just posted on his social media platform, rest in peace, Pope Francis, may God bless him and all who loved him. So not much more fulsome and maybe reflective of the tensions between him and the first administration. The Pope suggested perhaps Donald Trump wasn't a Christian. Joe Biden, though, a Catholic, and the Pope continued to offer to suggest that he should receive the sacraments, even though he was not opposed to abortion. But Joe Biden writes, it's with great sadness that Jill and I learned of the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. He was unlike any who came before him. Pope Francis will be remembered as one of the most consequential leaders of our time, and I am better for having known him. And then he concludes, and this is a part why people who are non-Catholic will be mourning this moment. Above all, he was a pope for everyone. He was the people's pope, a light of faith, hope, and love. Joe Biden. So let's bring in Neil McCarthy. Neil is the Director of Public Relations and Communications for the Catholic Archdiocese of Toronto, and I was hoping to get some time with you today, Neil. Thank you for being with me. Let's begin with your overall thoughts at the passing of Pope Francis.
It's good to be with you, Heather. Have to be honest, I'm still sort of digesting the news. Feels like a bit of a gut punch after we went through about a month ago where we were speaking to each other about the serious medical issues the Pope was facing, and feeling like he sort of turned the corner coming back from the hospital, making the appearance yesterday, and then to hear the news this morning. Shocking. Obviously someone who had a lot of health issues, that's no secret, who's 88, and you knew this moment would come at some point, but still very difficult to absorb.
And we'll have so many opportunities, I know, over these days to come to talk about the legacy. But you were listening in just ahead of coming on the air with me to Megan's reporting from St. Peter's Square, talking about 2022 and the Pope's visit to Canada and that apology. Could you add your thoughts to all of that, what its impact was and where it stood in terms of the journey toward reconciliation, how significant it was?
Extremely significant, a huge chapter in the ongoing journey of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples of this land. I had the real blessing of being able to go over to Rome with that delegation and just seeing the faces of the Indigenous survivors of residential schools, the elders, the young people coming out of those meetings with the Holy Father, who spent literally hours with them, hearing their stories. It was a monumental shift in that relationship. And I recall being there and having the Vatican organizers say to us, the Pope wants to come to Canada and he wants to apologize on Canadian soil. And we said, okay, when's that going to happen? And they said July. And we said, what year? They said this year, in just 3 months. And so that began a whirlwind of activity to prepare for, as was mentioned by Megan, the penitential journey. It was not about fanfare and crowd sizes. It was about an authentic moment of reconciliation, despite the fact he was in a wheelchair. As Megan mentioned, he had canceled his pastoral visit to Africa. To do that and say, this is the priority for me, was extremely moving, and certainly a moment in our history that I will never forget.
And Neil, can you just speak in terms of having been there and experienced this? I'm just struck by that last line of the social media post from former President Biden. He was the people's Pope, a light of faith, hope, and love. In that close circumstance, in that close contact with him, did you see that? Did you see that in the world?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the hallmark of his papacy is also humility. Someone who, from the very moment, I remember standing in the at St. Peter's Square as he came out on the balcony, March 13th, 2013, and he asked everyone there and the world watching to pray for him. And he said that almost every time he spoke, and pray for me. This is a man who wanted priests and as an example himself, to have the smell of the sheep, to be among the flock, among the people. He was just at a jail in Rome in the last few days, meeting with prisoners there, made it a priority during this Jubilee year and throughout his papacy, immigrants, people who've been mistreated. That will be his hallmark, his humility, his closeness, his ability to listen, to listen more than he speaks, is something that I think people will remember, whether you're Catholic, of another faith or no faith at all, to have that respect for Pope Francis.
And again, coming back to something that you mentioned, but picking up on it, the fact that when he came to Canada, the notable aspect of the apology, that was unique to him. And really, people considered that sort of openness and willingness to recognize and to admit that there was something that was wrong, something was done that was wrong. Just the fact that he did that, quite extraordinary.
It was, and I think he was very moved by those meetings that he had with the First Nations, the Métis, the Inuit delegates who were in Rome. And once he heard that, their stories and the pain that they had felt, he said, I need to come to Canada and I need to do it right away. Papal visits are things that typically you spend 18 months to 2 years planning. We did that in 3 months to get him here and to make it happen. And that was because it was the will of the Holy Father. And when we got the news he wants to come in July, you made it happen.
I know I have to let you go. I'm hoping we'll have more conversations, because as we look to the future, what an extraordinary position Canadian Catholics are going to be in, Neil. There are 3 from this country who will be part of the conclave, and exceptionally 2 from Toronto. Can you just explain the process? And I don't know if you're traveling with them again at that time, but what is in store for Cardinal Collins, Cardinal Leo, Cardinal Cherney?
Yeah, and Cardinal Lacroix is from Quebec as well. So we've got
4 Canadians.
Yeah, a large Canadian presence at the conclave that will come up. Obviously, in the short term, there'll be the period of mourning and the funeral for the Holy Father, and so the cardinals of the world will gather for that, and then have a period of reflection and some meetings together before entering the conclave. I think in these immediate days, obviously, it's the sorrow of the passing of the Pope, and we'll learn more probably in the next 24 hours about the visitation and the funeral arrangements for that, and certainly we'll have plenty of time to talk about the conclave in the weeks to come.
The rite of certification of death is the next step, and the laying of the body in the coffin, that is tonight. But you're quite right, Neil. We'll get further information, and I will look forward to the conversations with you. Thank you very much.
Nice to be with you, Heather.
Now, joining me in studio for the next few minutes is Michael Swan, the former associate editor for the Catholic Register, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I don't know if you were able to hear Neil as he was leaving, but he was saying that all of these details are to come, and I'm going to spend some time going over those details with you. But right now, in the immediate, it is the expressions of sorrow and mourning at the passing of Pope Francis. What are your initial reflections?
I think that most Catholics, and myself included, are really looking at or feeling gratitude for this decade that we've had with Pope Francis, he was elected as a fairly old pope, and people didn't really expect he would last all that long.
88.
And not only did he last, but he moved the church. He worked for a particular vision of what the church is. And
can you delineate that for us? What are you most grateful for? Where did he move the church and to what in what direction? To what end?
The first thing he did in terms of moving the church was he moved it in the direction of his own humanity, his own openness, his own willingness to share himself and his prayers and his convictions with the world in a way that was not filtered through a kind of pose of playing the part of the Pope. He was himself. He came out onto that balcony in 2013 and said, "Buonasera, good evening, here I am." It was as if he had just met us on his way to dinner. It was not, and he, there was no fur, there was no, jewels.
Opulence.
There was no
He'd
opulence.
paid for his own accommodation at the
That's
time
right.
that he was there at the conclave.
He was very human, very ordinary. He was a person who was able to just be himself without relying upon his place in the hierarchy.
But hierarchy was not something, he eschewed hierarchy pretty much as someone who's followed.
And clericalism was the thing that he hated most in the church. He hated this reliance upon our office as the means by which the church would relate to people. He wanted to relate to them based upon who they were, not based upon the office that I hold.
And is that maybe why one of the things I'd like to get from you is non-Catholics will also be very saddened
Absolutely.
by this Pope's death.
Yeah.
And why is that?
A friend of mine, Michael Higgins, was teaching out at UBC, and they had him teach a course on Francis, because he's absolutely fascinated with Francis, and he's written a book recently about it. The people who came to his course were mostly Protestants.
It seems like the inherent goodness.
In 2015, I'm covering the issuing of a papal encyclical. That's the kind of thing religion reporters do. And instead of phoning up, bishops and theologians, I'm talking to people at NASA, at the United Nations. People in government offices were reading a papal encyclical because he was, not only did he understand what's really important right now, but he was speaking in a language, the language of science, for instance, that the world understood. So, we live in this climate emergency, and it seems extraordinary now, but it took courage to actually call it a climate emergency, to actually say, look, we're faced with a real problem. Our planet is falling apart, and we have only this planet to live on,
So I was thinking it might not be lost on you to have lost that voice and that unifying force at a time in the world when we can use those unifying forces.
We can certainly use those unifying forces. And I think that the cardinals who gather for the conclave will be very aware of that. We live in a time of war and in a time of enormous forces that do not want to see change. So the world is less democratic than it was when Pope Francis was elected in 2013. The world is full of people playing the role of strongman. And the Pope represented an alternative to that. Not a pose, you know, not this kind of Kim Jong-il sort of pose presented to the world, but a humanity shared with the world. And whoever they choose to be the next Bishop of Rome has to be willing, I think, to do that. Any kind of step back from that openness, that honesty, that truthfulness would be a disaster for the Church. And I think that the cardinals will be very, very aware of that.
As they arrive in the next days. You've used the word openness on a couple of occasions, and when Pope Francis became Pope, there was such hope for a move away from some of those firmly entrenched Catholic positions. And yet, on issues like clerical sexual abuse, same-sex marriage, women in the Church, he did not go as far as so many had hoped. Do you feel that he fell short in the eyes of some?
In the eyes of some, certainly. I mean, you live in public life. I mean, you know, there's people who think Heather Hiscox falls short.
I'm sure there are.
You know, of course, some people feel he could have gone further on women, on clerical sexual abuse. As, I mean, you were talking to David Gibson earlier, as David points out, the office of the Pope is the office of unity. He has to hold the Church together. That's his primary job. And so any kind of division that's failure. And so if he were to suddenly turn around and say, okay, we're going to ordain women priests, without having that consensus in the Church, it's an invitation to schism. And he has to be very aware of that. You know, on clerical sexual abuse, you know, it was a journey of his own during his time as Pope. He had to confront it and had to learn.
Initially, he said he made mistakes in how he was dealing with the issue, but came to an evolution in
understanding. That's right. He learned, and that's part of the openness. I mean, nobody talks about how Pope Pius XII learned while he was in his office, how he evolved in his thinking. That was, you know, what I'm sure he did evolve in his thinking, but that was hidden.
So these are part of the unique gifts of this Pope.
In Pope Francis, he evolved in his thinking, and his evolution became part of the Church's evolution. We watched him evolve, and we learned with him. So we were talking earlier about clericalism.
Yes.
You know, Pope Francis saw sexual abuse in terms of clericalism. It was this ability to admit people into the priesthood who were more comfortable with the role than with their own humanity that led us to ordaining people who never should have been ordained. People who were not comfortable with their own sexuality, who did not empathize with the people around them. And that was a disaster. It was a tragedy that will play out for generations to come.
Continues too.
And it continues. And the Pope came to see that. And he was willing to say it, you know.
Not able to solve it completely by that time.
Yeah.
Can I just bring in, I was looking at the computer here, a couple of things. Further reaction, Brazil's president, again, so much pride at a South American Pope, but humanity loses today a voice of respect. And they're going to have a 7-day mourning period in Brazil. But this is what I'm wanting to ask you about. According to the Vatican, we're now getting word that the Pope's body could be moved to St. Peter's Basilica as early as April the 23rd. So that's just in a couple of days. Can you help guide us through, first of all, today, Michael? I talked about this as we were coming on the air at 6 o'clock, but people who are just joining us wouldn't have had that detailed conversation. What is happening today? There's that first certification of death, and then what happens today?
Word goes out to the world cardinals, of course. I mean, all of these processes were put in place long before there was the internet, you know.
Long before the internet.
And so, you know, in another time, it would have taken weeks for all the cardinals to, you know, get to Rome and so on. But now it's fairly quick. So the word goes out, and we're actually in an interesting position because you remember the movie Conclave. Everybody knows what happens.
It's really interesting, the timing, of course, of all of this, because so much is, you know, is secret. It is ultimately secret, of course, now, but it's given us a little bit of a, maybe everyone will think they have a sense of what's going on.
And I think they do, actually.
Of that. So that will be kind of a new
This will be different because he, not today, but eventually, he plans to be buried at St. Mary Major in Rome, one of the
basilicas?
Basilicas. He's been before every trip, he goes to St. Mary Major and prays before the icon of Mary there. And he's very attached to the place. And so he's going to be buried there.
Which is a departure from other popes.
That's right. Other popes are buried at St. Peter's Basilica underneath the paving stones there in the church. And so this is a new thing, is where you're going to have some kind of funeral cortege wave through the city to take him there. I mean, he has to get there somehow, right?
Yes.
So that will be quite different.
And well, in this case, too, from his apartment at Santa Marta, he has to go to St. Peter's Basilica as well because he didn't choose to live in the traditional...
That's a
little closer. All right. But the other thing, just for people to understand, is so at 7:45 tonight, I've been mentioning, we got that official notice from the Camerlengo that 7:45 tonight, local time, there will be the certification of death and the laying of the body in the coffin. But some of the actual funeral rites are simplified, are they not? At the Pope's express wishes.
In the old days, they used to bury the Pope in 3 coffins, you know, in layers. Yeah, don't do that.
To preserve the body, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pope Francis is like, this is ridiculous. Don't do this. I mean, it's the same thing as with the fur cape. He's not wearing the fur cape. He's not being buried in 3 coffins. He's going to be buried in a pine box. You know, the simplicity of his life. I mean, he was a religious. He had vows of poverty, obedience, and you see, I should know.
For Jesuit? For the Jesuit?
He's a Jesuit.
He's a Jesuit.
So
first Jesuit.
All religious priests or religious sisters take vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And so he took that vow of poverty very, very seriously, even as Pope. He wore his old black shoes.
Not the red slippers.
No.
Not the red slippers.
No red slippers. You know, the Fiat 500, right? So, and yeah, that carries on.
So we will see a simplified funeral.
We will see a simplified funeral, but
still all of the Catholic rites and ceremonies.
I mean, he never came along to sort of sweep aside Catholic tradition, or, you know, he was respectful of the office he held. You know, he was the Bishop of Rome. It was the first reference to himself in that from the balcony in 2013. You know, the cardinals have gone halfway around the world to find a Bishop of Rome. He often referred to himself as the Bishop of Rome, which is really important because it meant the emphasis was off him being the sort of universal governor of the church, the guy who's going to solve every problem, who's going to command every Catholic diocese around the world. No. The Pope was first and foremost the Bishop of Rome, And in the history of the church, the role was really only in cases where the patriarchs, 5 great patriarchs, could not agree. He was the first among equals. That was the tradition that led to eventually the Pope as this sort of universal governor. And that became a distortion, and Francis knew that and wanted to pull back. I'm the Bishop of Rome, and you in Toronto or in Kinshasa or in Manila, you solve your own problems and figure out your own way of doing things, you know?
So, Michael, thank you for conversation number 1.
Okay.
Doubtless, we will be back and having conversations in the days to come. But thank you for helping us understand what is going to be in the near term. Again, the certification of death, the laying of the body in that coffin. That is tonight in Rome time, so it will be this afternoon Eastern time, and we will continue to bring you ongoing coverage out of Rome at the death of Pope Francis. As far as reaction that's coming in from Canadian political and faith leaders, let's bring you in some of that. Ontario Premier Doug Ford writing just moments ago, as Catholics here in Ontario and around the world mourn the passing of Pope Francis, I extend my deepest condolences to all who are grieving this profound loss. His legacy of humility, love, and compassion will be forever remembered. And I was just speaking with Neil McCarthy about one of the Canadian cardinals who will take part in the conclave and choose the Pope's successor. The Archbishop of Toronto, Cardinal Frank Leo, in a statement mourning the death of Pope Francis in this way: the Holy Father's humility, compassion, and care for others, most especially the poor and marginalized, has served as a powerful witness and a reminder of our daily call to reflect the face of Jesus to all those whom we encounter. And he continues, I invite the faithful throughout the Archdiocese of Toronto and all those who mourn his loss to pray for the repose of the soul of Pope Francis. And again, there will be 4 Canadian cardinals who take part in the conclave, all cardinals around the world under the age of 80. There are about 130 of them who will vote to choose the successor. Canada in the unique position of having 4, including 2 from Toronto. Many of the statements that you've just heard there and that we continue to hear from others this morning touch on some of the unique qualities of Pope Francis, his humility, his kindness, his emphasis on global unity. Chris Brown takes a closer look at that.
For Canadians, and especially Indigenous Canadians, Pope Francis may be remembered most for this trip to Alberta in the summer of 2022. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against Indigenous peoples, he said, delivering an historic apology for the damage inflicted by church-run residential schools and the evils of colonialism. The emotional moment, long sought by residential school survivors, would be one of the progressive Pope's crowning achievements.
I think from the moment he stepped out on the balcony, we knew that the tectonic plates had shifted.
Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, the first Pope ever from the Americas and the first from outside Europe in nearly 1,300 years, carried immense expectations from many demanding change and a more modern institution.
I began to just be fascinated.
Tina Beattie is a theologian and a former professor of Catholic studies in London.
He's lived as humbly as it's possible for a Pope to live, and he's put to shame some of the grandiose lifestyles of some of the men in the Vatican. So all in all, that first night was euphoric. Euphoria, of course, doesn't last.
Francis would win accolades for his tough talk condemning sexual abuse in the church. He held summits, met survivors, and made apologies. His messages to gay people also sounded remarkably conciliatory for an institution so resistant to change. He told reporters traveling with him on a flight, if a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge? Francis used his profile to try to make the world pay attention to the plight of migrants in the Mediterranean, the persecution of Rohingya Muslims, and to heal the deep wounds of civil war in African nations such as South Sudan. But victims of sexual abuse complained Francis's words weren't backed by actions, that abusers continued to be protected.
I think he failed to grasp the real savage problem of the abuse crisis.
As for women, Tina Beattie says Francis saw them in a maternal way, not as equals to men, with too few women appointed to powerful jobs in the church.
But when I hear and read what he says about women, I think, but you haven't listened. You haven't heard anything.
For the first time in history, Francis had to share the Vatican with his predecessor, Emeritus Pope Benedict, who resigned, but whose conservative views clashed with Francis's.
That contributed, of course, to the culture wars and to the sort of schisms that opened up in the church. So I think he made the best of what he must have seen was a very awkward situation.
Francis attempted to create a more inclusive Catholic Church and broaden its appeal, but he also triggered fierce internal debates. His achievements will now either be consolidated or overturned by his successor. Chris Brown, CBC News, London.
Chris, thank you very much. And certainly we will have many other reports on the legacy of Pope Francis, who died this morning, 7:35 Rome time, as announced by the Vatican. And we're looking at live pictures here from St. Peter's Square. And the word that we are getting from Vatican officials is that his body could be moved. He died in his apartment at Santa Marta. His body could be moved to the Basilica in St. Peter's, which will allow the faithful to pay respects as early as Wednesday. There is going to be a group of cardinals meeting tomorrow, and they are expected to make that final decision. So we'll certainly tomorrow have full coverage to bring you the latest. But it could be as early as Wednesday that we begin to see the faithful pay respects to the Pope in his casket in the St. Peter's Basilica, and then the funeral to come, and then days after that, weeks even, the conclave to choose his successor. So that is a bit of breaking news, if you will, from the Vatican. In terms of reaction, the Pope, the first from Latin America, he is from Buenos Aires in Argentina, and the president of Argentina has just released a more fulsome statement. It is with profound sorrow that I learned this morning that Pope Francis, Jorge Bergoglio, passed away today and is now resting in peace. Despite differences that seem minor today, having been able to know him in his kindness and wisdom was a true honor for me. As president, as an Argentine, and fundamentally as a man of faith, I bid farewell to the Holy Father and stand with all of us who are today dealing with this sad news. Rest in peace. And we can talk about that more in addition, the differences in views in terms of the government of Argentina and the fact that he never did, as Pope, go back to the country of his birth. That's part of the story as well. But I want to bring you some more reaction to all of that, and that is a statement from U.S. President, the former President Joe Biden, himself a man of great Catholic faith, and a beautiful tribute on social media from Joe Biden to the Pope, talking about his great sadness at learning of his passing. And let me bring you some of the highlights. He says he was unlike any who came before him. He'll be remembered as one of the most consequential leaders of our time. Talks about his mission of serving the poor never ceased, how he commanded us to fight for peace and to protect the planet from a climate crisis, how we advocated for the voiceless and powerless, made all feel welcome and seen by the church. And I mean, this really just does embody all of the aspects of the legacy Chris was reporting on and that we've heard already this morning. The concluding statement or two, he promoted equity and an end to poverty and suffering across the globe. And above all, he was a pope for everyone. He was the people's pope, a light of faith, hope, and love. That is from the former president, Joe Biden, who met him personally, as you can see in these pictures. The current president, not the same relationship. Pope Francis was often at odds, or has been often at odds, with the Trump administration, both number one and number two. And let's bring in Richard Madden from Washington to talk a little bit more about that. Richard, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Heather. Well, we could likely hear from President Trump later this morning. He does have an event at the White House. It's the traditional Easter egg roll that happens in just a few hours. But before this happens, we did see some condolences by the White House to the Pope's passing. The Post showed photos of President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with him during separate trips to the Vatican. J.D. Vance posted a separate condolence notice saying, and I'm quoting here, his heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, although he was obviously very ill. That was clearly a very thoughtful note, despite, as you noted off the top, quite a rocky relationship between the late pontiff and members of the Trump administration. In fact, in his final Mass on Easter Sunday, Pope Francis criticized the administration's policies on deportations with Vice President Vance in the audience. Now, this, of course, is not the first time the late Pope had stepped into American politics, criticizing policies, whether it was abortion, immigration, treatment of migrants, or gay rights.
In terms of the relationship, it goes back to the first administration, as I was mentioning, Richard, and based on some of the things that were said and done at that time, the Pope actually questioned publicly whether Donald Trump was a Christian. So it was tense, to say the least, from the very beginning. Tell us more about that relationship.
Yeah, tense and surprising. I recall the first election in 2016, Trump 1.0, where there was this tiff between Trump and the Pope, but there's been more examples of that. The Pope has criticized the White House over its immigration policies, recently cuts to USAID. And as I noted in the last election campaign, he said American voters should choose the lesser of the two evils, Democrats who are pro-choice or Republicans and their policies against migrants. In fact, back in February, the Pope criticized the White House's deportation policies and urged Catholics to reject these anti-immigrant narratives in an open letter to American bishops. And of course, we recall during Trump's first campaign, the Pope criticized his proposal to build a wall on the southern border. He said that was not Christian. Trump attacked him by calling him disgraceful. I think we have some of that video if we can pull it up now. Okay, I don't think we do, but I will just follow this up by saying moments ago, President Trump did post on his own social media site saying, quote, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis," on a social media platform saying, "May God bless him and all who loved him." And as I noted, Heather, I expect we will hear more from President Trump later this morning at an event at the White House.
Richard, thank you very much. We'll continue to touch base with you about that. From Washington, let's bring in Megan Williams once again. And again, looking at St. Peter's Square. Megan, there would have been thousands anyway. It is Easter Monday, of course, and the faithful would be gathering there. But of course, so much heightened emotion at word of the passing of the Pope this morning. So if you could, tell us about to whom you've been speaking and the scene behind you right now. What are you seeing?
Well, Heather, as you say, it's Easter weekend, so there have been a lot of people here these days for Easter Sunday celebrations when the Pope's here. It's the last time in his life yesterday. Overwhelming sadness. I don't think anybody is shocked by the Pope's death. He was very unwell. He almost died twice while he was hospitalized in March.
The Vatican has now announced that later today,
it's clear that even having gotten out of the hospital, returned home to Santa Marta guest house inside the Vatican, just over my shoulder here, that he still wasn't, hadn't fully convalesced. He was still using oxygen and we saw him yesterday with a very, very happy Easter, and his arm to wave with some difficulty. But yeah, overwhelming sadness. I mean, this is a Pope who spoke to a lot of people beyond the Catholic Church. Of course, here there are many people bearing crosses. This is Jubilee year, a year that the Roman Catholic Church celebrates every 25 years. So it's already a year when a lot of people are coming. But I'm always struck by the non-Catholics, tourists who come to visit the Vatican or the Sistine Chapel, but who say that this Pope had a lot of meetings for them, people who aren't Christian, who are of other faiths, because of him, the way that he spoke.
Megan, thank you so very much. We're just having a little bit of audio difficulty hearing you clearly, so we'll reconnect that and we'll speak again in the next hour. I know, Megan Williams, thank you very much again, giving us a sense of who is in St. Peter's Square, certainly media, and they will be arriving by the hundreds from around the world to that very location over the days to come. Megan Williams leading our coverage from there. In terms of reaction, bearing in mind not at all the story that we had planned to be telling you today, this is 1 week till the federal election, and we are hearing from the federal party leaders. We've already had a statement from Pierre Poilievre I shared with you earlier. We have 2 statements now from 2 of the leaders. Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, has written really a very long statement. It's 2 pages long, so I won't read all of it to you, but he does describe the Pope as a shepherd of deep moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion, and talks about from every corner of the globe the prayers of the faithful go with Pope Francis as he journeys to his eternal rest. Then he talks about his teachings, his vision of fairness between the generations rooted in concrete calls for action, policy, and personal responsibility. Mark Carney writes about having had the privilege of working with the Pope and his team through the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, and says he saw firsthand his unwavering commitment to placing human dignity at the center of our economic and political systems. Then he mentions in his statement the visit to Canada and the apology to Indigenous peoples on residential schools. He extended his papacy to the furthest margins, always attentive to the poor and most vulnerable. And may we honor, I'll just bring you the conclusion, may we honor his memory by continuing to work for a world that reflects the solidarity, justice, and sustainability that he so powerfully embodied. An expansive statement and tribute from Liberal leader Mark Carney. Pierre Poilievre, as I mentioned, has already paid tribute, and Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, with a statement on social media, I extend my condolences to the Quebecers of Christian and Catholic faith who are attached to the institution and person of the Pope. May you experience this moment in serenity. We'll continue to bring you reaction from the political and religious figures in this country and from Canadians, but we want to bring you some reaction from what people have been saying in London as they receive news of Pope Francis's passing.
I think it will be a time of great sadness, but also a time when people will be praying and reflecting on what the Lord is calling his people to do next.
He was so brave yesterday. The fact that we saw him on TV with the crowds doing his duty to the very last moment, I respect him so much.
He was trying his very best to do what he has to do in his position as a pope. And he was doing a very good job, uniting all the religions. I think that's the takeaway from his legacy.
Some of the people in London who have reacted to the Pope's death. In our London bureau today is Willem Marks, and he has some more of the reaction out of Europe, and in particular from European leaders who are getting the news from the Vatican of the Pope's death. What are some of the newest messages, Willem?
Well, let's start with the royal family here in the UK. There was a long, pretty heartfelt message from King Charles and his wife Camilla just a couple of hours ago, talking about the Pope being remembered for his compassion, his concern, excuse me, for the unity of the Church and the world he served with such devotion. We also had a similar message from Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who said he joined millions in mourning his death. We've heard from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, former German Defence Minister. She said that he had inspired millions with his humility and love for those who are less fortunate, and said that his legacy would guide people to a, quote, more just, peaceful and compassionate world. We've had messages from the Spanish Prime Minister, from the Polish President, Andrzej Duda, describing Pope Francis's simplicity. We've heard from Friedrich Merz, who's the forthcoming Chancellor in Germany, talking about his tireless commitment to society's weakest members. And you mentioned there the idea that religious figures around the world are chiming in with their own messages. We've heard from the Patriarch in Moscow, Kirill, who is head of the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church there, talking about Pope Francis's efforts to try and bring about harmony and community between the Christian Orthodox and Roman Catholics. We've also heard from the Coptic Church based in Egypt, of course, a Christian denomination there, again describing that humility that so many leaders have alluded to in their messages of Pope Francis and his role as a servant of the people.
Willem, thank you very much. Willem Marx with international reaction to the death of Pope Francis. I want to show you as we move from the Vatican, where we're very much going to be focused. The word is that the Pope's body could be moved to the Basilica in St. Peter's as early as Wednesday to allow the faithful to pay their first respects. I want to show you images from Washington, D.C. This is the Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C., and this is what they have immediately done by way of response. They are going to be hanging black drapes, and that's a tradition which, of course, symbolizes mourning and the end of a pontificate. So they will drape these over the basilica. Local churches around the world would do the same. Basilicas around the world would do the same, and they are going to place them notably usually over church doors, and will be in place until after the funeral. So these are scenes of what is happening in Washington as they place the black drapes at word of the death of Pope Francis. Now, let's return to the statement from Mark Carney, because it is quite remarkable in its detail, and again, it goes back to his own firsthand relations in dealing with the Pope as part of his work prior to political life. So let's begin with the statement again in its entirety. Mark Carney writes, "Today, I join Canadians and Catholics around the world in mourning the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis, Bishop of Rome, a shepherd of deep moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. From every corner of the globe, the prayers of the faithful go with Pope Francis as he journeys to his eternal rest. Through his teachings and actions, Pope Francis redefined the moral responsibilities of leadership in the 21st century. In Laudato Si', his landmark encyclical, he gave voice to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, reminding us that ecological degradation and social injustice are deeply intertwined and demand our shared, urgent leadership. His vision of fairness between the generations was rooted in concrete calls for action, policy, and personal responsibility. I had the privilege of working alongside His Holiness and his team through his Council for Inclusive Capitalism, and I saw firsthand his unwavering commitment to placing human dignity at the center of our economic and political systems. At the Vatican meeting in 2014, the global common good toward a more inclusive economy, Pope Francis issued a challenge that has guided me ever since. He likened humanity to wine, rich, diverse, full of spirit, and the market to grappa. He likened humanity to wine, rich, diverse, full of spirit, and the market to grappa, distilled, intense, and at times disconnected. He called on us to turn grappa back into wine, to reintegrate human values into our economic lives. His Holiness understood and taught that value in the market must never eclipse values in society. He showed us that we must not only measure what we value, but also value what truly matters. With his visit to Canada and apology to Indigenous peoples on residential schools, His Holiness heard from survivors and their descendants about that system's legacy of searing and enduring pain, and met it with an important step of accountability and healing on the shared path toward reconciliation. He extended his papacy to the furthest margins, always attentive to the poor and most vulnerable, as in all aspects of his lifelong service. Pope Francis leaves a spiritual and ethical legacy that will shape our collective conscience for generations to come. May we honor his memory by continuing to work for a world that reflects the solidarity, justice, and sustainability that he so powerfully embodied. Requiescat, in peace, in pace, rest in peace. And I'm looking at Michael Swan as I say that, because Michael is the former associate editor for the Catholic Register and my guest in studio as we bring you coverage. I wanted to read that in its entirety because it's rather a remarkable encapsulation of the life and legacy of Pope Francis. So why don't we spend some time just delving into some of these aspects. Number one, the environment, the encyclical, the 21st, in Laudato Si', I hope I'm calling that correctly. He gave voice to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, linking those two aspects of social justice together. Michael.
I mean, Laudato Si' is often mischaracterized as simply about climate change. And it's about so much more than that. And it was his intention all along to recenter the church on the poor, to make the people who are on the edge of our concern the center of our concern, to bring what he called the peripheria to the center. He was the Archbishop of Buenos Aires at one time, and in Latin American cities, it's the periphery of the city that has the favelas, the barrios, the poorest people are there living in inadequate housing. And his experience in Buenos Aires was of trying to make the church pay attention to those people, not spend its time in the downtown historic cathedral, keeping, polishing up the gold laminate everywhere, but to actually be out there with poor people. And that came through in Laudato Si. He said, if you have to care about the planet, you also have to care about the people who are going to suffer most. And it's the poor who suffer well before the rich. You're out there in your Cadillac Escalade, climate change doesn't matter. You're living in an unair-conditioned apartment that you have to share with people, and food, you can't afford food. Climate change matters.
We're going to hear from Mark Carney. It's 1 week to the federal election. We're going to hear from him, and I will just make sure that people listen in live coverage. He's in Charlottetown today, so we'll listen to some of his remarks. But again, as he gets underway, I want to, after he's finished speaking on this, come back to you, Michael, on all of this. But just what you have mentioned, again, to help people understand, Jorge Bergoglio, his real name, but he became Pope Francis after St. Francis of Assisi.
Right.
Poverty and piety, you just talked about it, we understand where that came from. And that really guided his his decisions and his everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. The environment, migrants, the people who were forgotten. That's what mattered to Pope Francis. And then, of course, it's also what matters to the church. The church mostly exists in poor places. In Africa, the church is growing. In Europe, the church is not growing.
That was a big challenge for him to try to do something about not just declining membership, but declining priests, numbers of priests as well.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. There is a long-standing issue in the church about the ways in which we recruit priests and the ways in which we train priests. And Pope Francis did some very important work on trying to open up the priesthood to people on a different basis than their sort of outward appearance of piety and their kind of obeisance to the hierarchy. He wanted people who actually wanted to be there with poor people. I mean, you're going to be a priest, you're going to spend a lot of time in nursing homes. You're going to spend
prisons
a lot of time
washing feet, as he was just
prisons washing.
It's interesting, not to the point of allowing married men to be priests, but again, we talked earlier about openness and the beginning of discussions, although it didn't culminate in that kind of a change.
Because it has to be a movement of the entire church. He has to bring the whole church with him on that kind of a change. You can't just do it by fiat. That's always a mistake,
Again, Mark Carney himself going to be speaking and may very well address the passing of the Pope when he does. But can we pick up on another aspect that he raised in his statement, and that is, I mean, his work with him firsthand at this Council for Inclusive Capitalism. This very much dovetailing with this whole aspect of poverty, but equity, global equity, concerned about it.
He created this whole economy of Francesco movement in which very largely young people, but young people from around the world who have an education in business and finance and economics, coming together a couple times a year to talk about how do we actually shape the economy so that it works for everyone, not just, I mean, it works very well right now for about 5% of the population of the world. Doesn't work so well for the rest of the world. And that was of great concern to Pope Francis, because he knew that if you're excluded from the economy, you're excluded from the culture. And if you're excluded from the culture, that affects how you understand who you are. And it affects your relationship with God. And it's interesting because Carney himself has a long history with the Christian meditation movement. He's somebody who sits in silence for 20 minutes a day.
In meditation.
And he gets that from John Main, who was a Benedictine, who actually launched this movement from a Benedictine monastery in Montreal back in the 70s. That ability to really contemplate, to step back and be outside of the flow of constant information is part of what I think Carney gets from his faith.
As you see, he has been an impact and guided him ever since. It's interesting that Benedictine, so that is one of the orders. But and correct me if I'm wrong in this, the Trudeaus, Jesuit background at Collège de Brébeuf in Montreal. So they again had, and Pope Francis the first Jesuit.
This is the thing that's really important about Francis, is that he was a religious. He was somebody with the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. The popes before him were secular priests. They were priests ordained. They didn't have those vows. Okay, they came from a different perspective. That perspective of religious life, the perspective of monks and nuns, was the thing that he brought to the Vatican. And that's the change in tone that you saw with his papacy. And so a big part, I think, of the next conclave will be, you know, about whether we go back to, you know, the secular priests, or we continue with a Franciscan or a Benedictine or a Jesuit. You know, that's important.
Michael, if you would, just pause for a moment, because it's interesting. We haven't heard a lot about the spiritual beliefs of those who are running for office. If people think that's important, but we may get a sense.
Oh, it's a spiritual thing.
Yeah, and here it is. We're just going to listen in live for just a moment or two to Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, as he campaigns in Atlanta, Canada, a week before the federal election. But let's listen in live, and then we'll continue on with our comprehensive coverage.
29 months from shovels in the ground to being ready on time, third week of August for 20 Islander medical students. Phenomenal achievement and an exemplar for the rest of the country. And I'm going to go into more detail about healthcare in a moment. But first, I want to speak of someone who just passed and who deeply and profoundly touched the lives of billions. Pope Francis was a voice of moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. He was, in many respects, the world's conscience, never hesitating to challenge the powerful on behalf of the vulnerable.
Today, the world lost a man who profoundly touched the lives of billions of people. Pope Francis was the voice of moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. He was the conscience of the world, never hesitating to challenge the powerful on behalf of the vulnerable.
Above all, His Holiness understood and taught that value in the market must never eclipse the values of society. He wrote about the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, reminding us that ecological degradation and social injustice are deeply entwined. During his papal visit to Canada in 2022, his apology on residential schools was a crucial step in moving the Church forward in its journey towards meaningful reconciliation. And one parable he shared in about a decade ago has consistently guided my thinking. He compared humanity to wine, rich, diverse, full of spirit, and the market to grappa, distilled, intense, and at times disconnected. And he called on us to reintegrate human values into our economic lives. Valeurs humaines, compassion,
Human values,
solidarité et
compassion, solidarity, and environmental sustainability into our economic
that markets
lives.
don't have values, people do. And it's our responsibility to close the gap, to turn that grappa into wine. So I join others in reflecting on his pathing and commit myself to fulfilling his challenge. Je me joins à tous qui reflètent
I join all Catholics in reflecting on his passing, and I commit myself to perpetuate his legacy and meet his challenge.
So, as I said, I'm pleased to be joined by an exceptional group of candidates: Bobby Morrissey, Heath MacDonald, Kent MacDonald, no relation, not that I know. Is that right? Is that right? Yes. And Sean Casey. And again, thank you, Dr. Natterer and the UPI Faculty of Medicine for hosting us today.
So that is Liberal leader
it
Mark
is a
Carney in
tremendous
Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And normally, of course, and particularly 1 week before a federal election, we would continue with live coverage of this in the announcement. But we wanted to, and we will, of course, bring you more on what the Liberals are doing and the other parties today. But we wanted to listen to Mark Carney, expecting he would pay tribute to the Pope. And he did, very much highlighting the things that he laid out in the statement that I've been reading and covering with my guest, and we'll get to that in just a second. I do want to bring you as well the statement that has just come in from Jagmeet Singh, and this is what he writes. Pope Francis showed the world that faith can be a powerful force for justice. He spoke plainly about poverty, inequality, and the climate crisis, and he challenged political and economic leaders to put people before profits. He didn't just preach humility and compassion, he lived it, and in doing so, he earned the respect of millions, including many far beyond the Catholic Church. His apology to survivors of residential schools during his visit to Canada was a meaningful step toward truth and accountability, one that brought deep emotions for many Indigenous families and communities. His passing is a loss for all who believe in dignity, fairness, and care for one another. His example will not be forgotten. That from Jagmeet Singh. And let us bring you live pictures. It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock Eastern. You're watching CBC Morning Live. I'm Heather Hiscox, and we have continuous coverage this morning of the death of Pope Francis. Thousands have gathered this Monday. They were there at the weekend for Easter weekend, but they are this morning paying tribute to the Pope who has died at the age of 88. Michael Swan is with me. He's a former associate editor for the Catholic Register. And again, thank you very much for bringing your thoughts and knowledge and reflections. Michael's been with me for a number of conversations, but can I just come back to some of the things that Mark Carney said that Jagmeet Singh reiterated because they're emblematic of what we're hearing from people around the world. This notion, and Mark Carney talked about the parable of the wine, rich, diverse, full of spirit, and then the market as grappa, distilled, intense, and at times disconnected. Turn one back into the other. Markets working for everyone, and Jagmeet Singh spoke of that too. People before profits. Was this fundamental?
Yeah, it was fundamental. I mean, you know, the next, we were talking earlier about Laudato Si and how important that was. The next encyclical he issues is Fratelli Tutti, which means brothers all. Maybe unfortunate that it got translated as brothers and sisters all. But it was
humanity.
Yeah, it was about the state of our politics. And he looked at the world and saw a politics that was based upon personality and upon strategy and on manipulations of the truth. He saw the kind of corrosive effect of Twitter and social media. And he said, we need a politics that is responsive to people and that begins by admitting to our own humanity and being human as political leaders. He understood that we live in a political world, and he wanted to see us find a way to a better politics.
Was he too political?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that, in fact, you can be Pope and not be political. You know, the role of the Pope in medieval times was to basically tell kings how to be king. You know, you want to go back to the origins of this. The office of Pope was created by the Emperor Constantine. I mean, it is an intensely political office. Political, but not obviously partisan, and he wasn't partisan. He was an advocate for the people who vote, the people who don't get to vote, the people who are governed rather than the class who governs.
I see. The aspect of his visit to Canada.
Yeah.
2022, of course, the Canadian delegation went over to seek the apology for residential schools in the place of the Catholic Church, which was the church that was
And he
most
used the word genocide.
Yes, he
and that
did.
was extremely important, and it's important in this election. If you've got people out there on the campaign trail who can't use the word genocide, don't think it really was a genocide, the Pope says it was. And the Pope understands the effect of colonialism in our history. And the Pope needs to speak for the colonized rather than the colonizers.
We talked a lot about the doctrine of discovery during
the doctrine
that trip,
of discovery,
the whole underpinning to the colonization and the seizing of lands. But on that point of the apology, there was a lot of discussion at that time because there was an apology initially for those within the church who committed the acts. And then people were waiting for an apology on behalf of the church. Did he eventually go that far?
He was being asked for an apology for what the hierarchy did.
Right, the institutional failings.
That's right, the institutional, and he gave that. The church, of course, is something much bigger than the hierarchy. The church is all of the people of God. The church includes even more than what we call Catholics. The church includes all of those people who are faithful to Christ. So for him to, to apologize on behalf of the church, all these people living and dead through 2,000 years, the trouble is that may come as insincere, an easy kind of gesture. And I think he wanted to remain focused on the concrete historical reality of the role that the church played in the colonization of Canada.
So again, both Mark Carney and Jagmeet Singh signaling how important that was in the journey toward reconciliation and accountability. In case this is our last conversation, I have 45 more minutes on the program, and then our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, is going to take over for ongoing coverage here at the death of Pope Francis. Mark Carney talked about how he was affected by the Pope and his dealings with him, and some of his wisdom has guided Mark Carney, he says, ever since.
Yeah.
For you personally, on your Catholic journey, on your journey of faith, what impact did the Pope have on you?
It was a huge impact for me. You know, I had struggled with the institutional church, as many Catholics do. I had been disappointed in the sort of pageantry and the pantomime of power that often played out in church circles. And here was somebody who I felt was on my side, who spoke about the things that make us love Jesus Christ, the things that hold us together. He wanted that. He wanted us to be together, to know each other, to care about each other, to care about our own lives, and to know that God cares about us too. And to have that clearly expressed from the See of Peter is it was just immense.
Well, let's just take a pause.
Okay.
Michael, that couldn't be more perfectly said, and a perfect conclusion to our time with you. Thank you so much for today. Please,
thank you.
Over these days, as we commemorate and remember and reflect, I'd love to continue the conversation.
Yeah. All right.
Let's bring you in some pictures, if we could, of where we're seeing St. Peter's Basilica as mourners reflect, like Michael, and perhaps you are at home today, on the life and leadership and legacy of Pope Francis. And there you see the images there. This is in the church. Let me just get a little bit closer so I can see what we're looking at together here. So this is in the Basilica, okay. And this is the first time we're looking at St. Patrick Basilica. This will be in New York, is that correct? In Ottawa, sorry. This is in Ottawa, St. Patrick Basilica. The picture of Pope Francis in the sanctuary, and we've already seen in the Basilica in Washington, the draping of the door in black, and indeed, those are the kinds of symbols we will see through until the Pope's funeral. A modern head of the church who emphasized change and spoke, as people have, of the poor and suffering around the world, the people's Pope in so many ways. His death confirmed early this morning, about 12 hours ago, by the Camerlingo, the Chamberlain of the Catholic Church, Cardinal Kevin Farrell.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco.
And as part of the official statement that the Camerlengo delivered, and it came just hours after these incredible scenes, but as we look at the Pope alive yesterday at the Easter Mass, the full statement from the Vatican reads this: "Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. With immense gratitude for his example as a true disciple of the Lord Jesus, we commend the soul of Pope Francis to the infinite merciful love of the one and triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost." Again, these scenes just yesterday at Easter Sunday Mass. Not able to deliver the full Mass, but he did bless the thousands of people who had gathered. In St. Peter's Square, then, as this morning, is Megan Williams. And Megan, we've been talking through the morning. Easter Monday, there would always be many faithful in St. Peter's Square, but the timing of those who've chosen to make a pilgrimage at this moment, just as the death of Pope Francis is announced. What are you hearing from those mourners, and what are you seeing around you in the square today?
Well, Heather, thousands of people pouring in. As you say, it's Easter weekend, so there are a lot of people in Rome who were planning on heading here anyway. And it's, of course, the Jubilee year as well, the year that the Catholic Church holds every 25 years, the Holy Jubilee year. So a lot of pilgrims anyway, but obviously people are making this special trip today to look at the Vatican. Of Pope Francis just yesterday on the balcony behind me, St. Peter's Basilica, overlooking the tens of thousands of people in the crowd, and then going around on his open Pope mobile, nodding. I mean, he was so weak, his arm to wave from the balcony and utter Buona Pasqua, Happy Easter to the people gathered below. So today people are coming and just, watching a lot of people kind of quietly just nodding towards St. Peter's. And when I speak to them, again, the thing that always strikes me is just how his words and really the mandate that he gave himself as Pope, the people's Pope, a poor church for the poor, speaking for those who are often forgotten, really not stressing doctrine as previous popes have done. He wasn't really interested in following rules to the letter. He was much more interested in creating a welcoming church. And so for people who aren't even Catholic or Christian, I think that message actually meant something. And of course, in today's political climate, with what's happening in the United States, anti-migrant surge in politics here in Europe as well, for many people, he was one of the world's leaders who actually spoke up for people that don't have a voice and don't have a country sometimes.
And Megan, can you talk about one of the world leaders? Because today, here we are in Canada, 1 week ahead of the federal election. We've had statements from all four of the major party leaders, expressions of condolence, and in Mark Carney's case, talking about his own particular personal relationship, working alongside the Pope in some of his efforts to make the market more equitable for people around the world. But we've had political messages right in the height, 1 week to go of a federal election campaign. Yes, the Pope speaks for the Catholic faithful, 1.4 billion in the world. But you think about the breadth of influence as a global figure, as a political figure, although not an Megan, I'm sorry. I was just about to ask you this question, but we're just about to hear from Mark Carney. Speaking of which, please stay with me. We'll carry on this point in just a second. I just do want to dip back to Charlottetown and listen in to Mark Carney as he takes questions about the Pope.
I think, as I said, the apology was an important step in the Church's journey along reconciliation. It was a historic step, but it is a journey along reconciliation. And the Church, and dare I say, all of us have more to travel on that journey. And certainly my government is committed to advancing reconciliation if we are returned. Thank you. Certainement, ce que le pape a dit est une
Certainly
étape
what the Pope said was an important step
dans le processus de
in
réconciliation pour
advancing
l'Église.
reconciliation for the Church.
Il y a plus à faire.
But there is still more to be done, both for the Church and for all of us, and our government will dedicate itself to advancing the process of reconciliation.
The Pope could have done or said to advance reconciliation? And as well, do you think the Catholic Church should become more progressive, and if so, on what issues?
I sometimes say I'm not a jurist when matters of before the Supreme Court. I'm not a theologian. What I am is a politician, and what I'm conscious of is what the government can do, what we can do as a country to advance reconciliation. The first is integrating it to all aspects of what we do. That means working with First Nations. As you, well, I'm going to repeat, but in my first week as Prime Minister, I made the express point of going to Nunavut, meeting with the Premier, meeting with Indigenous leaders, as well as meeting with all the heads of the Indigenous organizations within the first week, ensuring that they're integrated into this bold plan to build Canada, not just in words, but in process and in decisions, and in, very importantly, providing the financial resources so that they can be true partners. And I'm speaking specifically around the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Fund, the $10 billion, which provides a mechanism so that they can have ownership in these nation-building projects that really are necessary for us to build Canada strong. So I focus on what we can do, how we can move forward, and making sure that, as I say, that that's integrated. And I'll note as well and commend Dr. Young and Dr. Smith and Dr. Natterer and the whole staff here that integrated into the medical training here are reserved places for First Nations students. Sur le pape,
on the Pope, well, I am responsible for the actions taken by government, and I am pledging to advance reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples, and that is the reason why I made the decision to meet with leaders of Indigenous communities in my first week as Prime Minister, and we established a process with them, with the government and the provinces, to identify national interest projects and to provide the necessary funding for a partnership with the Indigenous peoples. Hello, Mr. Carigny. You are accusing Mr.
So you're watching live coverage there from Charlottetown of Liberal leader Mark Carney. We wanted to listen into his answers regarding the death of Pope Francis, talking about his visit to Canada in 2022 as a key moment on the journey toward reconciliation, but acknowledging there is more to travel and pledging to continue to advance those goals. Talking about Megan Williams, unfortunately, has had to just leave us, but she'll be part of our ongoing coverage from St. Peter's Square. But talking with Megan a little bit about the fact that a man of influence, such global influence, that again, a week before a federal election, we have all four of the party leaders responding and delivering statements about the death of Pope Francis, and certainly not just Canadian political leaders. Joe Biden, the former U.S. president, says he was unlike any who came before him. The Obamas, former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, saying he was a rare leader who made us want to be better people. Let's take you to Toronto now, because Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is also beginning his campaign day with thoughts on the death of Pope Francis. Let's listen next to that.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Before I get underway this morning, let me first offer my condolences to Catholics all around the world on the loss of Pope Francis. His role is, of course, at the center of the Catholic Church, and there have been countless millions of Catholics and non-Catholics that have been inspired by his leadership in faith and other domains. And our prayers are with all Catholics as they lay to rest the head of the Catholic Church. And we are in solidarity in remembering him and honoring his contributions.
I would like to extend my sincere condolences to Catholics around the world because of the passing of Pope Francis. He had an impact around the globe, including on non-Catholics, and we stand in solidarity in offering our prayers and condolences to those who have been touched by Pope Francis.
It is an honor to be here in Scarborough today, one of our great communities, hardworking people who get out of bed every morning and literally build this country. Here we are with these incredible builders behind us today. Our purpose, of course, is to bring change Here we are a week before the change election.
Again, listening to Pierre Poilievre, we will bring you full election coverage later in the day, but you see him making a stop in a critical area of the country in Toronto to make a campaign announcement, and you heard him talk about change. The world right now is pausing to reflect upon the death of Pope Francis, someone who was a figure of change within the Catholic Church and beyond the Catholic Church. I want to bring you some of the details. He passed away this morning, that death confirmed at 9:45 local time from Italy, from the Vatican, but he passed away at 7:35 this morning at his chamber in Santa Marta, in his apartment there. And we're getting some detail. We know that at 7:45 p.m. Italian time, there will be the official ceremony of the certification of death and then the placing of the Pope's body in the casket. A much simpler affair than what has been traditionally as per his wishes, which he made expressly clear. But that is going to happen tonight. We also are hearing from the Vatican just now that the Vatican will lead the rosary in St. Peter's Square. Of course, we're looking there live for Pope Francis, 7:30 p.m. local tonight. And tomorrow we could learn, following a meeting of cardinals, whether his body will indeed be transported to St. Peter's Basilica as early as Wednesday so that these faithful can pay respects. Just to let you know, Good Friday is our holiday in Canada. Today, Easter Monday, is the Italian holiday. So partly to explain the large number of crowds, there will be many Italians in that group, but also many faithful from all around the world who were in Rome and at the Vatican for Holy Week ceremonies and services. In terms of local reaction, let's take you to Toronto. And Megan Fitzpatrick is right now outside St. Michael's Catholic Basilica, a significant place of worship for Toronto's Roman Catholic faithful. And Megan, you're hearing from people already, I'm sure, about their reaction to the death of the Pope.
Yeah, and Heather, they just opened the doors of the church a few minutes ago, and there was a crowd of people waiting to go in. There is a mass at 10 a.m. this morning, and staff from the church we're being told they're about to lower the flag outside of the church. So that is one way that they will be marking Pope Francis's passing. And again, I'm sure at the mass at 10 a.m. there will be discussion of that. The Catholic community here in Toronto is in mourning. That is what we're hearing from Cardinal Frank Leo from the Archdiocese of Toronto, who put out a statement saying exactly that, and that Pope Francis guided our flock lovingly, he said in a statement, and was a global ambassador of peace, hope, and love. Here's a bit more of that statement from Cardinal Frank Leo. It says, "The Holy Father's humility, compassion, and care for others, most especially the poor and marginalized, has served as a powerful witness and a reminder of our daily call to reflect the face of Jesus to all those whom we encounter." He went on to call for Catholics to honor Pope Francis's legacy, and saying in that statement, "May he rest in peace." And earlier you had a chance to talk to Neil McCarthy, who is Director of Communications for the Archdiocese of Toronto, who similarly was saying, Heather, I think it's even though some Catholics knew that this day would come, that it's still coming as a shock. Even though Pope Francis had been quite ill for the last few weeks, they're still digesting the news and absorbing this and expressing their sadness. Here's a bit of what Neil McCarthy said earlier this morning about how they're feeling about his passing.
This is a man who wanted priests and as an example himself to have the smell of the sheep, to be among the flock, among the people. He was just at a jail in Rome in the last few days, meeting with prisoners there, made it a priority during this Jubilee year and throughout his papacy, immigrants, people who've been mistreated. That will be his hallmark, his humility, his closeness, his ability to listen, to listen more than he speaks.
And you can see the flag is now lowered, Heather, outside of the church. And in terms of people I've been speaking to here, people telling me, just expressing a sense of sadness and also remarking on the timing, given it's Easter Monday today, that the Pope did celebrate Easter Sunday, but then passing away this morning. So people remarking on the timing. We're also hearing some political reaction from leaders in Toronto and in Ontario. Premier Doug Ford has also put out a statement. I'll read a bit of it now. now. He wrote, "As Catholics here in Ontario and around the world mourn the passing of Pope Francis, I extend my deepest condolences to all who are grieving this profound loss. His legacy of humility, love, and compassion will be forever remembered." So that's a little bit of what we're hearing locally, Heather, in Toronto. But again, we'll keep talking to people here as they start arriving for Mass to be celebrated at 10 a.m.
Megan, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And again, as we bring you further reaction, Megan will be part of our special coverage. Adrian Arsenault coming in just about 25 minutes to take over from here. In terms of reaction, again, looking here at St. Peter's Square, the latest that we know, there will be a prayer service in the square tonight, 7:30 p.m., and then the official ceremony, the certification of death and the placing of the Pope's body in the casket. That's to come tonight, local time. We may know as early as tomorrow if his body will be moved to the Basilica at St. Peter's for public mourning, but we'll certainly be reporting on that for you tomorrow. In terms of reaction, the Assembly of Catholic Bishops of Quebec has just released from Laval a long statement, but let me bring you some of the things that they are underscoring, and they are very much echoing the qualities and tributes that we have heard so far today. Known for his simplicity and his closeness to the faithful and those experiencing poverty. That's how they refer to Pope Francis, the instigator of several reforms aimed at making the church more inclusive and transparent. We've talked about how they didn't always succeed fully, but the aim was to make the church, according to the statement, more inclusive and transparent. How he was a unifying spiritual leader focused on current issues. And those include the place of the family, ecology, the presence of women in the church, interreligious dialogue, the active participation of all the faithful in the life of the church, and the fight against abuse. Those are some of the values and examples of equality, solidarity, and justice. And incidentally, if you are watching in Quebec or wish, the Catholic bishops are going to put a Facebook page for tributes. I will tell you that the Cardinal of Quebec, Gérard Lacroix, one of the four from Canada, going to be in the conclave and choosing the Pope's successor. There are 252 cardinals, and those who are under the age of 80 are eligible to vote over that period of time, indeterminate period of time, until they agree on who will succeed Pope Francis. There are 138 popes who will be voting for that, and there are 4 Canadians, Gérard Lacroix from Quebec, and also Cardinal Cherney, Cardinal Leo, Cardinal Collins, 2 from Toronto and another from Ontario. So it's quite a strong representation from Canadians in that conclave. The other statement I want to bring to you is from the Governor General, Mary Simon. Following the death of Pope Francis, she talks on behalf of herself and her husband, Whit, that he was a beacon of hope and compassion, spreading messages of peace, love, and understanding throughout the world. His legacy of humility, social justice, and environmental stewardship has left an indelible mark on humanity. I'm just going to pause that statement and take you to Quebec, and let's listen to see if there's a tribute as well from the leader of the Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet.
Qui sont de confession chrétienne et catholique et qui sont
Quebecers who are
attachés à
Catholics and
l'institution
Christians and who are attached to the institution or the person of the Pope. And I hope everyone will come through this with serenity. So I extend my condolences to all of those who've been affected by his passing. I would also like to say that every time that I come here, since I've been in both, the National Assembly, which has a much more beautiful parliament than the House of Commons. So this is a great opportunity to talk, and we've been doing this just about every day since the beginning of the campaign.
So that is the leader of the Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, echoing the written statement he released earlier. Really, a bit of a balm to those who may be mourning, Christians and Catholics, wishing them serenity at this time of loss. Coming back, though, to the Governor General's statement, she remembers in it when she and her husband met Pope Francis during his visit to Canada in 2022, where he delivered an apology for members of the Catholic Church who cooperated with the devastating abuse of Indigenous children at residential schools. It was a testament to his commitment to respect, dialogue, and collaboration across cultures and faiths, values he held dear throughout his papacy. And she concludes, may his soul rest in peace, and may his teachings continue to inspire us to build a better world for all. Again, Governor General Mary Simon, the first Indigenous Governor General of this country. We'll continue to bring you further reaction to the death of Pope Francis this morning at the age of 88. I was speaking earlier this morning with Father Darren Diaz. He's the executive director of the Toronto School of Theology. And we talked about the Pope's legacy and also looked to the future. When that conclave gathers and those 138 cardinals choose his successor, what will the vision be? What will the direction be? That's one of the things we talked about today.
It's hard to say what the future looks like because you never know what will happen in a conclave.
Right.
Certainly, the Pope has appointed the vast majority of cardinal electors. So those cardinals who are under 80 and eligible to elect the next Pope, he has appointed the majority of them. That's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is Francis didn't appoint the usual suspects as cardinals. There's people who come from different ministries and different backgrounds. There's people who come from the so-called left and the so-called right. There are people who are from across the world. There's many more Asian and African and Latin American cardinal electors. So that will also flavor the next conclave. So it will be hard to predict, to say who will be the next Pope and will they be another Francis. I mean, I think the short answer is no, Francis is unique. Each Pope is unique and brings a certain set of gifts and skills with him. So it won't be another Francis. But I do think that the next Pope will still be concerned around the unity of the Church and the communion of the bishops. So I think that's probably for sure. But as I said, with the different types of cardinal electors that Pope Francis has appointed, I don't think we can hazard a guess very easily.
No, we will. The world will be taken by surprise when the ultimate successor steps out on that balcony whenever the conclave comes to its conclusion and we see the white smoke. Let me ask you, Father, I know you had the opportunity to meet the Pope personally, and I'm wondering if you could share that moment and your impressions of all of that, any conversation you had, or what struck you from that encounter?
I met him very briefly. He received a group of theologians in December to address the question of the future of theology. And this was around the time of the consistory where he named the most recent batch of cardinals. And at this weekend, that weekend he had fallen, and he had a bruise on his under his neck, around his chin. So it was quite visible that he had fallen and that he was a bit swollen. But that weekend, he had, presided the consistory, and then the Mass, I think, on the Sunday, and then he met with these theologians on the Monday. So I was amazed at the fact that he had this bad fall, that he had kept that grueling schedule, and that he met a big group of theologians, and we all shook his hand individually. So he sat there with a smile on his face and received us with such grace and charm. I was amazed at his stamina, that he was able to do that.
That's beautiful memory. And Ken, in conclusion, I so appreciate your thoughts and explanations, but when we were speaking to you on our network, it was at the time of the Pope's visit to Canada and that apology and the whole emphasis on residential schools and the legacy of the Church in this country. And we all learned as Canadians about the doctrine of discovery, and I think you were pretty helpful in our understanding of that the justification for colonial powers to seize Indigenous lands, the doctrine of discovery. So can you just reflect back on that moment when he did come to Canada in 2022, the words he said, and what the impact of that has been?
That's a good question, because I think that when I think about the visit, I think about it as a moment in what is hopefully a journey of healing and reconciliation amongst Roman Catholic settlers, but also other settlers and Indigenous communities. I think about actually in coming to the CBC studio, Negon Sinclair, who your network knows very well.
Yes.
He also part of that, the group of commentators. And, from that visit, as we were both commentating from different places in the country on the Pope's visit, we became friends. So after that, we've met several times. When he comes to Toronto, he stays at our community. And so when I think about the Pope's visit, I think of how myself as a Roman Catholic, as a priest, as a religious, as a settler, how that was an occasion to become friends with this great guy, Negan Sinclair, who is so important in Indigenous thought and in reconciliation movements in Canada. So for me, there was like a personal connection, even through the CBC, on Pope Francis's visit, and I hope that Pope Francis's visit sort of sparked those types of relationships, sparked those types of conversations, such that his visit wasn't the end of a process, but as he said a few times, it was sort of the beginning of a pilgrimage for him, and a pilgrimage that he left for the Church in Canada to continue. So I think that it had some positive effects. There's still much to be done, but I think following that visit, we saw a shift in the way the Church understood its place in the reconciliation movement in Canada.
That's Father Darren Dias in Toronto. As we spoke earlier this morning, the executive director of the Toronto School of Theology and part of one of many thoughtful conversations we've had today following the death of Pope Francis at the age of 88. As we look again live at St. Peter's Square and the thousands of faithful who are gathering, we have some new reaction for you. Many of the people there, of course, expressing their grief, but also their gratitude, and in some ways their sadness and surprise, because just yesterday he was among them with a blessing from the balcony and in the Pope Mobile. So let's listen to some more of the reaction to the death of Pope Francis.
And I was sort of really shocked, because I was here yesterday at Mass and I saw the Pope and he looked just so fragile.
And I'm here for Easter. And I find it very significant that the Pope has died during Easter, or the Easter weekend. I'm from Argentina. The Pope is Argentinian, so it has quite a bit of significance for us. It's a moment of a bit of sadness, and at the same time, thankfulness and celebration of life.
He was a lovely Pope. We're very sad about it, and in a way, feel privileged to be here in this moment.
He's the first person against wars. He would like the peace in the world.
Again, the comments of the faithful at the death of Pope Francis, and you heard the tolling of the bell from St. Peter's announcing to the world his passing at 7:35 a.m. local time. We have some new video from Rome in just now, and you'll see in these images the flags flying. They've been lowered on government buildings, also to mourn the Pope's death. This is the official residence of Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. The flags are also lowered at the entrance to the presidential palace in Rome, a historical building that was the papal residence for more than 200 years. It hosted 4 papal conclaves as well back to the 19th century. Of course, now they're held in the Sistine Chapel. But what we can tell you is that flags are at half-mast throughout Italy this morning and in countries across Europe. The death begins 9 days of mourning. This is known as the Novendiale, so 9 days of mourning. That's an ancient Roman custom, but also, although this is, of course, we talk about the separation of church and state, Italy typically declares a period of national mourning as well at the time of the death of a pope. Now, we haven't heard that yet officially from Giorgia Meloni, but we will bring you updates there. We do continue to get much reaction from European leaders and from Canadian leaders. And let me bring you some that's just come in from the United Nations. Secretary General is responding this morning, Secretary General Guterres, talking about the Pope as a messenger of hope, humility, and humanity. He writes, Pope Francis was a transcendent voice for peace, human dignity, and social justice. He leaves behind a legacy of faith, service, and compassion for all, especially those left on the margins of life or trapped by the horrors of conflict. And it's a rather exhaustive statement as well, but some more of the highlights. Pope Francis was a man of faith for all faiths, working with people of all beliefs and backgrounds to light a path forward. And it concludes with, our divided and discordant world will be a much better place if we follow the example of unity and mutual understanding in our own actions. So that from the Secretary of General Guterres as he pays tribute to Pope Francis. There are 1.4 billion Catholics around the world, and this will be a time of intense sadness and mourning for them. There will be special masses, and we're already seeing that, for example, even in Toronto, 10 o'clock, so just 12 minutes from now, the first of the masses in honor of the Pope. Marianne joins me now. What are the things that we watch for? These are ancient rituals and rites, and we are going to see them play out. Many of them are still behind closed doors, but many will be held in public, and we'll be covering them. So what do we watch for next?
Yes, a lot of thought and tradition behind what's going to happen next when it comes to the timeline specifically. And we know that Pope Francis has chosen simple funeral rites, but it will still happen in front of the Basilica of St. Peter. Now, when it comes to the timeline on exactly when we could see that funeral happen, we know that a cardinal elector will then have to decide when the Pope's coffin will be taken into St. Peter's Basilica. And as Heather, you just mentioned, it is 9 days of mourning. That's how long that period it is. It's up to the cardinal to decide the date of the funeral and the burial, but it is typically held up to 6 days after the Pope's death. Now, there is something that makes this different for Pope Francis. And that's because, unlike many of Pope Francis's predecessors, he will actually not be laid to rest in the crypt of St. Peter's Basilica. Instead, he will be the first pope buried outside of the Vatican in more than 100 years. 1903 to be specific, and he will instead be buried in Rome's St. Mary Major Basilica. That is the basilica that the Pope visited earlier this month. There were cameras there when he visited that basilica, and there he is there just a few weeks ago. And so that's the latest on that. Of course, the timeline is, as you mentioned, part of tradition. So it's just waiting for that process to unfold.
We know from the Vatican that there will be a meeting of cardinals tomorrow, and they will decide, we understand, when his body will be transported to the Basilica at St. Peter's for the public mourning. So we could get that tomorrow, and potentially, based on, I think, what you're reporting, we could find out the funeral date, whether it will be held Saturday or when exactly. So much reporting on this to come today. But then beyond that national mourning, there is the conclave, the process, the election by which cardinals will choose Pope Francis' successor. And what do we look for there?
Well, the conclave begins 15 to 20 days after the death of Pope Francis. That all happens at the Vatican's Sistine Chapel. Cardinals confined to the Vatican for the duration of the conclave, all cardinals under the age of 80 can take part in that secret ballot. And we know that there are 4 Canadians who are part of the conclave. Here's more from the Archdiocese of Toronto.
A large Canadian presence at the conclave that will come up. Obviously, in the short term, there'll be the period of mourning and the funeral for the Holy Father, and so the cardinals of the world will gather for that, and then have a period of reflection and some meetings together before entering the conclave. I think in these immediate days, obviously, it's the sorrow of the passing of the Pope, and we'll learn more probably in the next 24 hours about the visitation and the funeral arrangements for that.
And Heather, a majority of at least 2/3 plus 1 is needed to elect a new pope.
4 Canadian cardinals, part of that conclave, much to discuss there. All those under the age of 80 will decide who is the successor to this pope, unique among popes.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Really appreciate that, and appreciate your watching us this morning for our continuous coverage of the death of Pope Francis. Now, Adrian Arsenault coming in just a matter of moments to be with you through the next hours. And as we look at the Vatican, we're also cognizant of people in Argentina, particularly the first Jesuit pope, but the first pope from Buenos Aires, the first Latin American or South American pope. And we had a wonderful conversation earlier this morning with Dr. Nelson Castro, a journalist but also a doctor who gave us insight into his medical history and what he was like as a friend. So let's listen to Dr. Castro.
I'm shocked by the news, even though it was not a big surprise for me because I was keeping track of his health, which was really very, very weak. And as a miracle, he could survive. I mean, the severe lung disease and infection that he had. And when I saw him at the balcony in the Vatican Palace, well, I was impressed, saying, well, what an extraordinary capacity for recovery. But, well, this could be a possibility, and finally, unfortunately, happened. So I'm really very shocked and moved by that.
I would like to spend some time talking about his health and the fact that he was just so remarkably able to be out and exerting some of his, taking part, exercising some of his powers on the most holy day for him. But I'd be rare to have a friend of the Pope on a program without beginning there. So tell me a little bit about how you got to know him and the man you got to know.
Well, it was incredible because, of course, I knew him as an Archbishop from Buenos Aires, but being here, I had few and far away contacts with him. So I was surprised when, after his first travel to Rio de Janeiro, you remember, for the World Youth Reunion, which I had to cover, he sent me a letter to my home saying that he had seen me. I had the chance to interview him, and that he was glad to have seen me there. Well, and since then, he started to keep with me an incredible exchange of letters. And once, back in 2017, while I was covering one of the meetings of Scholars Occurrentis, an organization of which he felt really very, very proud, being in the public audience, on Wednesday, he came to greet me, saying to me, well, I told you, Nelson, you have to write a book on the health of the popes, starting with me, and I will talk to you about that. And I was shocked and surprised that he had made that decision, which finally he concreted, making him the first pope who ever spoke so clearly about his health.
So interesting, and I'm just thinking how much you'll treasure those letters. You would have before, but certainly now they'll be so meaningful for you to keep those letters from Pope Francis. Why do you think he wanted to talk so openly? This is another first. We talk about first Jesuit, first from Buenos Aires, but why was he so open in terms of his own health for the world to know?
I asked him the same question. He gave me formal answer saying, well, I trust you, so you are an honest journalist and all that stuff. But I think, deeply speaking, that he wanted to send a message for the whole church, for the whole world, and also for the hierarchy of the church, presenting he himself as a humble person, so suffering from the same diseases, going through the same illnesses that each of us know. So that's a deep message, and also in a way to try to desacralize the image of the Pope, presented himself as a simple human being.
Can you tell me what Pope Francis meant to the people of Argentina?
Well, he loved Argentina. He loved Argentine people. But unfortunately, he didn't come. That will remain one of the mysterious things of his papacy. And I asked him twice about that. And I remember one of his answers. He told me, Nelson, I was in Argentina during 76 years of my life. Now my duties are with the world. So I let you know of that phrase that he told me back in 2021, the penultimate time that I saw him.
The penultimate. The ultimate was in 2022, as I understand it. Yeah. What can you share with us about that?
Yeah, he talked to me about his first gut operation, and he gave me all the details about that. And he was so well, and his recovery had been so spectacular that he kept smiling at me during the whole long 50-minute interview. So, and of course, he had told me before his admission to the hospital, that once he would be discharged, he wanted to invite me to visit him at Rome in order to speak about his new development concerning his health. Unfortunately, that will never occur.
He spoke often and wrote often about hope. And I'm wondering if he ever shared any thoughts on hope for himself. Did he share, given how many medical conditions he had and how serious they were at various times in his life, what did he think about death and the end of life for himself?
Yeah, so I asked him in my book during that interview, about death. And he told me, I'm not afraid of death. I am afraid about pain. And I asked him that the last line of the interview, how he imagined his death. And he answered, as a pope or as a emeritus bishop from Rome, but here in Rome.
Dr. Nelson Castro. You're looking live at St. Peter's Square for special coverage on CBC News Network, the death of Pope Francis.
Good morning, and thank you for being with us, because on this Easter Monday, critical news for the world's Catholics in particular. Pope Francis, the leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics for the past 12 years, has died at the age of 88. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is a CBC News special remembering his life and legacy. And you're looking live at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Thousands have gathered there on this Easter Monday. It's a holiday in Italy. It is the very spot where Pope Francis toured on his Pope-mobile yesterday, addressing the crowds on the balcony to give his Easter blessing. Now, many of the same people thrilled to see him yesterday, today stunned and seeking comfort in each other as they grapple with the death of a man whose papacy will be remembered for so many firsts and so many achievements. So word of the Pope's death broke in a statement from the Vatican as much of Europe was waking up, Canadians still sleeping. Here's how that statement reads. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, that is 1:35 Eastern, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life, the statement goes on to read, was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. It goes on. With immense gratitude for his example as a true disciple of the Lord Jesus, we commend the soul of Pope Francis to the infinite, merciful love of God, the one and true. Triune being, of course, a reference to the Trinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So Pope Francis appeared in public for the last time just yesterday at an Easter Sunday address. During that, he delivered a blessing to thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. So, as I mentioned, we have special coverage for you of the Pope's death. Joining us on set today is Michael Swan. Hi, Michael. Former associate editor of the Catholic Register. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
for being with us today. I'm curious. I know you've had a few hours to think about this.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering where you're at.
You know, of course, the Pope was an 88-year-old man who had recently spent 5 weeks in hospital. It's not an immense shock. I was hoping for a little more time.
Yes.
And his recovery seemed to be going well. But, you know, you get past the surprise of it, and what you're left with is gratitude for more than a decade of extraordinary care for the church, and not just the church as this institution, but the church as the people of God, as this shared pilgrimage Catholics and beyond Catholics. He declared this year a Jubilee year with the grand tradition.
Yes.
And what he urged us to do during this Jubilee year was to become pilgrims of hope. And in a world that has people dying in wars in Sudan and Congo and Myanmar and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine, in a world where we're faced with another summer where another town in BC could just burn down. Hope is something that we need. And I'm grateful that there's somebody out there, or has been somebody out there, to remind me that hope matters, that hope is where we're heading, that hope is the thing that makes this life bearable and understandable.
You know, listening to you talk, I'm struck that yesterday he gave his last breaths to make points like that.
Yeah.
And it was pretty striking to see him needing water, needing assistance, needing more time than he had to catch his breath.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of people that will be poignant, that he saved those last messages for the people who have the least in the world, and which is consistent with everything we've come to know.
Yeah, he shows us how to die by living his life right to the end. The thing that we all noticed right away when he was elected is that he's human.
Yeah.
He's a decent human being who's unafraid of being human, of appearing human. He wasn't going to play this role.
Right.
He was who he was. And at the end, this is how humans die. We get short of breath, we get old, we get weak. And he was still there, not for himself, but for those people in the square, for those people everywhere in the world who rely upon him.
And I think anyone who has worried about an older person in their life who was hospitalized or who had pneumonia I think we're putting themselves, regardless of your faith background, putting themselves in the position of worrying about somebody when he was in hospital for so many weeks. As we talk, I'm so curious about St. Peter's Square. This makes this a good time to go to CBC's Megan Williams, who is there in St. Peter's Square for us. Megan is always with us in moments that matter. This one absolutely matters. And I'm wondering, Megan, if you can describe what it feels like there.
Adrienne, just overwhelming sadness. I don't think people are particularly surprised that he's died. Right now, he was really sick. He was hospitalized for 38 days, double pneumonia. And he did not sound very good on Easter when he used all of the force that he had to voice Happy Easter to the crowds on Easter Sunday. But I think just tremendous sadness. I mean, this is a Pope who obviously is meaningful to Catholics. That goes without saying. But it's a Pope who is also meaningful to people beyond the Catholic Church. I speak to all sorts of people who come here to St. Peter's Square and have over the years, many of them who are just ordinary tourists aren't here. They're not here because of their Christian faith. And I'm always really struck by how many of those people say that this Pope means a lot to them. The way that he expresses himself, his simple communication style, and his message, which is essentially look after those who get ignored, those who aren't cared for, the migrants, the poor, the prisoners. I mean, on the Holy Thursday, when he usually would wash the feet of prisoners, and this is the first Pope to wash the feet of women and Muslim prisoners. He couldn't do it this year, but he went to the prison and he said what he says every time, which is, it could just as easily have been me as a prisoner as you. Like, he recognizes the fact that a lot of the good things that happen to us in life and our privileges are luck. He always had that in his message, that you know, all of us could be those who are suffering, and that great compassion always came through.
And you know, of all the things you spoke about there, Megan, we do know that Francis at times responded to the sexual abuse scandal in the Catholic Church, which has been on the minds of so many people for so long. Can you tell us a little bit more about his reaction in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the issues that the Pope didn't quite get for a long time. And I think survivors groups would say he never fully got. Certainly the issue of women. I mean, he was a Jesuit priest. He had a very sort of outdated view of women. And when it came to the sexual abuse scandal and crimes within the Catholic Church, he didn't quite get that either. And he's certainly not an outlier in that within the Catholic hierarchy. As late as 2018, he did not believe survivors of sexual abuse who said that they had been abused by somebody. And he later apologized for that. He realized he'd been misinformed. He'd listened to the wrong people. He met with those people. A year later, in 2019, he organized a global bishops gathering to talk about sexual abuse and vowed zero tolerance. Again, survivors groups will say that did not happen. And he set up a commission as well with some survivors, a nun and other people, as well as Vatican officials. And that went nowhere. It just, people left it disappointed. They said, you know, a lot of initiatives essentially got stonewalled by the Vatican. I think the Pope, you know, probably felt like he did what he could do. He passed legislation within the Vatican to go after those who covered up. But, you know, I think a lot of people would say he fell short.
And you know, it's interesting this morning, Megan, as people try to assess his legacy, you'll sometimes hear people talk about him being progressive and then countering with the very point you're making, that not so progressive on some fronts, you know, towing that line between appeasing traditionalists and progressives within the church. Is it your sense, it's very early to talk about legacies, it's too early, I think, but people are nonetheless having that conversation. Do you have a sense of how his legacy will reflect that?
Well, I think this was an incredibly savvy Pope, politically speaking. He did want to bring about change, and he brought about a lot of change, but he understood that if he started touching doctrine, the rules, the written rules of the Catholic Church, he was going to get a major pushback from the arch conservatives within the Catholic Church who really could never stand him. So what he did was sort of a workaround. He changed, he loosened praxis, the practice. He allowed, you know, he basically handed it over to priests to decide about certain things, like whether divorced and remarried Catholics could get communion. He said, you know, let's decentralize things. He held these synods, these two major synods, which, you know, for people who aren't Catholic, it all sounds very dull and boring, but essentially these were big meetings of listening. And those meetings he radically changed. They used to be synods, which are global gatherings, used to be meetings where people would come and basically listen to the hierarchy. And they're, you know, they were told they could talk, but everybody understood they couldn't talk. Francis changed that. He allowed people to say things that they hadn't been able to say openly before, both within the Catholic hierarchy and listening to people, to lay people, to people who, you know, who weren't clergy or cardinals or bishops. So I think he managed to push that to its extreme. And you're quite right, we really can't assess his legacy yet. But I think you know, the next pope is going to have to probably be somebody, you know, and a lot of cardinals I've spoken to have said this, who consolidates the changes that he has brought about, which are quite a lot, but without, you know, causing a schism, which is the biggest fear within the Catholic hierarchy. They don't want to see their church split. And I think Francis was pretty good at bringing about as much change as he could without bringing about too much that would have put the Catholic Church at risk.
Interesting that 3/4, I believe, of the cardinals who will be voting in the conclave were appointed by Pope Francis. So that will be interesting to see how that squares out in the voting. One last question to you, Megan, if I may, because we're all trying to get an understanding of what unfolds, certainly in the next few days. As briefly as you can, because I know we're all waiting for more information from the Vatican, but can you help us understand what's about to happen?
Sure. Okay, so 7:30 tonight here in Rome, there's going to be a Rosary Mass commemorating Pope Francis. People can come and pray and mourn for him. A half hour later, there are going to be a group of a handful of cardinals and people who are very close to Francis. They will oversee his body being moved into a coffin inside St. Peter's Basilica, and they'll shortly after that release the cause of death. Then tomorrow morning, a small group of cardinals will get together, and that's when they're going to plan when the funeral will be held, when other events, and of course the conclave. The funeral will be within the next 5 or 6 days, I expect, and then the conclave a couple of weeks after that. So it's really tomorrow when we're going to get this information from the Vatican.
Okay, Megan, that really helps. It will be so interesting to see that funeral because, as we understand it, it will be different from past funerals. It will not be, certainly even dealing with the coffin, will not be the ornate ritual that we saw previously, because that is who he was as a man and a pope. So that is CBC's Megan Williams in a sunny St. Peter's Square on this very important day. Now, for more reaction, we've reached Father Darren Diaz in Toronto. Father Diaz is the executive director of the Toronto School of Theology. Thank you very much for making time for us, sir. And I know, we have spoken about so many things with this Pope, but I'm wondering if you can walk us through the moment that you heard the news and what you were thinking then.
Well, I got a call at around 4 o'clock from CBC. So that's how
I'm sorry.
That's how no, that's okay. I was glad to get the news early. And I was, I think like many people, I was surprised, even though he was elderly, he was 88. He suffered a series of health setbacks, we know quite serious last month that we thought might have been his final moments in the months of February. So in the one sense, you're surprised, even though you know that he was ill and he was elderly. It's a bit like what people experience, in their daily lives when a loved one dies, even if they're sick after a long time or if they're elderly. You're never really quite prepared for the death of somebody you know and you care about. So I think that's certainly what I felt. I felt sort of unprepared, even though he was clearly during the Easter week looking quite ill and quite tired. So I was surprised, and I was certainly saddened.
All understandable, and I think even the surprise is understandable. It's always a jolt. We talk about Francis as being known for his, non-traditional papacy. I think about that. I was in Argentina for the first days when he was made Pope, and the conversations that happened about him, and even right down to not being necessarily interested in the Prada shoes or the ornate garments that were offered at that time. A down-to-earth persona as a young priest, as a pope. And I'm curious, is that what stands out for you in terms of what sets him apart, or are there other elements to that?
I think that's certainly part of what sets him apart is his own personality. But I suppose every pope brings with him his own personality to the Petrine ministry, to the office of the Pope. And in this sense, as some of the things that you've mentioned about Pope Francis, he brought with him a certain simplicity, a sharp intelligence, a care for the poor. So I do think he came with his own personality. In terms of how he exercised his ministry as Pope, I think that certainly that care for the poor, this concern for the marginalized is something that will stand out. Certainly other popes wouldn't be against the poor and the marginalized, but Francis made it a real central piece of his papacy. So his first visit after his election was to the island of Lampedusa, where there were many, many migrants. And the idea of care for the migrants was something that ran throughout his papacy. He was also concerned with the material poor and did many things to improve in ways that he could, or to draw attention to their situation. So I think that's one thing. I think also this is a pope who will be remembered for his global sense of the church. This is the first non-European pope in a very long time. He comes from Argentina, a different experience, a different sense of government. So I think that this sort of global sense of the church is new. I mean, the church is implanted all over the world, but Francis, for example, named cardinals from places that we wouldn't expect. I mean, there's many more Asian and African and Latin American cardinals than there ever were. Previously, it was much more Eurocentric. So this global sense of the church, I think, is something that Francis will mark Francis's papacy. And I think also that Francis had a certain understanding of the church culture that he wanted to change. Many people will say, well, he didn't change the teaching on this, or he didn't change the teaching on that. But what the real challenge, I think, for Francis and now for his successor is that he was able to shift the culture. And other people have spoken about this. We can call it maybe a culture of synodality, where many people are invited into a conversation, where bishops and clergy and theologians and lay people and pastoral ministers, they can sit around a table, as they did in the previous two synods, and they can talk about hot button issues, right? Issues that maybe we would have been afraid to speak about under other papacies. So this freedom to speak together and to think about our future together is also something that will affect the culture of the church. And maybe that will change doctrine in the future. But I think that was a real important and difficult challenge that Francis really lived up to well, was this cultural shift. Even in the way he exercised his magisterium, Francis didn't want to talk about teachings for their own sake. He always thought about teaching and how they serve the pastoral praxis of the church, right? How does this make the lives of people better without in any way shunning away from the teaching itself?
You know, Father Diaz, I think one of the last times you and I spoke was about 2.5 years ago when Francis was visiting Canada. He was addressing the residential school abuses against Indigenous people. And I'm curious, how important, from your perspective, were his contributions to the reconciliation efforts?
I hope they were very important. It was certainly an unprecedented visit. He responded to Indigenous leaders and their invitation to come to Canada to apologize on Canadian soil, on the place where residential schools were built and where abuse happened. And he was very open, and as we heard in other interviews, he was eager to come. He made it a priority. So it was important for Francis. And I hope that Indigenous and Métis communities also, appreciate that it was an important thing for the Pope, even if we can, critique the apology itself, or, that's also part of the story. Mm-hmm. But I think that he came in goodwill. He respected the requests of the TRC to make the apology. So I think that's also important. And I think that he opened up discussions, certainly for Catholics, but probably other Christians and settlers in general, around issues that Indigenous people have been speaking up for a long time, not just the abuse at the schools, but the system of ongoing colonialism, the doctrine of discovery, the question of genocide. These are things that he, in his very high-profile way, spoke about. So we hope that he contributed in his visit something significant. At the same time, I think that after the visit, it was clear that the Catholic Church in Canada was set on a certain trajectory that was that where healing and reconciliation should become a priority. So I think that there's still many, many steps. There's still a long way to go, but I think it did have that positive, a positive effect overall.
So it's important to know that conversation continues.
I think he said that, he said words are important, and he offered important words during his visit, but he also said it's the actions that follow. So in the Pope coming to Canada, it's a commitment of the leader of the church to a certain pathway, right? Reconciliation is no longer sort of optional for Catholic Canadians.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much, sir. That was Father Darren Diaz, Executive Director of the Toronto School of Theology. So as you can imagine, on this Easter Monday morning, reaction to the Pope's death is coming in from political leaders around the world, including in Canada. So for that, let's bring in CBC's Janice McGregor. Good morning, Janice. Liberal leader Mark Carney, I think, spoke earlier this morning on the campaign trail. What did he say?
Yeah, another extraordinary day in what's been an extraordinary election campaign of major events like the death of a pope, now sort of bumping down maybe the domestic issues leaders were otherwise planning to speak to today in this final week of campaigning. As you say, Liberal leader Mark Carney was in Prince Edward Island today making an announcement related to Liberal policy on health care, but began his remarks by addressing the passing of Pope Francis. Take a listen and then we'll unpack it a little bit.
Pope Francis was a voice of moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. He was, in many respects, the world's conscience, never hesitating to challenge the powerful on behalf of the vulnerable. Above all, His Holiness understood and taught that value in the market must never eclipse the values of society. He wrote about the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, reminding us that ecological degradation and social injustice are deeply entwined. During his papal visit to Canada in 2022, his apology on residential schools was a crucial step in moving the Church forward in its journey towards meaningful reconciliation.
And Carney also was asked specifically about that last part in the question and answer session with reporters, the visit of the Pope a couple of years ago, and what that meant for Indigenous peoples and other Canadians who are still grappling with reconciliation issues. He called it, again, an important step on the Church's journey, and he kind of carefully tried to separate sort of the reconciliation process for the Roman Catholic Church from the reconciliation process for the federal government, which is its own sort of distinct journey. There are calls to action that apply to each of them, although, of course, also areas where those two things intersect. We haven't had a lot of days on the campaign trail where Indigenous issues and reconciliation have come to the forefront, but Carney did speak about it to a certain extent today on this occasion. And it was interesting, when you are a campaigning Liberal leader who is also Prime Minister, you do wear two hats. I took note, the actual written statement on the passing of Pope Francis did come from the Prime Minister's office. It's a bit longer than what he gave to us orally there. Of course, Mark Carney is a practicing Catholic, and there's elements of the written statement that do have a bit of a personal tone, including the fact that Mark Carney, in his private sector life, worked with the Pontiff on something called the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, a group of global business leaders concerned about social justice issues and inequity, and he had some personal contact with Pope Francis through that work in recent years before he got into politics. So certainly remembering someone that he is portraying as having a big impact on his approach to the moral responsibilities, he said, of leadership.
Interesting. I did not know that personal connection he had. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We are hearing, Janice, from some of the other political leaders this morning. Not everyone has spoken yet, but who else has spoken, and what are you hearing?
Yeah, so Pierre Poilievre also out this morning. He was making an announcement related to housing in Scarborough, but again, off the top of his remarks, addressed the passing of the Pope. Take a listen.
Let me first offer my condolences to Catholics all around the world on the loss of Pope Francis. His role is, of course, at the center of the Catholic Church, and there have been countless millions of Catholics and non-Catholics that have been inspired by his leadership in faith and other domains. And our prayers are with all Catholics as they lay to rest the head of the Catholic Church. And we are in solidarity in remembering him and honoring his contributions.
Bloc leader Yves-François Blanchet also out so far this morning with his MPs in Quebec City today, and had words for particularly Roman Catholics in the province of Quebec.
Quebecers who are Catholics and Christians and who are attached to the institution or the person of the Pope. And I hope everyone will come through this with serenity. So I extend my condolences to all of those who've been affected by his passing.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is campaigning on the west coast of Canada, so they're a little bit behind us, of course. He will be out in a few hours. We understand he's going to be making some remarks too, but we do have a social media post from him in the meantime saying that the Pope showed the world that faith can be a powerful force for justice, talking about how Pope Francis challenged political and economic leaders to put people before profits, didn't just preach humility and compassion, but he lived it. Also talking about the part he played, taking a meaningful step towards truth and accountability, and saying that brought deep emotions for many Indigenous families in their communities, and saying his example won't be forgotten. So everyone in their own way paying tribute on this day as Canadians sort of wake up to this news and grapple with yet another moment of profound change in this campaign.
No kidding. Profound change in the world, I would say, the last few years. The 2020s have been something. Janice McGregor in Ottawa, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just give you another live shot here of St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, which of course is the papal enclave. A crowd obviously gathered there to remember, to honor Pope Francis, who died today at the age of 88 after 12 years as the head of the Roman Catholic Church. You can see so many people in St. Peter's Square there, in part because of the news, also in part because it is a holiday in Italy, and there are so many people there who always want to go to St. Peter's Basilica, but especially on this day. Many leaders around the world are obviously, in addition to the political leaders in Canada, are also marking his passing and paying tribute to his legacy. I just want to go to Michael, if I may. I know you heard what some of the leaders in Canada said, and I'm wondering if you have a sense of the Pope's meaning in Canada at this moment, or if there's any reaction you have to their statements.
Actually, this Pope, I think, has been extremely meaningful. This papacy has been extremely meaningful for Canada. First of all, as many have pointed out, his trip to Canada to apologize on Canadian soil for the Church's role in the colonization and in what he rightly called genocide. That, as Archbishop Bolin in Regina has told me more than once, is the deepest wound in our history. And he came as a pastor to attend to that wound. And that's significant. We were talking earlier about his reaction to his moves on clerical sexual abuse. The clerical sexual abuse scandal, the era of clerical sexual abuse didn't begin in Boston. It began in St. John's in 1978. And if you want to know sort of where the Church was heading under Pope Francis on clerical sexual abuse, you have to talk to Bishop Ron Fabro down in London, who wrote the Canadian Conference of Bishops sort of legal and procedural guidelines for sexual abuse that became a model for other conferences of bishops around the world. And you know, it was the Vatican under Pope Francis that singled out what Bishop Fabro had done as a significant example. But then on the environment, this matters in Canada. The environment, you know, we're a petrostate producing huge amounts of carbon that ends up in the atmosphere. And this is a crisis that we have to address. And he put it before us in Laudato Si. And, you know, in his encyclical called Fratelli Tutti, he talked about how politicians need to relate to people need to relate to the people who are not necessarily influential and important. And living in the era of, Twitter and Facebook, etc., it's kind of a society with Tourette's. We're just shouting out little slogans at each other. And he recognized this is poisonous, it's corrosive to any real democracy. And he wanted us to understand that there is a better way of relating to people.
It's so interesting that you say that, I think, about some of the stern rebukes that he offered for some political leaders in the past few months, and how, interestingly enough, it was Vice President J.D. Vance who quite possibly had the last private visit with him.
It is interesting because, Pope Francis would never have said to J.D. Vance, "You're the enemy."
No, of course
not. That's not the way he operated, not the way he thought. Yes, he disagreed with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is not exactly licensed to practice theology. He doesn't really know what he's talking about.
I think in 2019.
And so this notion he had of the sort of circle of love, that we owe love first to our neighbors, and then, or first to ourselves, and then to our neighbors. And it's like the circle's going out, but you are in the center of it. That's the opposite of Pope Francis's understanding of who we are and what we're doing. Pope Francis looked to the peripheries and said, there should be the center of our concern. The poor, the marginalized, the migrants, the people that are ignored and pushed aside.
So just for people who may be wondering what we're talking about, that is at the core of a dispute, I think it's fair to say, that J.D. Vance and the Pope had, where J.D. Vance talked about that circle of necessary influence and necessary needs starting at the center, and the Pope saying, no, you've actually got that bit of theology wrong. All right, so Michael Swan is the former associate editor of the Catholic Register. It's always good to have you here. We do need to go to London, though, because we'd very much like to speak with Willem Marks, who is in our London bureau with more reaction out of Europe. So, Willem, what are you hearing from European leaders this morning?
Well, Adrian, we've heard over the last few hours from a number of different people, including King Charles here in the UK. He and his wife Camilla issuing a quite lengthy statement about Pope Francis, saying that he would be remembered for his compassion, his concern for the unity of the Church, and for his tireless commitment to the common causes of all people of faith and to those of goodwill who work for the benefit of others. It continued that through his work and care for both people and planet, he profoundly touched the lives of so many. Charles and Camilla, of course, earlier this month, meeting with the Pontiff in Rome during their visit to Italy and sending their most heartfelt condolences and profound sympathy to the Church. We've also heard from the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer over the course of the day, paying tribute, saying he was joining, quote, millions around the world in grieving the death. He said he praised the Pope's leadership of the Church as, quote, courageous and coming from a place of deep humility, saying that Pope Francis was a pope for the poor, the downtrodden, and the forgotten. We've also heard from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He has posted, obviously in a country where millions of people celebrated Orthodox Easter yesterday, the same day as the Roman Catholic Easter on this year. He's posted a photo of himself shaking hands with Pope Francis. They've met, I think, 3 times since Zelensky's been president of Ukraine. He praised the Pontiff as someone who knew how to give hope, how to ease suffering through prayer and foster unity. He prayed for peace in Ukraine and for Ukrainians. We grieved together, I should say, with Catholics and all Christians. We've heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, the executive branch of the European Union, saying that Francis had inspired millions with his humility and love for those less fortunate, saying that his legacy would guide people to a more just, peaceful and compassionate world, very much a common thread among a number of these statements. We've also heard from Friedrich Merz, the forthcoming Chancellor of Germany, having won that election recently, saying that Francis's, quote, tireless commitment to society's weakest members would be central to the way that he's remembered around the world following his passing.
That's fascinating because the consistency of those responses, hearkening back to the simplicity of this man and his determination to reach out to people who are vulnerable, feels like it will be the conversation that will be happening from now until the next pope is chosen. And perhaps, you know, we're in this period called sede vacante. It's a, you know, an interregnum period where there is no pope and people are wondering what the future of the Catholic Church will be. But thank you for that, Willem, because I feel like we're hearing a theme here of what people think of him and what they're wondering for next. That's Willem Marks in London. To the United States now, because CBC's Richard Madden is tracking U.S. reaction to the Pope's death, joins us now live from Washington. Richard, Pope Francis certainly found himself at odds with the current U.S. administration on some issues, and yet, as we were just speaking of with Michael Swan here, Vice President J.D. Vance was among the last people to spend time with him yesterday. We don't know that much about that visit. I suspect you know a little bit more.
Good morning, Adrian. Yeah, you're right. Vice President Vance, who, by the way, became a devout Catholic just 6 years ago, met with the Pope on Easter Sunday to celebrate the holiest day of the Christian calendar. And we saw in the photos that the Pope gave some of his kids some candies to mark the service. Vance is among many political leaders here who posted their own tributes. Now, from the White House, we saw posts to the late pontiff, including photos of President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with him during separate trips to the Vatican. I should note, we're just monitoring what's coming from the White House because we'll likely hear from President Trump directly within the hour as he hosts the traditional Easter egg roll on the front lawn of the White House on this Easter Monday. Now, earlier this morning, Trump did post condolences on his social media site, writing, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." We also saw former President Joe Biden, a devout Catholic himself, saying in a post that Pope Francis will be remembered as one of the most consequential leaders of our time, and I am better for having known him. He commanded us to fight for peace and protect our planet from a climate crisis. He advocated for the voiceless and powerless. He made all feel welcome and seen by the Church. He promoted equality and an end to poverty and suffering across the globe. And above all, he was a pope for everyone. Former President Barack Obama also issuing a statement saying Pope Francis was the rare leader who made us want to be better people. In his humility and his gestures at once simple and profound, embracing the sick, ministering to the homeless, washing the feet of young prisoners, he shook us out of our complacency and reminded us that we are all bound by moral obligations to God and one another. Now, getting back to Vice President Vance, he posted his own condolences, saying his heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. And just to update following Vance's post, the White House now says a presidential delegation may attend the funeral service at the Vatican and offered more condolences to the late pontiff. Watch.
No travel plans at this time. Doesn't mean it's not happening. I just don't have anything to share. But the president, of course, is aware of the passing of the Pope and did put out a statement this morning. And we're praying for the millions of Christians around the world who loved the Pope and admired him.
So some diplomacy there from an administration that we noted off the top that often clashed with the late Pope, especially over immigration policies and the treatment of migrants. In fact, in his final Mass on Easter Sunday, Pope Francis criticized the administration's policies on deportations where Vance was in attendance. Now, Vance described his brief meeting with the Pope that day as a, quote, exchange of opinions, which really underscored the tensions between the White House and Pope Francis that continued to his final days.
Richard, can we delve a little bit more into that, into the relationship between the Pope and the Trump administration and why that mattered?
Yeah, you know, the pontiff publicly criticized President Trump during his first term. I think you'll recall he said his plan to build a wall on the southern border was not Christian. Trump then attacked him back, calling him disgraceful. Now, at the time, that felt jarring, a president clashing with a pope. But it would later become somewhat common. The Pope since criticized the White House over its immigration policies and cuts to USAID. And then just back in February, the Pope wrote an open letter to American Catholic bishops where he criticized the White House deportation policies, and he urged Catholics to reject the anti-immigrant narratives in this open letter, criticizing the president's executive orders that allowed ICE agents to enter churches and schools to deport migrants. And in response, J.D. Vance at the time fired back. Take a listen to his response.
As a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line? We are going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
So the Pope went on to say in that letter that these deportations undermines and damages the dignity of migrants. The act of deporting people leaves them vulnerable and defenseless. So that is a legacy that the Pope hoped to leave behind to the millions of other Catholics. So it'll be interesting to hear what President Trump will say later today at the White House for the Easter Monday event, that Easter egg roll. But again, it was so unusual to have a pope wade into American politics and publicly criticize an administration and the president.
Okay. All right, Richard, thanks very much. That's Richard Madden in Washington. I feel like we'll be talking to Richard a lot more soon. Governor General Mary Simon, by the way, is another of the many Canadian leaders reacting to word of the Pope's death. In an official statement, she says, Whit, who is her husband, Whit Fraser, and I were deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Pope Francis. Pope Francis was a beacon of hope and compassion, spreading messages of peace, love, and understanding throughout the world. His legacy of humility, social justice, and environmental stewardship has left an indelible mark on humanity. I remember when Whit and I met Pope Francis during his visit to Canada in 2022, where he delivered an apology for members of the Catholic Church who cooperated with the devastating abuse of Indigenous children at residential schools. Her statement goes on to say it was a testament to his commitment to respect, dialogue, and collaboration across cultures and faiths, values he held dear throughout his papacy. May his soul rest in peace. May his teachings continue to inspire us to build a better world for all. And that was a statement from Governor General Mary Simon. Again, these references to humility, you will continue to hear those over the next few weeks. As we understand it, you heard a little bit from Megan Williams, the timeline is still a little bit in flux. We anticipate hearing more from the Vatican later today, but it is likely there will be 9 days of mourning, that he will lie in state for a few days. It is possible that there will be a funeral within 4 to 6 days of this day. At this point, no one expects the conclave, which is this process, this traditional ancient process to select a new pope, to begin any sooner than 15 days after today. So you're looking at likely anywhere from May 6th until possibly May 10th or 11th for beginning of the conclave. We will get more details of that, but just to give you a sense of the timelines here, roughly, as we understand them now. The National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations is the person we'd really like to speak to next. Cindy Woodhouse-Nipanek has also reacted to the death of Pope Francis. She posted a message to Facebook saying that Pope Francis apologized to First Nations people despite strong resistance. She thanks him for that apology and for his life's work on earth. We should now, though, turn to Father Darold Corbier-Winkler. Father Winkler is an Ojibwe Catholic priest from Chiging First Nation, joins us now from Ottawa. Father, it's good and important to see you. I am aware that we're not having an academic conversation here about someone. We're talking about someone who you knew and had a connection with, and so I'm sorry that you have to talk like this on this day, and I'm also curious what's been going through your heart and mind.
Well, we have known that he was not, his health was very fragile, for several weeks now, maybe months. And but nevertheless, it's still always a shock to hear about someone's death, and very sad for me and as well as people all around the world. You know, it's still shock.
Sure.
I think we're grieving his loss. Yeah.
I'm curious what he meant to you personally, because you're in an interesting position. You're a priest. You're also an Indigenous person. You know, I think you come at this conversation from so many different perspectives, and I'm curious what he meant.
So I think I was engaged in the spirituality and the talks of Pope Francis from the beginning. I could tell that he was someone that I would really admire, and his spirituality, his presence, his concerns for the marginalized and the poor, and having come from a family, a community of people who have been marginalized and poor for many centuries, this was an attraction to me. But he was more than that he finally came. I was so afraid that we would not hear the Pope in Canada. There seemed to be so much resistance to having him come here and to make his apology. So when he came, it was really an exciting and historic occasion. And for Native people, this was such an important part because it was part of the calls to action, as we all know. And it took several years for it to be fulfilled. But when he came, I think it was a real celebration for many Indigenous people.
I certainly remember, sir, that moment of seeing him in his wheelchair, going through the cemetery, and the silence, at that time. The pictures certainly were haunting. I feel like the weather felt haunting. It was so quiet, and that apology. My impression from being there is that there was an existential exhaustion on the part of the people who were there and who were listening to that apology. He came, he apologized, and he left. And what impact do you think that moment had on you and on those people who so desperately needed to hear that apology?
Well, there were members of my family who were involved in the residential school system and in the Indian school system in general. So my mother was a student in the Indian day schools. They were no picnics either. But I have relatives aunts and uncles who were in the residential school system. And so when he came to apologize, it was like he was apologizing to them too. It was a direct apology to the members of my family who, and I can be quite honest and say there was suffering in those schools.
Yes.
There was lots of pain. And they never talked about all those wonderful days when we were in the residential school. That I never heard that. And but I did hear.
Was there a moment during that visit in 2022? I mean, I just referenced, and I say this strictly as an outsider and an observer, that for me, watching his presence in the cemetery was astonishing. And pretty serious. Was there a moment for you that stood out or touched you in a lasting way?
Of course, the silence that you refer to for me is reverence. There was something sacred happening at that moment. That the Pope loved to talk about encounters, having encounters between two people or two nations coming together. And as a result of the encounter, there was transformation. Something transformational happens when we have an encounter. And I believe what we were witnessing there at Masquachis was this kind of an encounter, reverent, a moment for opportunity for something healing to happen and some understanding that would come about. So that's what it spoke to me. You talk about the silence and the grayness. For me, there was something reverent happening, and it's something that could lead to transformation. And that's what we're hoping for. We're still hoping. We're fully aware that reconciliation will take a long time. It's not going to be soon. We were reminded that by Murray Sinclair, who said it's like climbing up the Rockies mountains, and it's going to be a big challenge for reconciliation to truly happen in Canada. And unfortunately, his words are proving pretty prophetic and true. So it's a long time that we're going to experience. But it began in some ways with the Pope's visit. We needed to hear the Pope. Native people needed to hear the leader of the church say, I'm here, I'm here for penance. I came here to do penance. And I want you to know that I am sorry for what took place among all those children that suffered in those schools.
It's interesting to hear you say that. I think so. Now we've lost the Pope, but we also lost Marie Sinclair. You know, this great titan in this country who led so many people heart first, always. And now that they're gone, and now that that climb up the Rockies, as you put it, has begun, and you know, some people look away from that. Is the climbing continuing? What is your sense of how the work of Pope Francis that he started when he came in terms of reconciliation and the work the heavy lifting of that work that has been done by people like Marie Sinclair and all of the communities? What's your hope for how that work continues?
Okay, so first of all, I don't want to say that the work only began when Pope came.
Correct.
When the Pope came. It had been in process for a long time, that's what the TRC was an element of the work of working towards reconciliation. Former Native chiefs, Indigenous leaders, had struggled to bring about the Truth or Reconciliation Commission. That was a step along the path. When the Pope came, it was a call to the 94 calls to action. One of them was bringing the Pope here, and he came. And it continues this flow of reconciliation. We still have a long ways to go because people are not educated. They don't know what really happened. I've heard about, I am aware of conspiracy theories, for instance, that say, oh, it wasn't all that bad. What are they complaining about? So there's the need for education, the need to people to be open to what really happened. So education is necessary, but more than that, I agree with the Pope. Encounters with people are most important. That's where transformation comes. When people come together and they begin to explain, this is what I feel, this is how I experienced it, and others who can listen to that, that's when transformation comes. That's going to take a long time.
Indeed.
To experience these kinds of encounters. The Pope wanted to create a culture of encounter where people got to meet, hear one another, and become sympathetic to one another, feeling, and then that's when growth happens. That's when growth really happens with this transformation of encounter.
Indeed, and as you were speaking there, sir, we were playing some pictures, Father, of the Pope in Iqaluit. Certainly, I believe, I recognize that as the Pope Mobile was in Edmonton on that sunny day as he was heading into that stadium to continue. The encounters seem to matter so much to him, those one-on-one encounters. I would dare say that he put those above other interactions that he had, encounters with everyday people. Father Daryl Corbière Winkler, you're very kind for spending time with us. You joined us from Ottawa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Miigwech.
CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick joins us now from St. Michael's Cathedral in Toronto, where she's been all morning. This is a major place of worship for Roman Catholics in the city. Megan, what's your sense of how people are reacting to the death of the Pope, and what is happening behind you in particular?
Well, Mass was celebrated earlier this morning, Adrian, and so we have been speaking to parishioners here about how they're feeling. The flags have been lowered here at this church, and what people are telling me is, of course, that they're sad and that this news came as a shock to them when they woke up this morning, even though the Pope had been ill for quite some time. It's still hitting them hard. I've been speaking to people here who were tearing up as they were talking about him and how he will be remembered. One, I will say, older lady said she has witnessed a lot of popes in her lifetime as a Catholic and that he was her favorite. And so she is expressing a lot of sadness, and so is one of the priests here at this church that we spoke to earlier this morning ahead of Mass being celebrated. He said, Adrian, Pope means Papa, and that they considered Pope Francis like a father or a grandfather figure. And of course, he was noting the timing of Pope Francis's death coming on Easter Monday, noting that he had been able to celebrate Easter Sunday. And during Mass, the priest who was celebrating the Mass, noting what a joyful weekend it had been for Catholics celebrating Easter, but now today a sense of sadness. Here's a little bit of what we heard from the priest we spoke to earlier, as well as some other people who are marking the passing of Pope Francis.
I think he will be remembered as a listening pope, somebody who wanted the church to be listening to those that might be disenfranchised or disenchanted with the church, listening, being challenged by what they're saying, and then trying to respond accordingly.
This Pope Francis was really unique and especially important in today's world because he was really open to everybody, you know, and he didn't really care your background or, you know, whatever. He just loved the world as Jesus, you know, really expects us to all to. And so I think he's going to be sadly missed, I think. And especially when he went through the whole period of illness. We were rallying for him and praying for him, and then it looked like he got back, and kind of ironic on just after Easter. But thank God he celebrated his last Easter.
And Father Portelli, who we spoke to, said he was exchanging text messages this morning with Cardinal Frank Leo. And we have a statement from him, Adrian, from the Archdiocese of Toronto. Cardinal Frank Leo saying that the Catholic family is in mourning, that Pope Francis had guided their flock lovingly, he said in this statement. He went on to say the Holy Father's humility, compassion, and care for others, most especially the poor and marginalized, has served as a powerful witness and a reminder of our daily call to reflect the face of Jesus to all those whom we encounter. And he called on Catholics to carry on the legacy of Pope Francis. Also, some political reaction from here in Toronto from Premier Doug Ford, who also issued a statement this morning saying, as Catholics here in Ontario and around the world mourn the passing of Pope Francis, I extend my deepest condolences to all who are grieving this profound loss. His legacy of humility, love, and compassion will be forever remembered. So as for other events here, Adrian, they did have Mass this morning. They are planning on holding some additional services in the coming days to mark the passing of Pope Francis.
Okay, CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto. We're hearing from the Vatican News Service that Cardinal Gambetti will preside over the recitation of the Holy Rosary for the repose of the soul of Pope Francis. That will happen at 7:30 p.m. Rome time, which I believe is 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. That will happen in St. Peter's Square. It is after that moment that we'll get a little bit more information. In the event you are just joining us, Pope Francis, the leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics for the past 12 years, has died at the age of 88. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is a CBC News special remembering his life and his legacy. And you are, of course, looking live at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Thousands gathering there on this Easter Monday. Many of them, of course, stunned, seeking comfort in each other. It also happens to be a beautiful day in Rome. Easter Monday is a holiday there. There are so many people who wanted to be there. Many of them were there yesterday for the Pope's last appearance in St. Peter's Square. He toured around briefly and spoke very briefly from the balcony. They are there now to grapple with the death of a man from South America, whose papacy will be remembered for so many firsts. That was one of them, and for so many achievements. So here's how this day has unfolded. Word of the Pope's death broke in a statement from the Vatican. As much of Europe was waking up, Canadians still sleeping. Here's how that statement reads. It says, "Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis at 7:35 this morning. That is 1:35 Eastern. The Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father." The statement goes on to read, "His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. It is with immense gratitude for his example as a true disciple of the Lord Jesus we commend the soul of the Pope Francis to the infinite merciful love of God, the one and triune." Triune being a reference to the Trinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So we know that Pope Francis appeared in public for the very last time just yesterday at an Easter Sunday address. And during that address, he delivered a blessing to thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. So joining us on set for this ongoing special coverage is Michael Swan. Hi, Michael.
Thank you.
Former associate editor of the Catholic Register. Thank you for being with us today and for listening alongside us. And as we've started to hear statements from political leaders in Canada, leaders around the world, we've heard from some priests, the word humility comes up time and time again. Simple is another one. What are the words you're hearing that connect with who you understood Pope Francis to be?
Well, I was particularly moved by Father Darrell Winkler's statements there, where he talked about reconciliation. Because, you know, behind that is that reconciliation here in Canada with Indigenous people wasn't some sideshow. It wasn't some problem that the Vatican had to deal with and so that it could get on with normal life. Reconciliation is at the very heart of Christian faith. In the Catholic Church, the primary sacrament of reconciliation is the Eucharist. It's the Mass that's said every day in the Church, and that's because what we're doing in the Mass is participating in Jesus Christ's reconciling action, which we just celebrated here on Easter. His death on the cross and his resurrection enacts a reconciliation between God and all of God's creation. And so when he comes to Canada to talk about reconciliation, to urge reconciliation, to be part of a reconciliation that needs to happen, he's addressing the very central fact of our religious life. So, you know, earlier people asked me, well, you know, was he important to Canada? He was important to Canada. There's nothing more important than that act of reconciliation. And as Father Winkler said, it's not something that's accomplished in a moment with a word or a day. It's something that we have to live through for a long, long time.
It was difficult in the beginning, I think, because there was a feeling of, just from talking with people, of resistance. It wasn't quick. There are, you know, important artifacts that were not turned over, there are files that have still not been shared with people who've asked for them, who need them, files of children at residential schools and what happened to them. So there's clearly a lot of work to go. I'm thinking, you know, and it's not for me or you to judge the success of that work. In terms of the man himself, though, if I think about, if people are asking today, who was he, what kind of person he was, the only thing I can offer from, again, having been in Argentina and talking with people in the days after he was named Pope, is that while the rest of the world was surprised when he took the bus to the Vatican, he didn't take the limo, he carried his own luggage, he checked out of the hotel using his own credit card, he didn't want the Prada slippers. While everyone else was remarking how unusual that was, everyone in Argentina was nodding, and certainly in his parish where we spent that day, they were saying, well, of course, that's exactly who he is.
Yeah, and these things connect because his humanness, his ability to simply be who he was as a man, that's what makes us available for reconciliation. If we pretend to power, if we, you know, kind of play the role of leadership, we're not available. We can't, our defenses are up, we can't reconcile with anybody. It's not real. But Pope Francis was intent on being real, and but not just because it was a fashion that he embraced, but because being real, being human, gets you to reconciliation, gets you to those encounters with the poor, with the marginalized. And you know, as a journalist, we all know, those encounters are the real privileged moments.
Absolutely.
The interviews with powerful, rich, famous people, they come and go. But when you've actually been at the kitchen table with somebody who struggles to put food on that table, that's a privilege. And that's the moment when we have to be available and human with each other.
I think about something he did even from the Gemelli Hospital, where every night he called into the Catholic Church in Gaza.
Yeah.
And he spoke to 2 young men there, 2 priests, every single night.
Yeah.
And we spoke with some of them earlier, not today, but months ago, and said, you know, what were your conversations like? And sometimes they were as simple as, what did you have for dinner? Oh, I had chicken wings. What about you? It was very, very simple, but it was a touch point for him that he wanted to connect with those people in Gaza every day that he could. And I know we have a crew in Gaza right now trying to get to them. I know that they'll have a lot to say about how much that interaction meant. On the right of the frame, Michael, we're showing people, again, more live pictures of St. Peter's Square. So I know standing in there somewhere is Megan Williams.
Yes.
And Megan, you've been there since the news broke. And as they enter sort of late afternoon, what are you feeling there? What's changing?
Well, Adrian, I mean, you know, a lot of sadness. And I think a lot of people are just trying to absorb the fact that this is really a historic moment. The death of any pope is, of course, but Pope Francis really was something of a radical pope compared to those who came before him, for his efforts to prioritize those in the world that were often overlooked. And other popes did that, of course, but I think it's fair to say that no other popes in recent history have done it to the extent that Pope Francis has. I mean, he really shifted the whole focus of the Catholic Church, and I think that's why he speaks to so many people, non-Catholics included, people of other faiths, other Christians who aren't Catholic, because he is, you know, just somebody who speaks the language of social justice at a time when the champions of social justice in terms of world leaders, they seem to be fewer and fewer. And that's what I'm hearing today in the square. In a few hours, there'll be a rosary mass for the Pope at 7:30 in Rome. And I think then we'll see many, many more people coming out. Already there are thousands around.
Megan, we've been talking a lot over the last few months as his health was, you know, not good. He was failing. There was that weekend in February where we later learned that the doctors were at a moment where they were deciding perhaps we should let him go, and others said no, he wants to live. We're gonna help him. We're gonna give him everything we've got at great risk to his organs, etc. They continue to treat him. He was certainly aware that he was coming up against the edges of time. And he set to work, as I understand it, to try to sort of cement his legacy. I think 3/4 of the cardinals who will vote in the conclave were appointed by him. What else did he do, briefly, if you can, to try to sort of lock in his progressive view and sort of cement that into the Vatican, into the Church?
Well, I mean, Adrian, as you say, almost 75%, almost 3/4 of the cardinal electors, those who are under the age of 80, who can vote in the conclave, they were appointed by Francis. And you know, I think it's important to say, yes, he was a progressive pope and he appointed progressive people, but he also appointed people from all over the world, like from you know, small countries, from Mongolia, from you know, just a lot of different countries in Africa that hadn't had cardinals before. He appointed them because part of what he wanted to do was have a universal church, get it away from Rome. You know, the power center of the Catholic Church for centuries, one could argue since almost its inception, has been here in the heart of Rome, at the Vatican, with a couple of times in history when it moved. But nonetheless, it is, he was very aware that in order for the Catholic Church to grow and even survive, it had to become a global church. So I think that was really essential to his papacy. And of course, the fact that instead of lying in bed and convalescing for these past few weeks, he was just doing what he does best and what he considered most important, which is being a pastor. He wanted to have that contact with the people, and that's why he was going out yesterday in the Pope Mobile. You know, he really could have focused on getting better, but he wanted to walk the talk to the end, and that's what he did.
Just right now, I mean, this was his last tour. This was just yesterday in St. Peter's Basilica. What an extraordinary view. It's almost his view, as it were. I hear you talk about him pastoring to the end, and I'm sort of struck that everything I've read about him, and I know you've had brief interactions with him on the plane, is that he was an incredibly, I think stubborn is the word I want to use. He was a determined, stubborn man. So this is completely in character. What were your interactions like with him, Megan?
Well, I met him a couple of times. Now, you know, I mean, the poor guy met like thousands and thousands of people, so it's not that he could have a meaningful exchange with everybody. But I was able to say to him on the papal plane going to Canada a few years ago for his penitential pilgrimage for, you know, the Indigenous people, presidential apology. I was able to say to him that this, you know, really lot to Indigenous people, and you know, he just took that in. He was a great listener, and what the Indigenous delegation came here to Rome and went to Canada. And certainly when you talk to various cardinals who have dealt with him over the years, that they all say that he sits down and he listens. So he is the pontiff, you know, the pontiff, the leader of the, but he certainly didn't pontificate to people. He sat and listened.
Megan, I'm going to unfortunately interrupt you. I think as more people show up with cameras, as more people start to use their cell phones, we're starting to lose the signal. I'm not at all surprised by that. I'm grateful we heard as much as we did from you. That is CBC's Megan Williams in St. Peter's Square. The big question, of course, will be once the conclave begins, probably no sooner than 15 days from now, no later than 20 days from now, will everything that everyone is saying about the way Pope Francis conducted his life be reflected in the choice of the next pope? That we cannot know. It is a closed process, the most closed of closed processes in this era of people know everything instantly. This is the one process where people are, the cardinals are essentially locked in a room, and until we see the smoke coming from the chimney, of the right color smoke coming from the chimney, we will not know if there is a pope. CBC's Vanessa Lee joins us live from Montreal with more on the Canadian reaction to the death of Francis. I think you are outside the oratory where he visited 3 years ago, and I've been wondering, Vanessa, all morning, what happened on the cross on the mountain this morning in Montreal? Because is that my understanding in Montreal is the cross is supposed to light up in this moment, yes?
We didn't get a chance to see that cross yet. Perhaps after this hit, I will go take a look to see if that is indeed the case. But as you mentioned, Adrian, this oratory is a revered landmark, not just for Montrealers, but for people around the world. So we've been speaking to people here, again, locals, as well as people from different countries who have come here to to mourn and to reflect. And normally there are several masses here every day. We're told that there isn't a particular special mass in honor of Pope Francis happening today, but people are coming here to mourn, to reflect. There is a sense of sadness, but really also a sense of gratitude. People say that they are grateful that Pope Francis was their Pope because he was a man of the people. They describe it as a man of all good things, a man who really was one with the people, and really one who is going to, it's really going to be hard to fill his shoes, they say. And a lot of people are also talking about that historic visit from 3 years ago where he made his way through the Plains of Abraham. And I haven't been able to come across anyone who was there today, but they say that they were glued to the TVs. They were so touched because he was only the second pontiff to step foot here in the province, and that is something many Quebecers won't forget, Adrian.
All right, CBC's Vanessa Lee in Montreal. Sorry to throw you that question about the cross, but I know we'll figure it out. Thank you.
I'm going to check.
Okay, thank you. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has just released a statement remembering the Pope. He, of course, is a Catholic. He spoke with Francis on multiple occasions, and his statement says, "My deepest condolences to Catholics and everyone around the world as we mourn the loss of His Holiness Pope Francis. What inspired me most," he said, "and helped me personally through our conversations is how, as a Jesuit, he demonstrated that true rational thought finds its highest expression in compassion and service to all God's creation. The legacy he left here in Canada, including his work on reconciliation, will continue to inspire Canadians forever. That brilliance of heart marked Francis's life and leadership." That was a statement from former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So let's get more Canadian reaction, and from within the Catholic Church itself. The Archbishop of the Regina Diocese, Donald Boland, was appointed by Pope Francis in 2016 and joins us now from Regina. Archbishop Boland, firstly, good morning to you, and thank you for spending time with us. And I know your connection, obviously, to Pope Francis was important. He wanted you to be cardinal. I'm curious what went through your mind when you heard the news of his passing.
Well, yeah, thanks for the invitation to be with you. Certainly, we'd been led to expect that this was going to happen, and prepared ourselves, starting with his double pneumonia. And then his flagrant disregard of his doctor's advice to take it easy and to proceed to attend Vatican celebrations. I think he went out on his own terms. I'm deeply saddened. I've been so moved by his pontificate, but I'm also full of gratitude today for all that has been. It's been a remarkable 12 years.
I also respect that you're smiling there when you talk about his determination to do things his way. I think what a remarkable and relatable characteristic of the man that is. We're all surrounded by people who are strong-willed, as shall we say. Are there any personal memories that you have of the Pope? Because you are one of the few people in the world who spent time with him. I know he did like to minister, but most of the 1.4 billion Catholics never got a chance to get anywhere near him. So are there any, special memories you have?
Yeah, sure there are. I think of three kinds of encounters with him. And the first was ecumenical encounters. I have the privilege of co-chairing an international Anglican body of bishops who had on two different occasions the opportunity to meet with him and with the Archbishop of Canterbury together. And so he was so much a person of dialogue. He really wanted the church to be, he called for a culture of encounter. He wanted the church to be in dialogue with other Christian communities, asking how we can act together, what we can do together, calling us to pray together. He wanted to be in dialogue with other religious traditions, with science, with politics, with the world around us. So my first deep memory is just how, your previous speakers have talked about how attentive to others he was, how much he was engaged in listening, but he really fostered dialogue, including dialogue on difficult questions. That would be one experience. The other then was the bishops had limina, so the Western bishops went as a body to meet with him a few years ago. And he spent 3 full hours with us and then had a moment with each of us.
I think sorry to interrupt, I think we're looking at a picture of you doing that meeting with him right there. I think that's the one you're speaking to.
Okay, I can't see the picture, but I trust you. So, and yeah, just he wanted to hear from us. And I think that, you know, points us to how he wanted us to function as church. He wanted us to be consultative. He wanted to engage with everybody. He wanted the voices from the peripheries to be heard. The whole process of synodality, a difficult word, but it really means walking together. That's what he's been pushing us towards the last couple of years, has signaled his desire that the church isn't simply ruled by a group of bishops, but really is a church that's engaged in a deep consultation with everybody within the church and outside the church. So that spirit of consultation. The third was the opportunity to attend and be with the Pope and the entourage through the entire, first of all, the delegation to Rome of Indigenous peoples, and then the papal visit here in the summer of 2022. And what a powerful visit that was, how he spoke to the heart of the challenges that we face in Canada, how his apology really came from the heart, how he addressed the painful legacy of residential schools and everything that sought to assimilate Indigenous peoples. He spoke so strongly about support of their language, their culture, the richness and beauty of their traditions. So that experience of firsthand of his desire to seek justice, they're the lasting memories for me.
Oh, those are solid ones, absolutely. That visit that you talk about, was it the words? Was it the presence? Was it his way? Was it his promise that left the biggest impact? Can you choose one? Is there one?
Right. Well, it all goes together. That's the thing. You know, he was so deeply human in his gifts and his blessings and his struggles. And so he brought that fullness of humanity when he came. And he canceled a trip or two just before that. So it was so much his act of determination that he wanted to be there. He wanted to be here for our sake, for the sake of Indigenous people on this land. So that spoke in itself a message, his resilience and determination. But his words were powerful. His texts were so well thought out. And I think addressed the deep woundedness that we have in this country as a result of assimilation of Indigenous peoples, as a result of residential schools. He went to the heart of that, and his encounters with individual Indigenous leaders during the course of that visit were very moving to see and moving for many of them. So I think it's the whole package, right? There was a wisdom to Call to Action 58, that the Pope should come in person to this land to offer an apology.
And I think as you talk about the words that he offered that were carefully constructed, I remember at the time someone telling us when we were doing the special right there that it was the words "I'm sorry" that mattered the most. Archbishop, thank you very much. I know that your life certainly changed when you became Archbishop, and you have important work ahead, and we appreciate you taking time for us.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Indeed. That was Archbishop Donald Boland, who joined us from Regina. Interesting to hear the Archbishop talk about the trip to Canada. You know, Pope Francis, as I understand it, made in the neighborhood of 45 trips overseas as Pope. The one place he did not ever go to when he was Pope was home. He never went back to Argentina. From the moment that he was announced Pope in that square in Buenos Aires, one of the first things he did on the day before he emerged on the balcony at the Vatican to sort of greet the people who gathered was make a phone call to someone in Buenos Aires who put the phone on speakerphone and then put the speakerphone on a huge speaker to address the crowds in Buenos Aires. And he thanked the people who'd been there all night, told them his heart was with them, told them that he wanted to see them again. But it really was not to be. He never got back to Argentina. He did manage to get to South America, but never went home. And there's an element to that that people talk about in the conclave when it happens, that when the Pope is named, before the Pope goes and addresses the crowds, that person, a man, usually walks down this hall that's come to be known as the Hall of Tears, because it represents a departure, that leaving a life behind and entering a new one and knowing you can never go back. So I think there's certainly a sense of that in the man himself. You know, as we're having this conversation, as you all know, the Pope's death comes as the federal election campaign here in Canada enters its final week. It is a week today that is election day, and party leaders took time out at the beginning of their latest events to speak about Pope Francis and his passing. So to tap into that a little bit, let's bring back CBC's Janice McGregor, who has more. And Janice, can we start with Liberal leader Mark Carney and what he said?
Yeah, indeed. And another day for him where he wears both the hat of the Prime Minister, responding on behalf of Canadians, but also wearing the hat of a Liberal leader, campaigning with 1 week to go in this campaign. A campaign that, again, has seen an extraordinary development on the world stage, bump maybe some of the domestic issues that they would otherwise expect to be talking about today down a little bit as they sort of have to respond yet again to breaking news. Let's hear from Mark Carney directly, the Liberal leader in Charlottetown today with some of his candidates talking about healthcare, but speaking first and foremost about the passing of the Pope.
Pope Francis was a voice of moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. He was, in many respects, the world's conscience, never hesitating to challenge the powerful on behalf of the vulnerable. Above all, His Holiness understood and taught that value in the market must never eclipse the values of society. He wrote about the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, reminding us that ecological degradation and social injustice are deeply entwined. During his papal visit to Canada in 2022, his apology on residential schools was a crucial step in moving the Church forward in its journey towards meaningful reconciliation.
And during the question and answer session that followed with reporters, he was asked to expand a little bit more on that aspect of Pope Francis's legacy here in Canada, the apology. Carney called it an important step for the Roman Catholic Church on its journey. He also was careful to differentiate the reconciliation process that the government of Canada continues to move along its journey from the journey of the Church, which of course intersects in some important ways, but is also fundamentally separate. They have different calls to action that they are responsible for. But Carney sort of acknowledging the Pope's leadership and his role in that. His actual statement from the Prime Minister's office goes into a little bit more detail. Something that some people might not know is that Mark Carney is a practicing Catholic, attends Mass, and you can see aspects of that appreciation for the Pontiff as a spiritual leader in his statement, but also some insight into Mark Carney himself having a direct relationship with the Pontiff through something he was doing before he entered politics. He was part of something called the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, which was a group of global business leaders that worked together with the Vatican to advance things like social justice, placing human dignity at the center of economic and political systems. Apparently had encountered the Pope on several occasions as a result of that work, and as he was speaking today, paying tribute to him, was talking about what he learned from those experiences, seeing the Pontiff as someone who really was defining what it means to sort of be a global leader in the 21st century in sort of having moral responsibilities in that leadership. So something that has affected him personally and that he was speaking with some candor on today.
Janice, what are the other political leaders saying about the Pope's death? They have, you know, I don't know that they had quite the interactions with him that he did, as you were saying that he had worked with him at some point. on projects at any rate. But what are the other leaders saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's come up for all of them as the day has gone on the campaign trail. As you might expect, given this is something of deep importance, particularly to Roman Catholics in this country or anyone who respected his work globally. Here is Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He was at an event in Scarborough today talking about housing, but again, off the top, responding to the passing of the Pope.
Let me first offer my condolences to Catholics all around the world on the loss of Pope Francis. His role is, of course, at the center of the Catholic Church, and there have been countless millions of Catholics and non-Catholics that have been inspired by his leadership in faith and other domains, and our prayers are with all Catholics as they lay to rest the head of the Catholic Church, and we are in solidarity in remembering him and honoring his contributions.
And the death of a pope always hits different in the province of Quebec. Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, was with some of his candidates in Quebec City today. He, too, is speaking with his reaction.
Quebecers who are Catholics and Christians and who are attached to the institution or the person of the Pope. And I hope everyone will come through this with serenity. So I extend my condolences to all of those who've been affected by his passing.
Jagmeet Singh is on the West Coast today, has not yet met with reporters. We are expecting that around noon Eastern time, but out on social media with his initial response to talking about the Pope showing the world that faith can be a powerful force for justice, and paying tribute to the way he spoke about poverty, inequality, and the climate crisis, challenging leaders to put people before profits, very much in keeping with what you hear Singh talk about on the trail. Also talking about how the Pope earned the respect of millions far beyond the Catholic Church for the way that he didn't just preach humility and compassion, but lived it. Talking about his contributions towards truth and reconciliation, accountability, that this was something that brought deep emotions to Indigenous families in this country, but also saying that his passing is a loss for everyone who believes in dignity, fairness, and caring for one another. That's the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh. So the campaign day continues, but you know, I think you can see in these statements that everyone reflecting on sort of the example of the pontiff, even for those who are not Roman Catholic.
Indeed. Janice, thank you. How interesting that this campaign has been. I mean, it's short. It's a short campaign, but it's hard to imagine a time, and there's a week left, so who knows. Hard to imagine a time when more things have sort of interrupted and sort of taken attention away from the leaders and from Canadians. This is also an interesting and important day. CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa, thinking about people talking about the legacy of the Pope. I don't think we can lose some of the facts here that he was the first Jesuit Pope, the first Latin American Pope, the first from the Americas, the first non-European Pope in more than 1,000 years. This was an unusual man in so many ways. His capacity to push through his pneumonia was also not lost on anybody. Double pneumonia, terrible. He had also had part of a lung removed when he was a young man. And so he was dealing with a lot. He was clearly in a lot of pain when he was released from the Gemelli Hospital in March, I think March 23rd, to see him return to the Vatican. He was very frail, but clearly very, very determined. And I think the people who interacted with him and heard from him after that understood that he was going to work until his last breath, which is precisely what he did. So now that he is gone, obviously the conversations turn to legacy and what comes next. So for that, let's bring in Catherine Clifford, who is the founding director of the Center for Research on Vatican II and professor of theology at St. Paul University, and joins us now from St. Joseph, Minnesota this afternoon, this Easter Monday. Thank you for taking some time for us, Catherine. Can you help us out with the what next part of this equation? First, I realize that we will see the Rosary in St. Peter's Square in about, I think, an hour and a half or 2 hours from now. But then what happens?
So, well, naturally, of course, the whole Catholic Church enters a time of mourning for the next 9 days. And soon, I would expect perhaps tomorrow or later today, the Pope's body will probably be laid in state in St. Peter's Basilica for people to come and pay their respects. Normally, a papal funeral will be planned within 4 to 6 days of the Pope's death. So there'll be a celebration. And during this period, the Dean of the College of Cardinals, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, will be preparing the papal funeral and preparing the conclave, the election process of the Pope's predecessor. So he will be inviting all the members of the College of Cardinals to gather in the city of Rome, and most of them will be present for the celebration of his funeral. Pope Francis has also indicated that his desire is not to be buried in the crypt at St. Peter's Basilica, but to be buried at Santa Maria Maggiore, a church where he went frequently to pray before the icon of the Virgin Mary of the Roman people. And so his wish is to be buried there.
And why was that? Do you know why that was?
I think it's just part of his personal devotion and piety. Francis is called on other pastors in the church to be close to their people. And I think we see this. He really tried to model this and live this out as a pastor who cared deeply for his flock. And this, I think this is linked to his devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary and this image of her as the protector of the Roman people.
When you say close to people, I was thinking of a visit that he made to South America, I think to Brazil, very early on. And there was an expectation that there would be a very intense convoy from the airport. And then the helicopter shots showed this little tiny Fiat weaving in and out of traffic. And to some horror, the realization that he was in that Fiat and he was having none of the trappings of the Vatican. Does that feel like an anomaly to you, or do you feel like over the past 12 years he has sort of reset the values?
I think it's a very intentional effort to reset the image of the papacy and to give a much humbler image of the Pope or the Bishop of Rome as there's a traditional expression, the servant of the servants of God. Really, he understands his ministry as being at the service of others. And he has took, from the beginning of his pontificate, some very deliberate efforts to distance himself from the imperial style of the past by not living in the apostolic palace and living in a simple suite in a residence on the on the campus of St. Peter's or the Vatican City. Again, he does not have an armored vehicle or a big limousine. He didn't want a police escort when he was out in the city and traveling about. And this is also part of this, I think, this sensibility of his. He wants to be in proximity, he used the word proximas, really live out in his own witness a closeness to the people. And I'm also really struck by the images that come from his final days. On Holy Thursday, he made a tremendous effort, despite his ill health, to go as he traditionally has on Holy Thursday. Normally he would have celebrated the ritual of foot washing that is part of the liturgy of the church on Holy Thursday. But he couldn't do this, but he celebrated this usually in a prison. And so he went to visit a group of prisoners on Thursday afternoon last week. And then he gave this final message from the Loggia of the Basilica on Sunday after the Easter liturgy, blessing the city and the world, but with a very sharply worded message calling people to work for peace, reiterating the values of that really defined his whole ministry of absolute respect for the dignity of every human person. And that text is kind of a warning to where we are in the world in terms of the tensions and contexts of violence and war. And he's very aware that we're in a very turbulent time of social and economic and political crisis and unrest.
As I hear you speak, though, Catherine, I'm aware that, I mean, we're talking in the present, but that's the way it was. And I'm also conscious that in 2 weeks' time, it could be very different. I mean, we could be talking about a very different set of values within the Vatican, could we not?
That's possible, but I think it's unlikely. Of the 135 cardinals, so only those cardinals who are under the age of 80 are eligible to serve as cardinal electors in the conclave. Pope Francis has named 2/3 of those men, and I think he's tried to identify other pastors who share his commitment and values. We've also just emerged from a 3-year-long process called a synod. Bishop Don Boland spoke about this a little earlier on your show, about this gathering of a synod where the leaders of the Catholic Church throughout the world gathered to deliberate on really the future directions of the Church and to set it on a different course, one that's more inclusive, where there's much more participation by all the members of the Church, the laity, together with their pastors and leaders. And this is not a personal agenda of Francis, but this is where he was led through a process of consulting the bishops and asking what the Church needs going forward. And I also think it's really important that we think about how he is being the first Bishop of Rome from the global south. This is where the majority of Christians live today. And the majority of Catholics and other Christians live in dire poverty and in very precarious contexts. And that all of the issues there, I think this is not something that we in the West, in North America or Europe, have fully understood, but this is a momentous shift in the dynamics within the global Catholic Church. And I think that those issues will also be front and center when the cardinals gather to reflect on the needs of the Church going forward.
Indeed. This is so interesting. Catherine Clifford, thank you very much for making time for us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Adrian.
Catholics in Newfoundland and Labrador are also mourning the death of Pope Francis, but there are some who say, you know, his papacy fell short on addressing the problem of clerical sexual abuse. CBC's Heather Gillis joins us now live from outside the most well-known cathedral in St. John's. Heather, can you start by walking through for us how Pope Francis is being remembered in Newfoundland?
Well, Adrian, you're right. This is the most prominent Catholic church in St. John's. In fact, it marks the skyline here. It's the first thing you see when you come in through the St. John's Narrows. And this church behind me, it's the Basilica of St. John the Baptist. It's going to be open until 4 o'clock today for people to come and pay respects to Pope Francis. So once you go inside, what you see is a photo of Pope Francis. The altar is lined with candles and flowers, and there is also a book of condolences for people to sign. We were speaking with Father Paul Lundrigan earlier today. He's the priest at the Holy Trinity Church in Torbay, and he says Pope Francis was known for being about reform, for being open, and for being willing to listen to communities who have been harmed by the church, from sexual abuse survivors to the LGBTQ community.
He lived right up to the end the way that he had always lived his faith. And it was indicative of the person he is. And I say is because in our Catholic belief, we believe that someone as good as him lives on forever with God in heaven. And so it is a sad day for the church, but a day to reflect on how blessed we've been to have had such a wonderful leader.
And Father Paul Lundgren also says he was impressed to see Pope Francis yesterday outside St. Peter's Square there in the Vatican, meeting with people and blessing people as well.
And Heather, what about those who survive clergy sexual abuse in Newfoundland? Like, how is this day?
Yeah. Well, of course, communities in this province have been rocked by clergy sexual abuse from Mount Cashel, the orphanage scandal there, and beyond. And Pope Francis's death also comes at a time in this province where the Archdiocese here in Eastern Newfoundland is selling off more than 40 churches to pay reparations for some of that abuse. And some communities are also fighting for their churches or raising money to try to buy them back. So it comes at a tumultuous time here. I was speaking with one sexual abuse survivor, Gemma Hickey, and they've been to Rome multiple times to advocate to end sexual abuse within the church. And they say they are still offering their condolences to Pope Francis and to all who knew and loved him, but they're still calling for more to be done, more action from the church to end sexual abuse.
As a survivor, and certainly someone who is president of a global organization like Ending Clergy Abuse, certainly what I'm looking for, what we're looking for, is someone's record on how they have handled abuse in the past while they were in a position of authority.
Meanwhile, commemorations are going to continue here outside the Basilica in St. John's, and then on Thursday, Adrian, there will be a special Mass to remember Pope Francis.
All right, CBC's Heather Gillis in St. John's, Newfoundland. Thank you, Heather. So Canadians might best remember the Pope for that visit we keep talking about in 2022, what he called his pilgrimage of penance, first to Alberta, then Nunavut, then Quebec, where he met with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and eventually apologized for what he said was deplorable behavior from some people at residential schools. Sam Sampson joins us now from Edmonton, which is where the Pope first touched down during that visit. Sam, can you tell us more about that trip? It wasn't that long ago, but how did it affect people in that city?
Well, we're at the St. Joseph's Basilica, where people are already starting to pour in for Easter Monday Mass, as well as to mourn the Pope. So here in Edmonton, people are marking Pope Francis's death. But that trip specifically was focused on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people and survivors of residential school and forced assimilation. And we've already heard a statement from the Archdiocese of Edmonton, who one of the archbishops will be speaking here later today. And their message from the Archdiocese of Edmonton mainly focuses on that trip and, quote, how it provided a unique opportunity for the Pope to listen and dialogue with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and to address the impact of colonization. Now, he did more than just address the impact of colonization. Pope Francis on stage at Musqueam apologized for what happened at residential schools, the abuse that people suffered there, and he said he was sorry and ashamed, and even called it evil committed by some Christians who were working in those schools. Now, although the Pope had already apologized for the impact of residential schools and the abuse that people suffered there, that happened at the Vatican. And one of the calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada was for the Pope to make the apology here on Canadian soil. So that moment here in Alberta at Musqueam, that was a huge, huge moment for different communities. And while it was welcomed for some who wanted that apology, the Pope also said on his plane ride home after that 6-day trip here in Canada was done, he recognized what happened at residential schools as a genocide. Now that was a big moment as well. It was welcomed by people who had pushed the Canadian government to specifically name what happened at residential schools as a genocide. But overall, the Pope's visit received mixed reviews. Based on interviews that were done at the time, Adrian, we know that some people appreciated the apology. It was very heartfelt, while others were on their own healing journey, and the Pope's apology didn't really mean anything to them. And we actually just got an email from the Assembly of First Nations just moments ago saying that First Nations people still struggle with the relationship of the Catholic Church for good reason. His Holiness Pope Francis opened a new chapter of healing when he granted an audience to the delegation of First Nations and Indigenous people in 2022, and then goes on to talk about the apology itself. So mixed reaction to the trip here, Adrian, and we'll probably hear more about it from people who are going to Easter Monday Mass as well.
Absolutely, and still some anxiety that some of what has been asked for, has not been achieved. I'm thinking in particular about the records that the church holds of some of what happened at the residential schools and the day schools. People have been pushing for the Vatican to open up those records for a long time, and now that he is gone, I sense that there will be some anxiety about when that will become a priority, and I know whomever is named the new Pope, there will be some pushing for that. In terms of later today, you mentioned Easter Mass. What else is happening later today?
Yes, well, the Archbishop from the Archdiocese of Edmonton, Richard Smith, will be here speaking with reporters downtown Edmonton. So we'll hear more from him about not only Pope Francis's legacy, but his also trip here that started in Alberta and then went on to different parts of Canada. But we will be going to Lac St. Anne in Alberta, where we're going to meet with a First Nations chief who met the Pope a few times and was instrumental in bringing him here to Alberta for that first part of the trip. Pope Francis was part of a sacred annual pilgrimage that happens at Lac St. Anne, and he actually blessed people with water gathered from the lake there. We're going to speak with that First Nations chief about what his visit meant, the legacy that he will have here with different Indigenous communities in Alberta, and of course, what his death means now. And as you mentioned, what that means for the work that is still yet to come in terms of the relationship with the Catholic community, the Vatican, and Indigenous communities.
Sam, thanks very much. And just as you were speaking, we were looking at some of those pictures of his visit in 2022, Masquerades in particular, when he was greeted, went through that cemetery. Again, if you get a chance to go back and look at some of those images and to get a sense of that moment, as you're scrolling everything else on YouTube, it's worth taking a moment to look at some of those images because they certainly made a lasting impact on people here. We will be debating for a long time the efficacy of it, but it was a moment that is not in dispute. Coming back with us on set is Michael Swan, the former associate editor of the Catholic Register. When we were speaking with Catherine Clifford there, one of the things I didn't get a chance to ask her, but we were certainly noting that she's the first woman we've had having this conversation with us today. How much, so perhaps it's inappropriate to ask you as a man, but you're right here, so I will. Yeah. Did he do enough? I would think some say no in terms of embracing women in the church, or is there a perception that he did?
I think perceptions are all over about this. I mean, Catherine was a voting member of the Synod, and 20 years ago, that was unimaginable. There is a sort of wish on the part of many, many people that women would be ordained priests. The Pope isn't the Pope of downtown Toronto. He's the Pope of the entire world. You have to think about how that would work in Africa, where the church is growing, in Asia, in societies that are very unlike ours. The job of the Pope is unity. That's what he's there for, to ensure unity. If he does something that breaks the church apart, he fails.
Is that the feeling, that would break the church apart?
We saw that, actually, in the Anglican Communion, when the decision was made to ordain openly gay bishops, to ordain women. It did break the Anglican community apart. What the Pope has said is not that this was an impossibility, that it will never happen. He said that we haven't had the right sort of discussion. We haven't had a full discernment process. And that, for him, means a discernment process that includes everybody, not just a set of experts, not just the existing bishops and clergy, but the whole church.
Interesting when you're listening to you talk about where there is growth in the church. In 2013, after Pope Benedict had stepped down, and we were looking to, as a journalist, looking to get accredited for where we should be for the conclave.
Right.
It was a discussion that I had with producer Steph Genzer that we decided it would be South America. So we got accredited for Brazil and Argentina because there was this feeling of a push and pull between Catholicism and evangelical Christianity in South America, and that the Catholic Church wanted to hold on to that. So in some ways it wasn't a surprise to see a Pope from Argentina. But looking at the growth now, is there an area that the Vatican is focusing on in terms of hanging on to that growth? Is it the Philippines? I'm not asking who's going to be the next Pope, but in terms of its focus.
Yeah, I do think that all of what we now call the global South, but all of those once colonized lands that's where the church is, and that's where the church needs to be attentive. And Africa particularly is going to be important, not just because there's growth there, there's young people, and there's energy, and an evolving culture and a sense of Christian identity, but also because that's where there's an awful lot of suffering. The war in Sudan, the endless war in Congo, the continuing precarity of poor countries like Malawi that are in debt beyond their eyeballs. You know, when Pope Francis comes to Canada for reconciliation with Indigenous people, he's coming to the most wounded place. It's like a doctor looking for where am I needed here. The church has to always do that. And in Africa, there's a need for a moral voice, for a voice of peace, for the voice of Francis, the voice of a pope that understands that my people are hungry, my people are thirsty, my people live in fear, my people need to be comforted, to be encouraged.
Not lost that he did go to Congo.
He did,
and
said, hands off Congo. He understood the world in terms of the effects of colonization.
Michael, thank you very much. While we talk about growth, again, we're talking about the first Latin American pontiff, Pope Francis. You know, he holds a very special place in the hearts of Hispanic Catholics. That includes our next guest, Hoffman Ospino. Hoffman is a professor of Hispanic ministry, religious education at Boston College, joins us now from Boston. I'm sure you heard, Professor, some of the conversation we were just having there about growth in the Catholic Church. But I'm curious, the moment you first heard the news of Pope Francis's death, when you started to process it, what were you thinking?
Well, certainly there is a sense of loss, especially since this is the first Pope ever from the Americas, first Latin American Pope. So there is something historical that has occurred with his election, with his life, and at the same time there is the sense of loss of that first being gone.
What did it mean for many Latin American communities to have him leading the church? I mean, we know the optics of it. We know the gratitude on that day in 2013. We saw him return, I believe, to Brazil, and forgive me if I've got that wrong, very early on. But beyond the imagery of it, what did it mean?
Well, definitely, we need to keep in mind that about 40% of all Catholics in the entire world live in Latin America. So in a sense, having a Pope from this part of the world means that the church in the Americas, but particularly in Latin America, is ready to bring its wisdom, is ready to bring its youth and all its pastoral experiences to serve as a model for the life of the church in the entire world, in all continents. And something that can actually serve as an example of that is, for instance, that the emphasis on synodality which is something that, as a matter of fact, was forged in much part in Latin America. When the world began to hear about synodality in the 2010s, Latin America had been doing it for 40, 50 years.
Well, one of, well, I guess it was probably the last meeting the Pope had was with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. We understand that the Pope certainly had rebuked the Trump administration's, mass deportations of migrants, saying it strips them of their inherent dignity. When you heard those words from the Pope, what'd you think?
Well, Pope Francis has been superbly consistent, from the time he was elected until the very last day of his life, about the importance of recognizing the dignity and the humanity of migrants, refugees, the poor, and anybody who is vulnerable. So definitely he stood up, to the powers to be in many ways, not only to the United States, but also to the many countries throughout the world, in Europe, especially the wealthier nations that have a negative attitude towards migrants and sometimes use them as political footballs. And so the Pope, drawing from the best of his tradition, going back to the gospel, the message of the prophets in the Hebrew scriptures and so on, the Pope reminds the church that the presence of migrants is the presence of Christ, and certainly Vice President J.D. Vance, as a Roman Catholic, should also know this, and I understand that he needs to reconcile politics with his religion, but most likely the invitation was to be consistent with the faith that he recently embraced.
Was it important to have Francis leading the Catholic Church at a moment that is so polarizing in the U.S.?
Well, who would have known that we had this roller coaster in the last decade or so? So, I mean, definitely, I think that the Holy Spirit, guides the church throughout history, and Francis has proven to be the right pope for this right moment. He has inspired people to be Catholics in particular, but many others to be attentive to questions of related to the created order, to the environment, questions about inclusivity, questions about the poor. And in a polarized world, we tend to lose sight of the importance of how we must care about one another. Mm-hmm. During the time of the pandemic, Pope Francis was incredibly inspiring. And I think that no one could have done it as well as he did, when he stood up in the middle of St. Peter's Square alone, mm-hmm. sharing with the world the pain of being in the midst of that pandemic.
In order for the work to continue in Latin America, because it's not over, right? It's right. Particularly when it comes to Latin American representation in the church. What's your sense of what needs to happen?
Well, I think that Latin America will continue to have a leading voice, a relevant voice, given the growing number of leaders and the maturity of Catholicism that has emerged both pastorally but also intellectually. So there's great theology coming up from Latin America that will continue to be shared. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that Latin America is also experiencing the effects of secularization. So mm-hmm. a growing number of people who are not going to church anymore, who do not self-identify as Roman Catholic any longer. So there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done retaining, this population. And as your previous speaker was, your previous guest was saying, eyes need to be placed also in the fast growth of Catholicism in Africa and in Asia. And I think that what the rest of the 21st century is going to be very exciting to see how these centers of Catholicism start engaging in conversation with one another. And I really look forward to popes that emerge precisely from these centers in what's left of this continent, of this century.
It's so interesting to look at the polls of different religions in Latin and South America. People told us at the time that they felt the pull to evangelical Christianity because when times were tough economically, they felt that they had suffered enough and that there was a religion that offered them sort of a chance to think about prospering. And has evangelical Christianity since 2013 been on the rise there?
It continues to be, absolutely. It continues to be on the rise, not only in Latin America, but also in Africa and in Asia. Here in the United States as well, it's making huge inroads among Latinos, among Asians, immigrants and US born. So I think that, the fact that we have this growth, it means something to me. I mean, of course, as Roman Catholics would say, we are losing ground as a church, as an institution, and that might be the case. But the way I tend to see it is there's a return of religion. So people, these religion sensibilities are increasing once again. A lot of people, declared, church is gone or dead, a long time ago. And here we are, evangelicalism and Christianity growing by leaps and bounds. But the same thing is happening with Islam in other parts of the world. So there is something happening in terms of religion that we need to be attentive. And whoever gets to be the next leader elected as Pope, should be someone who is attentive to that, growth of religion and how religion influences politics and influences life. The danger is when religion is manipulated, in order to advance political causes or ideological causes. But I think that there's a lot of power in religion, and I welcome that as a theologian.
Boy, there's a book in that. If you want to write it, I'll read it.
Without a doubt.
Okay. Hosfman Ospino, professor of Hispanic Ministry and Religious Education at Boston College, joining us from Boston. Thank you, sir. So if you're just joining us, Pope Francis, the leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics for the past 12 years, has died at the age of 88. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. This is a CBC News special remembering his life and his legacy. And you're looking at just one view of St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Thousands have gathered there on this Easter Monday. Many of them stunned, certainly seeking comfort in each other as they try to wrap their heads around the death of a man from South America whose papacy will be remembered for many firsts and so many achievements. You are going to see some developments there in the next few hours. And so for help with that, let's go to CBC's Megan Williams, who's live in St. Peter's Square for us. Megan, we understand that I think at 7:30 the Rosary will be held in St. Peter's Square. What happens then? Because I'm seeing on some of the live feeds that we're getting from Reuters and others some sort of movements around St. Peter's in terms of vehicles and platforms, it seems.
Well, there's a lot of movement around right now. I mean, there are just so many people pouring in, and there'll be more and more. We're just a few hours away, Rome time, from the Rosary prayer that's going to be here in St. Peter's Square. So, they when they have these massive events, they set up barriers, which I'm just looking at, the Via della Conciliazione, which is the big avenue leading towards the square. They're getting ready for that, and of course they're obviously thinking forward to the funeral, which will be sometime later this week. But the Rosary prayer will take place at 7:30 here in Rome, and after that, at about 8 o'clock, a small group of cardinals, people close to Pope Francis, will carry out the ritual of putting his body in the coffin, in the casket. And shortly after that, they will release the cause of death. So that we have these two events happening tonight, as well as others in different parts of Rome, at different basilicas here in Rome. And then tomorrow morning, a group of cardinals will meet, and that's when they'll establish the date of the funeral. They're talking about Wednesday now for when they'll bring the coffin into the St. Peter's Basilica, and people can start to visit that. We know when John Paul II died, for instance, that there was a lineup that lasted 3 days. So there are going to be a lot of people pouring in, and of course it's Jubilee year, the Catholic Holy Year that happens every 25 years. So that's another reason why.
Okay, so that's interesting. If tradition holds, it's 4 to 6 days after the death that the funeral is held, the lying in state, as it were, in St. Peter's. If it begins on Wednesday, you could be looking at any time Friday, Saturday, maybe even Sunday for a funeral, if my math is right. And then we get into the period of the conclave, which, as I understand it, won't begin before 2 weeks today. Can you remind people briefly who gets to vote? We now understand that I think it's 135 cardinals get to vote. Pope Francis appointed 2/3 of them. What else can you tell us?
Well, more than 2/3. I think it's closer to 3/4 in terms of the cardinal elects, the ones who can vote. But those are the cardinals who are under the age of 80. Anyway, he has certainly appointed the majority of them. And so, they don't necessarily reflect exactly his views, but they do reflect how he wanted to transform the church, which is make it a more global church, make it a church, a more pastoral church, a church that's closer to the people. That said, the cardinals will already be preparing to come into Rome. They're going to be meeting each other. I mean, the interesting thing about this group of cardinals that Pope Francis has appointed is that they don't know each other. He's appointed people from really a large variety of countries that haven't had cardinals before. So in the past, it was usually cities, powerful archbishops from cities that became cardinals. And Francis did a bit of that, but a lot of the cardinals that he appointed were actually from places that, a lot of people in the West haven't even heard of. So, and they haven't been to Rome necessarily. So there's going to be an intense period in the next while where these men come in and, start to try and get to know each other and understand what they think the next leader of the Catholic Church should bring to the church. I mean, Francis was a disruptor. He was somebody who brought in a lot of change. They likely will be looking for someone who can kind of consolidate that change. It's not clear yet, but there's going to be intense meeting of cardinals over the next several weeks, and then of course the actual conclave, which is in the Sistine Chapel, where the cardinals-elect, those cardinals under the age of 80, will go in there and begin casting their secret ballots to elect the next leader of the Catholic Church.
And that's when we watch that very tiny chimney to see the smoke. The black smoke means that they don't have a pope, because what they do is they burn the ballots. And I know you know this. I'm just explaining people at home who may not. They burn the ballots with a bit of a substance that makes the smoke black for when they don't have a resolution at the end of the 2 voting periods per day. And then when they do have a pope, it's white smoke, which is sometimes, unfortunately, really difficult to distinguish in a Rome-skied, cloudy day. Like you, Megan, I have stood there staring at chimneys sometimes thinking, I don't know if that's black or white. I cannot tell.
But a lot of gray smoke, especially when Francis was elected, because it was a rainy evening.
Yeah, it's for such a technologically advanced world. It is a fascinating look at tradition, and I suspect we'll be hearing more and seeing more of you, my friend. That's CBC's Megan Williams in St. Peter's Square. So the Pope's death, as all Canadians understand, comes as the federal election campaign here in Canada enters its final week. The party leaders had very strict plans, but of course, they took time out at the beginning of their latest events today to speak about Pope Francis. Janice McGregor has been paying attention to what they said. Briefly, Janice, can we start with Liberal leader Mark Carney and what he said?
Yeah, indeed. At the latest of an extraordinary event in an extraordinary campaign, Liberal leader Mark Carney on Prince Edward Island today, making an announcement about health care, but speaking first, and rather personally so, about the passing of the pontiff. Take a listen.
Pope Francis was a voice of moral clarity, spiritual courage, and boundless compassion. He was, in many respects, the world's conscience, never hesitating to challenge the powerful on behalf of the vulnerable. Above all, His Holiness understood and taught that value in the market must never eclipse the values of society. He wrote about the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, reminding us that ecological degradation and social injustice are deeply entwined. During his papal visit to Canada in 2022, his apology on residential schools was a crucial step in moving the Church forward in its journey towards meaningful reconciliation.
As we've seen at several points and in several contexts during this campaign, Mark Carney needing to simultaneously be campaigning as Liberal leader, but also put on the hat of the Prime Minister. There was an official statement issued from the Prime Minister's office that reflected some of what you heard Mark Carney say there, but also go into some greater detail. And if I might say so, some more kind of personal reflections from Mark Carney, who is a practicing Roman Catholic, but also had a personal knowledge of the Pontiff and some of the things that he talks about. I found a copy of Mark Carney's book where he goes into some detail about something that the statement today reflects on just very briefly, an encounter he had, a specific meal actually at the Vatican when he was part of an initiative called the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, a group of global business leaders that met and were working with the Vatican to try to advance an idea of sort of the moral responsibilities of global leadership and sort of more human dignity in the economic system. And the Pontiff apparently, and it left quite an impression because he made it the introduction to his book, talked about how when you have a meal, it's accompanied by wine, and wine has a bouquet and a richness and many textures, but then at the end of the meal, they were going to have grappa, which is very distilled. And he said, you know, humanity is many things. It has many sort of textures. It's curious, rational, altruistic, also self-interested, but the markets, they are just self-interested. It's humanity distilled. And the Pontiff apparently called on the global business leaders to have a broader, a more rich kind of understanding, turn the grappa back into wine, turn the market back into humanity, because this isn't theology, this is reality, this is the truth. So that is something that apparently stayed with Mark Carney, and a very interesting anecdote to reflect on at a time when the global business community is certainly in a state.
Also, always interesting to talk about grappa. Janice, in terms of the other political leaders, I know they have addressed Pope Francis's death, although not necessarily with the same kind of personal connection. We heard from Mark Carney there.
Yeah, we have some new tape in, actually. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh doing an event at this hour. It's still on in Nanaimo today. He was reflecting on something you also heard Mark Carney talk about, that papal visit back in 2022 that featured the apology for the Catholic Church's role in the residential school system. Jagmeet Singh was reflecting on how he found that to be very powerful today. Take a listen.
On behalf of all New Democrats, the passing of Pope Francis, it's a significant loss for the Catholic community, and I want to share my condolences on behalf of all New Democrats. If I could just share a personal reflection on Pope Francis, I was at the apology that the Pope did in Alberta to the Indigenous communities. I want to acknowledge the Indigenous communities and their long advocacy to get that apology. And it was a very powerful moment for many of the leaders that I met, many of the community members who talked about how hearing that apology from the Pope made them feel like they were taking a step forward on their healing journey. Just being acknowledged in that way, recognizing that a harm had happened and that harm was being acknowledged really was powerful. And I think only someone like Pope Francis was able and capable of making that commitment and fulfilling that apology. So I want to acknowledge that.
Jagmeet Singh, just the latest there. We've heard a lot about the importance of that apology that he made in Canada. I'm sure more people are going to be reflecting on that as the day goes on. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was in Scarborough today making a housing announcement. He too is Roman Catholic and had some words of reflection of his own before he got on with his campaign business.
Let me first offer my condolences to Catholics all around the world on the loss of Pope Francis. His role is, of course, at the center of the Catholic Church, and there have been countless millions of Catholics and non-Catholics that have been inspired by his leadership in faith and other domains. And our prayers are with all Catholics as they lay to rest the head of the Catholic Church, and we are in solidarity in remembering him and honoring his contributions.
Of course, the province of Quebec, through its history, has a unique relationship with the Roman Catholic Church. It continues to have a unique relationship and the legacy felt in its provincial politics. Yves-François Blanchet from the Bloc Québécois was in Quebec City with some of his candidates today, and he had these words on hearing of the Pope's death.
Quebecers who are Catholics and Christians and who are attached to the institution or the person of the Pope. And I hope everyone will come through this with serenity. So I extend my condolences to all of those who've been affected by his passing.
So all four leaders, as you say, reflecting, having some moments at this time, just the latest sort of twist in a campaign that certainly has been full of news on all fronts, the domestic announcements taking a bit of a backseat, at least temporarily today.
All right, CBC's Janice McGregor with a very thorough look at what the political leaders are up to today. Thank you, Janice.
You're welcome.
We have also heard from the Governor-General, Mary Simon. In an official statement, she says, Whit, meaning her husband, Whit Fraser, and I were deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Pope Francis. Pope Francis was a beacon of hope and compassion, spreading messages of peace, love, and understanding throughout the world. His legacy of humility, social justice, and environmental stewardship, she says, has left an indelible mark on humanity. She goes on to say, I remember when Whit and I met Pope Francis during his visit to Canada in 2022, where he delivered an apology for members of the Catholic Church who cooperated with the devastating abuse of Indigenous children at residential schools. It was a testament to his commitment to respect, dialogue, and collaboration across cultures and faiths, values he held dear throughout his papacy. She goes on to say, may his soul rest in peace. May his teachings continue to inspire us to build a better world for all. Now, 3 years ago, Pope Francis, as we've been talking about today, was in Canada, where he expressed deep sorrow for the harm suffered at residential schools. And he asked forgiveness for church members' cooperation with government policies of assimilation and so much more. For more on that, let's go to the CBC's Juanita Taylor, who is in Calgary. Juanita, it is always fantastic to see you. That tour is part of Pope Francis's legacy, but not his only effort at reconciliation, eh?
That's right, Adrian. You go back to March 2022, before he came to Canada, when a delegation of Indigenous people traveled to Rome by invitation from Pope Francis himself. Over a number of days, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders, as well as those impacted by abuse at residential schools, they met privately with the Pope at the Vatican. Some of them told us that they felt a renewed sense of reconciliation after sharing their experiences of attending residential schools in Canada. And Adrian, on their last day in Rome, I remember it so well, actually, before an audience of about 200 people, including bishops, Indigenous delegates, and their supporters, Pope Francis delivered a powerful message that only a few saw coming. He said that he felt sorry and that he felt shame for what had happened at residential schools, acknowledging the damage and indignity visited upon First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children by some members of the church. But Adrian, he stopped short that time, saying that the church itself was responsible.
Juanita, I remember your coverage, and I know it goes on. And there are still questions that people have. There's so many things left undone, but coming out of that visit, what hasn't been accomplished that people are still pushing for?
Well, I mean, we saw the visit that Pope Francis made to Iqaluit in July of 2022, where leaders in Iqaluit called that visit historic. They spent only a few hours in the Nunavut capital in July of 2022, where thousands of people in Iqaluit stood outside to hear and and to see and to witness Pope Francis speak, more specifically to hear him apologize for the harms done at residential schools. And Adrian, he did so, and he did so in Inuktitut as well, which pleased a lot of people in Iqaluit that time. He was apologizing for the harm caused to Inuit who attended residential school. And again, that time, some people felt that the apology fell short because Pope Francis didn't apologize for the church's role in abusing children at residential schools. But Adrian, before the event outside, over 100 people, they got to meet and speak directly to Pope Francis inside a private meeting. And that was at inside a school in Iqaluit. One of those who met directly with Pope Francis inside at a private meeting was Tanya Tungilik. She is the daughter of the late Marius Tungilik. She got to speak directly to Pope Francis about her father, who was actually one of the first Inuit to lay charges against retired Catholic priest Johannes Rivor, who had worked in Nunavut as a priest in the 1960s and 70s. Tungilik asked Pope Francis to help pressure France to extradite Rivor back to Canada to face charges of sexual assault. But Adrian, Pope Francis never did, and Rivor died at the age of 93 in April of 2024.
Wow. So much undone, so much left undone. Juanita, thank you very much for speaking with us. Thank you for all the reporting you've done on this, and I know you will continue to do on it. That's Juanita Taylor, who happens to be in Calgary right now. Now, Pope Francis was known for focus on mercy, on social justice, on addressing inequality, and he put special emphasis on the plight of the poor and marginalized communities. He also advocated for climate action, environmental protection. He called for global action on climate change. And the pontiff, for some, was considered progressive on issues like LGBTQ plus inclusion and, again, for some, on the role of women in the church and refugees. He also promoted interfaith dialogue in an effort to improve relations with Islam, Judaism, and other Christian denominations. Now, for many LGBTQ Christians, Pope Francis, I think, represented something they had never felt from the Catholic Church, an outreach to the vulnerable, from LGBTQ people to migrants. It was a shift in tone that resonated with many Catholics around the world. So this is a moment to reflect on that. Joining us is Francis de Bernardo. Francis is the executive director of New Ways Ministry. That is a Catholic outreach that advocates for equity, inclusion, and justice for LGBTQ plus people. And I think you're joining us from Maryland, sir. Thank you. Thanks for being with us. I think when people talk about Pope Francis, they refer to what he said when he was asked about the role of gay people in the church in 2013. And I think, I'm not going to say this correctly, but I think he effectively said, who am I to judge? That moment, how big a deal, how monumental was that for him to say those words?
That was a total game changer, a total revolution in church thinking, because previous to that and previous to Pope Francis, all that popes and most of the hierarchy did was judge people. Judgment was the approach of many of the hierarchs in the church. So Pope Francis turned it on its head and ushered in a whole new way of approaching LGBTQ people, which was one of welcome, dialogue, encounter, inclusion, and LGBTQ people responded to that.
And I gather that you met him in, I think, 2023 and 2024. Yeah. So you probably have a few memories of him. Can you put us in the room, what that felt like, what the encounter was like?
Sure. The first time was probably the more dramatic. I was there with my colleagues, and we were waiting for him to come in, and I guess I was expecting that there would be trumpets or something announcing him, but he just walked in on his walk with his walker and came over, and I wasn't sure what if I was supposed to bow. He just shook our hands warmly, sat down, and the rest of the meeting, which lasted 50 minutes, was like having tea with your grandpa. He was joking. He was really interested in the work that we were doing, really interested in his opinion. He seemed genuinely excited to be meeting with us.
The second time, as I understand it, that you met with him, I think you were joined by an intersex woman, a transgender man, a doctor who works in gender medicine, a theologian, and a Catholic deacon who has a transgender daughter. And as the Pope listened to each of their stories, what was that like for you to watch?
Oh, it was very, very moving. Either he was the greatest actor in the world, which I don't think he was, or he was definitely moved by what people had to say. There were several stories of attempted suicide, and in the testimonies that were given, and he would clutch, every time he heard that, he would clutch his cross that hangs around his neck, and really a pained look on his face. And that meeting lasted 90 minutes, and he asked questions, and he was really engaged, really wanted to be a learner. I think knew that he may not know all of the ins and outs of intersex and transgender people, but really wanted to learn from them.
Francis, thank you for that. That's Francis DeBernardo, who's joining us from Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And joining us right here on set, CBC's Sasha Petrusek. Nice to see you, Sasha. I think you've been trying to get a hold of the European reaction, because there's a lot of it today.
That's right. That's right. As you were just talking about a few minutes ago, Pope Francis was known as a moral voice of speaking truth to power, and quite a few of those powerful figures spoke back today about their memories of where they saw him fitting in. And starting with King Charles, who said that he was greatly moved to have been able to see the Pope, to visit him, one of the last major figures to do that just a few days ago. And he said that the Pope will be remembered for his compassion and for his tireless commitment to the causes of so many people, people who sometimes just fall through the cracks. Also, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer had comments today as well, a statement saying that that the Pope showed leadership in a complex and challenging time for the world, that he was a Pope for the poor and for the downtrodden, and that he never lost his faith and his faith-fueled hope for a better world, that he was constantly working toward that. Also in Europe, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was talking about how the Pope eased suffering through prayer and fostering unity among people. The soon-to-be chancellor in Germany, Friedrich Merz, talked about reaching across denominational lines, that his impact was not just among Catholics, but also among other denominational groups, and that he had a tireless commitment, again, to the weakest in society. Now, I guess one of the things that people are thinking about, perhaps worried about, is whether this will continue with the next Pope. And on that, we had a comment from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who said that she is confident that his legacy will continue and that all of this will lay a foundation for a more compassionate world.
Interesting. Her confidence is interesting because, the truth of the matter is no one knows who's going to be the next Pope. And we won't know until we see that white smoke. I think as we've heard and as you've talked about, Pope Francis sort of prioritized empathy for the poor, the disenfranchised. And then the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, touched on that element of it in a tribute today. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. These two men often, I was just in the Middle East and in Jerusalem, and for both of these men, whenever they spoke, there was a certain level of anticipation, I think, among Palestinians and those in Gaza, and a little bit of trepidation among Israeli officials who really didn't like being called out on some of these things. The Pope was very well known for doing that, but also the Secretary General of the United Nations. This is what he had to say about Pope Francis today.
Pope Francis was a messenger of hope, humility, and humanity. He was a transcendent voice for peace, human dignity, and social justice. He leaves behind a legacy of faith, service, and compassion for all, especially those on the margins of life or trapped by the horrors of conflict. Pope Francis was a man of faith for all faiths, working with people of all beliefs and backgrounds to light a path forward.
So maybe one less of those voices who speak truth to power. Adrian.
One voice, but it's had a huge impact. So the vacuum, a lot of people will feel that quite profoundly. All right, Sasha, thank you very much. That's Sasha Petrusik here in studio with us in Toronto. CBC's Richard Madden is in Washington. Richard's been tracking the U.S. reaction to the Pope's death and joins us now. So, Richard, Pope Francis, I think, very clearly found himself at odds with the current U.S. administration on several issues, and yet, irony of ironies, it's Vice President J.D. Vance who was among the last, if not the last, person to spend sort of official time with them yesterday. Reaction from the White House today looks like what?
Yeah, it looks like the White House is being more diplomatic, issuing condolences, posting photographs of the president and vice president posing with the Pope Francis in separate visits to the Vatican. And moments ago, President Trump signed an executive order to pay tribute to the late pontiff. Take a listen to the president.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
So we saw President Trump and the Pope clash on several occasions. More on that in a moment. But let's talk about Vice President J.D. Vance, who, as you noted, likely attended the final Mass by Pope Francis. Vance became a devout Catholic 6 years ago. He met with the Pope on Easter Sunday, celebrating the holiest day of the Christian calendar. The Pope gave his kids some candies to mark the service, and Vice President J.D. Vance offered his tributes. I'll get to that in a moment. But I also wanted to post what former President Joe Biden wrote. Biden, of course, is a strong practicing Catholic. He posted, "Pope Francis will be remembered as one of the most consequential leaders of our time, and I am better for having known him." He went on to say, he commanded us to fight for peace and protect our planet from a climate crisis. He advocated for the voiceless and powerless. He made us all feel welcome and be seen by the church. He goes on to say he promoted equity and an end to poverty and suffering across the globe. And above all, he was a pope for everyone. Now, back to Vice President J.D. Vance. He posted that his heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. He went on to say, "I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill." Now, the White House says a presidential delegation may attend the funeral service at the Vatican and offered more condolences to the late pontiff. Watch this.
No travel plans at this time. Doesn't mean it's not happening. I just don't have anything to share. But the president, of course, is aware of the passing of the Pope and did put out a statement this morning. And we're praying for the millions of Christians around the world who loved the Pope and admired him.
So a slightly more diplomatic tone there once again from an administration that often clashed with the late Pope, especially over immigration policies and the treatment of migrants. In fact, in that final Mass that the Pope held on Easter Sunday, Pope Francis criticized the administration's policies on deportations, and Vice President Vance was in attendance and listened to it. He described, Vance being, he described that meeting with the late Pope that day as a, quote, exchange of opinions, which really underscored the tensions between the White House and the Pope that continued to his final days.
All right. That's Richard Madden in Washington. Madden, Richard, I thought we had a clip there, but maybe not.
Well, I think we were going to get into really this rocky relationship with the Pope and the Trump administration because, you know, we recall how the pontiff publicly criticized President Trump during his first term when Trump said he would build a wall on the southern border. The Pope said he criticized Trump, saying that's not Christian. Trump attacked him back, calling him disgraceful. And that really felt so jarring. Here you had a president clashing with a Pope, especially Donald Trump, as he was aggressively courting votes and endorsement from Christian conservatives. But then these tensions would later become somewhat normalized. The Pope, we had seen, had attacked the current White House over its immigration policies, cuts to foreign aid. And then an extraordinary moment happened in February when the Pope wrote an open letter to American Catholic bishops. In it, he criticized Trump's deportation policies and his executive order that allows ICE agents to enter churches and schools to deport migrants. And in response, J.D. Vance fired back, questioning the motives of those Catholic bishops who endorsed the Pope's message. Take a listen.
As a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns or are they actually worried about their bottom line? We are going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
That's the clip I was thinking about because it points to something very interesting, Richard, that you know, J.D. Vance, who became a devout Catholic in 2019, was perceived, I think, at the Vatican as trying to offer instruction on theology to the Pope, who did not take that kindly.
Exactly. And Vance himself called himself a baby Catholic because he became Catholic just, 6 years ago in 2019. So he admitted he didn't know all the history and aspects to the religion. But clearly, you have this administration at odds with the legacy that Pope Francis is leaving behind, one of empathy, kindness, and, of course, looking out for those less fortunate.
Richard, thanks very much for this context. I think people can be forgiven if they're dizzy with the number of things to have to keep on top of now between the Pope's death, the election, tariffs, 51st state threats, although we haven't heard those in a couple days. It's a lot. Hang on, we're gonna try to get to all of this. This moment, though, is a moment that's important to talk about Pope Francis and the legacy of this man following his death. Many in Canada are remembering what we've been talking about all morning, his 2022 visit to apologize to Indigenous peoples for the Church's role in residential schools. We're talking about a very powerful, very emotional moment for many communities. So joining us now is AFN National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nepanek. She joins us from the United Nations this afternoon. That's interesting. Thank you for being here. I gather that you're meeting with Indigenous people for a UN forum. So I'm curious to know what the conversations are like there right now.
Absolutely. Look, I think Canada, the Pope had, of course, visited us in 2022 to apologize right on our own homelands. And I know that I know here in the States, of course, there's still a lot of work to do, but back in Canada, for sure, we join people from around the world in mourning this great loss of Pope Francis. He listened to us. He listened to our survivors, to the stories of residential school. It's a very tough issue to talk about, but I want to appreciate him for listening to our survivors, for inviting us to the Vatican in April of 2022, which I was a part of, and hearing the history that had happened in our beautiful country, but that had such a dark history. And the conversations are not always easy, and of course the history with the Catholic Church, with First Nations, is very long and negative with residential schools. But I think Pope Francis, he opened up a new chapter to healing for survivors and their families, and we hope that his positive legacy will be carried forward, and that people within the Church will honor his work and continue on with us as we work towards reconciliation as we work towards healing from the past and finding better ways forward together. That's the legacy that he has left for all of us to follow.
As I think about your spring in 2022 and then the summer in July when Pope Francis came to Canada, that apology, how did that land for you? What was that moment like? You knew it was coming, but it's one thing to know it's coming. It's something else to sit and experience it. What was that like? You know, Phil Fontaine was with me on the bus going into the Vatican, and we got into the Vatican and the Holy Father was there. And he was, because of how hard him and many other residential school survivors fought so hard to get that apology, I think he was in a surreal moment at that point. And I was listening to many other survivors that were there that fought for many, many, many years against residential school and to bring light to that did happen in our country. And when the apology came that day, I remember looking at those survivors and feeling for them. I went to day school. It was a little different, but looking at the residential school survivors who had to spend most of their childhood in these institutions, and to see them finally get that apology. Some, many people accepted it, but some still didn't and are still coming to grips with that. And then when he came to Musqueam, of course, in Treaty 6 territory in Alberta, and that moment there was really profound. I mean, I didn't think it would be as emotional as it is, and it was extremely emotional day. And it was like rewriting, trying to rewrite a new chapter of where do we go from here and where are we going from here? Well, one last thought to you is that thought in terms of where you go from here and what role you think Indigenous voices will play sort of in shaping the future direction of the Catholic Church. I mean, here in Canada, but elsewhere. Absolutely. Look, they still have our artifacts. We have to bring our artifacts back home to Canada. And they have, some of our ceremonial items. And I think that's one step that the Pope had committed to us. We've been working on that with his office for months now, and we don't want that work to stop. And at the same time, we've lost an ally today. And, yes. He was that we could call and contact and say, we need help moving this along. And so he was an ally to First Nations in that way, that he wanted to try and right the wrongs of the past. As you say, there is still a road ahead, so wishing you courage on that road ahead. Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nipinak of Assembly of First Nations National Chief, thank you. CBC's Vanessa Lee is joining us again from Montreal with more on the Canadian reaction to the death of Francis and outside St. Joseph's Oratory, where he visited 3 years ago. I know you've had a bit of a chance to speak with people in the area, and I'm curious what you're hearing, Vanessa.
Well, Adrienne, we've been seeing people here not just from Montreal, but all around the world, because this is such a revered landmark. It is a big tourist attraction. And so it is normally very busy here, but particularly on Easter Monday when there are a number of services. Now, they tell us that there isn't anything special planned in honor of Pope Francis today, but certainly the people that we've been speaking to say that he is in their prayers and that they're thinking of him. And they say that they're also, they're sad, but they're also very grateful that Pope Francis was their Pope. Here is more about what Pope Francis meant to some of the people we spoke to.
I loved his way of considering people, of working hard for the church, and loving us so much. And I know that he suffered all this time for all humanity. So he was really great.
And it's I don't know how many times we needed to take for recover for this huge missing, but well, we needed to pray for him and for all of us.
Well, certainly what stands out to a lot of Quebecers is his visit from 3 years ago when he visited the Quebec City area. People here tell me that they'll always remember the images of Pope Francis going through the plains of Abraham in his white Pope mobile, and really the chance that a lot of people had not just to catch a glimpse, but also, just to be in his presence. I remember being there and meeting people from South America who told us that, they wanted that opportunity to be able to see Pope Francis in person, and also the images of his mass from the Sainte-Anne-de-Beaupré, where pilgrims lined up before dawn for that 10 o'clock mass, just for a chance to be in his presence. And Adrian, you had asked earlier about the cross atop of Montreal's famed Mount Royal. It normally glows white, but it turns purple as a sign of mourning when a pope dies. And so this is certainly what we are expecting to happen when it gets dark tonight. We are still awaiting confirmation. The last time that cross turned purple was back in 2005 after the death of Pope John Paul II, Adrian.
Oh, Vanessa, I knew you would get to the bottom of that. Thank you very much for checking that out. And those were fantastic conversations you had with people you encountered. That is Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And you are looking live at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. People continue to gather there on this Easter Monday as they grapple with the death of Pope Francis. I want to thank you for staying with us for this special coverage. Before we go, though, CBC's Chris Brown reports on the life and the legacy of a man from South America whose papacy will be remembered for so many firsts and so many achievements. I'm Adrienne Arsenault in Toronto. This is CBC.
For Canadians, and especially Indigenous Canadians, Pope Francis may be remembered most for this trip to Alberta in the summer of 2022. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against Indigenous peoples, he said, delivering an historic apology for the damage inflicted by church-run residential schools and the evils of colonialism. The emotional moment, long sought by residential school survivors, would be one of the progressive Pope's crowning achievements.
I think from the moment he stepped out on the balcony, we knew that the tectonic plates had shifted.
Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, the first pope ever from the Americas and the first from outside Europe in nearly 1,300 years, carried immense expectations from many demanding change and a more modern institution.
I began to just be fascinated.
Tina Beattie is a theologian and a former professor of Catholic studies in London.
He's lived as humbly as it's possible for a pope to live, and he's put to shame some of the grandiose lifestyles of some of the men in the Vatican. So all in all, that first night was euphoric. Euphoria, of course, doesn't last.
Francis would win accolades for his tough talk condemning sexual abuse in the church. He held summits, met survivors, and made apologies. His messages to gay people also sounded remarkably conciliatory for an institution so resistant to change. He told reporters traveling with him on a flight, "If a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge?" Francis used his profile to try to make the world pay attention to the plight of migrants in the Mediterranean, the persecution of Rohingya Muslims, and to heal the deep wounds of civil war in African nations such as South Sudan. But victims of sexual abuse complained Francis's words weren't backed by actions, that abusers continued to be protected.
I think he failed to grasp the real savage problem of the abuse crisis.
As for women, Tina Beattie says Francis saw them in a maternal way, not as equals to men, with too few women appointed to powerful jobs in the church.
But when I hear and read what he says about women, I think, but you haven't listened. You haven't heard anything.
For the first time in history, Francis had to share the Vatican with his predecessor, Emeritus Pope Benedict, who resigned, but whose conservative views clashed with Francis's.
That contributed, of course, to the culture wars and to the sort of schisms that opened up in the church. So I think he made the best of what he must have seen was a very awkward situation.
Francis attempted to create a more inclusive Catholic Church and broaden its appeal, but he also triggered fierce internal debates. His achievements will now either be consolidated or overturned by his successor. Chris Brown, CBC News, London.